deal. I've got a couple of things I want to do this week. I have had a couple of ideas of some stream content. What is it? I'm just thinking. We're gonna do another TikTok react at some point, probably this Thursday. I have a collaboration with Jake OW, probably in a couple weeks, so he's out of town, but we're gonna be looking to probably dual review a Junkrat VOD. I have another collaboration with a big YouTuber coming up, I believe in January. I have asked Spilo today. I had another idea. I would like to discuss Overwatch 2 design philosophy. I made that tweet yesterday. I was thinking about it in the shower last night. That's where I think about stuff. And I would like to do some point. That will probably be Thursday. I will not have streamed this weekend because I will be out of town on the final flag football tournament. Pray for me that I'm just so tired. Like, there's been so much flag football. It's like my legs are like legit like burning. So yeah. Is it with Shadowburn? No, but yeah. Okay, good to see everybody. I guess we can just go ahead and get started. Let me get my headphones whipped up here. Balance patch in, what, a week? Right? Am I calculating right here? Yeah, balance patch in a week. We'll see how that goes. I guess we can get started with Goliathan. Goliathan. That's a pretty cool name. Ready? The shower is a great place to think. I mean, literally all my ideas have come in bed at night or in the shower. The problem is that I've gotten such a habit of thinking in bed, I'll wake up like at 5 a.m. and I'm not even purposefully trying to, I'm just thinking of ideas. And that's not great. That's not a great habit to get into. So you're gonna have to take my word for it. Oh, shoot, y'all, look, check this out, y'all. Check this out. I'm gonna move my camera really fast. Do you guys know what we got for, listen, $35, no joke. $35 because I'm poor, okay? Listen, $35. Check that out. That's 10.5-foot tree we got for $35. $35! We weren't sure if we were gonna be able to get one this year. Oh yeah, and the cat's under the tree. We weren't sure we were gonna be able to get one this year, but my Pepper was shopping with my mom the other day. Or yesterday, I guess, and it was crazy. So it's actually sick, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's functional. We were like, oh shoot, why is this thing so cheap? That's a $500-something tree, y'all. It's a little crooked, but it's all right. All right, I guess we should get started. That's loud. Yo, how's it going?
Yo, I'm good.
Doing all right. Let's. I'm pulling up Overwatch right now. So. All right, what rank and what hero are we looking at today?
I'm pretty sure this was when I was Masters 1, and it's Kiriko.
Okay, sounds good. Kiriko. I'm one part of the cursed generation because I'm like playing at a rank where like people are like realizing that Kiriko is broken, but I don't like playing Kiriko. So it's like every single game it's like, no, I don't want to play Kiriko. I will play these heroes. Please don't say it. Please, I beg. How about you? Are you enjoying Kiriko?
I'm actually like the opposite. I hate playing Lucio.
Okay.
And I love Kiriko.
Yeah. See, I'm one of the scumbags where like I don't even like Lucio. I'm just the honest end. So I'm not Grandmaster, so I can get away with it, kind of, sort of. But I still get grief for it. Okay, so shoot me. Oh, this is the replay code. Hopefully it still works. I forgot that we'd already done that one. All right, so what got you interested in coaching? What do you hope to get out of the session?
Well, right now I play collegiate, but I'm looking to take a step up and kind of go to tier 2, whether that's open division, possibly contenders.
Okay, fair enough. And what is your history of Overwatch? Like, how long have you been playing the game? I guess we can just start with that one.
Well, I've been playing since release, but in this past year and a half, I've kind of went from like a 3K Andy to like Masters 1 in Overwatch 2.
Yep.
So this like the big jump really kind of got me into wanting to just keep getting better.
Fair enough. Okay, Masters Kiriko. And then what college do you play for, and how long has that been a thing?
I play at the Texas A&M in San Antonio.
Cool.
And I've been there for about a year.
How have you enjoyed it? Has it been like your first experience as a team coach or a team player, or did you have something prior to that as well?
Prior to that, the most was like a high school thing, but I don't really count that. So, it's pretty much the first for that.
Okay. How have you been enjoying it? How often do you guys scrim?
Um, I think during the season, because we play in Nace, we scrim like once a week and then have a VOD
Mm-hmm.
another day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you
And
enjoy team
then
play?
I like it way better than ranked ladder, to be
What about
completely
that?
honest. It's just like the communication and
Mm.
everything. Like ranked, sometimes it feels like you're kind of like it's just you, whereas a
Yeah.
lot of team play, you can really set stuff up that you wouldn't usually be able to.
So you're more of a communicator, working with other folks, kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And then if I look at the actual session, I know we kind of already asked this question, but what do you hope to get out of the session? And he says, I want to learn what I should be doing to be a better player, not necessarily just to rank up. Okay, good mindset. And I should want to know what else I should be doing during a typical week. For example, should I look for another team to scrim with so I have more scrim time? Very interesting question. Let's start with that. So if we skip ahead to your goals and keep in mind what you already said about wanting to make contenders and GM and all sorts of stuff, your goal is you plan to play with a 4.1K open division team. My end goal would be ideally contenders are out. Okay, so I actually, interestingly enough, had a private coaching session. I think, yeah, it was yesterday, and we talked a little bit about this. We talked about if your goal is pro Overwatch, what's the balance of team play practice versus just grinding rank for the better rank, you know, right?
Yeah.
For the better individual skill set. Is that something that you're kind of interested in learning more about?
Yeah.
Okay. What I would recommend is it's going to depend on the person to person, but I think ironically, even if your goal is contenders Overwatch League, what you kind of have to consider is that you need the aspects of team play are very important to learn, but unfortunately the way it is right now that you're not going to be really given many opportunities unless your SR is where it needs to be for whatever team you want to join. So for you, what I would do is I think looking for another team to scrim with, even just ring once a week, maybe twice a week, so that you are getting 2 or 3 scrims a week is probably okay. That's probably ideal because then every other day you got a little bit of team experience, right?
Okay.
But the only risk with that is whenever, I mean, you know this, when you're in a team environment, even a not super competitive team environment, oftentimes the focus is on what do we need to be doing? What can I be doing to help us succeed? What's the game plan? What comp swap do we need to make? And there's often additional factors to consider that distract you from what you need to be doing personally, individually to improve. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now it's playing. So it's going to make you better, but it's not, ironically, it's not necessarily as efficient as solo ranked grind for just personal improvement at mechanics and playing the hero. So what I would recommend is getting a little bit of more experience. If you get the opportunity to ring for any teams, you can pursue that. If you end up finding a team that is able to scrim once or twice a week and work that out with your college as well to where those don't conflict, then that's good. But I wouldn't necessarily pursue a daily scrim environment just yet. I would look for something a couple times a week to complement with your collegiate, and then really sort out your own personal rank grind and sort out what you personally need to do to improve. Like you said, what do you need to get better, and then take what you can get from there. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move from there. So I scrim for about 3 hours a week. Maybe we can get that to 5 or 6. Okay, and then VOD the scrims for about 2. Okay, now that's interesting. Let's actually stop right there. So is this as a team or just you personally VOD review the scrims for about 2 hours?
That would be like a team session.
Okay, so you guys have is it a one review that's 2 hours or 2 reviews that are an hour each or what?
It's one review.
Okay, is that more of a collaborative effort or you work with the coach?
We work with John
I
over
know
there.
John. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I know John. Okay, so you get, and when you guys, I assume you guys go over general like macro stuff, teams wide stuff, and you're learning general stuff about the game along the way. Yeah.
Yeah, occasionally it's individual, but most of the time it's that whole
Okay.
general.
Okay. So it's good time to spend, but not necessarily going to be conducive for you in ranking up, right? So 3 hours a week of that. Scrim for about 2. So we got 5 hours a week. That's more team play oriented. Maybe we can bump that with an extra scrim to like 6 or 7. And then player ranked for 7 to 10-ish a week. Now I'm going to be straight with you. Absolutely not. That's not going to work. Unless you are superhuman in terms of your ability to focus and learn. 7 to 10-ish a week is going to end up being around anywhere from 20 to 30 ranked games a week. And that will allow you to maintain where you're at now, but you will not get to anywhere close. I won't even say contenders Al. I would be shocked if you made it to Grandmaster or even stayed in Grandmaster with that amount of training, to be honest with you. How does that usually break down in terms of time commitment? Is it a daily hour? Is it we spend 5 hours on the weekends, 3-4 hours on the weekends? How does it usually break down?
Generally it's like every other day, kind of.
Okay. Couple hours every other day, usually?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that seems reasonable enough. Have you heard me talk about, I guess, time commitment in this game and like how it should be broken up? Because I've talked about it a few times, but I'm not sure if you've heard. I don't want to repeat myself if you have heard.
I don't think so.
Well, let's do that then. So, if your goal is to rank up, which screw it, not rank up. If your goal is just to improve individually at your play, the goal is number 1. If we were to put it in terms of hierarchy, number 1 is playing daily. Number 2 is intense 2 hours. We're talking about like bare minimum here if you're wanting to go for Grandmaster. Intense 2 hours, 7 to 8 games, okay? Within your hero pool. Number 3 is to take breaks between those games. In terms of like while you're in queue, I know the queues are short. Get up, move around, get some sun, grab some water,
Finally,
whatever.
A DPS VOD review.
And then you get into queue, you focus. You get out of queue, you relax. You get into queue, you focus. You do that for 2 hours, and then we can call it. If I were to throw in a number 4, it would be to do a self VOD review once or twice a week of about at most 15 minutes, looking at your focuses for the week to see how you were doing at those focuses. Am I doing better with my positioning if that's what you're focusing on? How am I doing better with my Suzu usage if that's what I'm doing? Whatever it may be with your Kiriko. And then if you see progress, awesome, keep it up. If you feel like you've done a good enough job, then find a different focus and improve at that instead. But even at that, the bare minimum, that's 14 hours, not 7 to 10. And it doesn't sound like a lot more, but if you're hitting 7, that's literally double the amount of time. You see what I'm saying? So percentage-wise, it is a massive jump. Now, I will say there's diminishing returns after 2 or 3 hours a day. Doesn't mean it's not good if you get the opportunity to play 4 hours, but there's diminishing returns about how intensely you're going to be able to focus. And you're a student, obviously, as well, I assume, so you've got a lot of stuff going on. But be honest with me, be honest with yourself. Is that feasible or reasonable with your current time schedule right now? If not, we will find something else that works.
I think it definitely is.
Okay. It's going to be tough, but what I would recommend is not jumping to 20 hours a week. What I would recommend is seeing, let's take the next step, see how it goes, see if I improve, but also see, the more important question is, is this sustainable for me right now? Because what ends up happening is there's a lot of people that I have worked with respectfully, and not even silly, stupid kids, right? Normal adult human beings, right? Who want to get to OWL, want to get to contenders, and then they realize the amount of work and effort and time that it takes, and they go, you know what? I don't know if it's for me. I was in that group. I made all the sacrifices necessary. I got to Overwatch League. I was in Overwatch League for a season and a half. I did my job. I did my job well. But after the season, I was like, you know what? I've got a family. I'm not willing to relocate. I'm not willing to make the sacrifices necessary to be a good coach. So not for me. That's fine. Doesn't say anything about your skill as a person or as a player. It just means that you've just made different choices. So let's start right now by making one step closer towards that goal. See how it goes, and then adjust accordingly as you see fit. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with that. 2 hours a week. Do you understand what I was saying about the self-VOD review as well? Because that's something I might need to elaborate on a little bit.
No, just like focusing on each week you pick like something you want to focus on, and
Mm-hmm.
then when you VOD review, kind of go back and
Mm-hmm.
see if you're actually
Right. Right. Now, what I'm going to do in this review is provide you like a handful of things that you can pick and choose from to focus on, that all of which I think you could benefit from improving on. Once this VOD review is done, 3 or 4 weeks have gone by, you've practiced all those different things, hopefully improved 5%, 2%, 10% on all those different skill sets, then you might need to self-VOD review for a longer duration to actually, once again, reset and find out what you need to work on. Because there's a difference between what we're going to do today, which is finding what you need to improve on, and then doing a status check. You kind of see the difference in those things? The status check can be quick. How am I doing at this particular thing? I don't care about anything else. The what do I need to work on is a little bit longer, a little bit more thorough, and like I said, that's what we're going to be doing today. And those don't need to happen very often. That could be like a monthly thing. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions so far?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's go to the last question. Well, actually, let's check your hero pool. Kiriko, Bap, Ana. Only those heroes right now?
Those are the main ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when Kiriko gets nerfed and she drops out of the meta? What do you play instead? I'm assuming that it might not be, but I'm just giving you a theoretical situation.
I guess it would kind of depend where the meta has shifted. I don't know if Ana will ever be as good as she was.
Do you play Zen?
I've played Zen a little bit, but he's not like a comfort pick.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. You should be okay. That might be a hero that you will need to pick up if he comes into the meta, because if your goal is Contenders Overwatch League and you want to fill that role of, I won't say flex support, aim support, then that is a hero that you're going to be expected to be able to play. So just keep that in mind. Just like how if I wanted to be serious about the game, I would sadly have to pick up the stupid Kiriko hero. But, that's not really my concern. But if that is your concern, that would be something to keep in mind. 7 hours of sleep is okay. How's school going, by the way? Is this your second year, right?
Yeah, sophomore year.
Cool. How's it going? You surviving?
It's going a lot better than I thought it would.
Okay. What does that mean?
It's the workload isn't as bad as everyone kind of made it out to be.
What are you studying for?
Computer science.
You're insane.
And specifically the software side.
Got it. And you kept your sanity. Well done.
Somehow.
Good job. Okay, good. And I really, truly, like, I know this stuff is hard. Like, welcome to the challenge of, like, I want to give the study good effort, but then I also have to give a hobby good effort. It's like, how on earth do you do that? Well, sleep helps, but also good luck. Last question. What do you feel is holding you back? And this is the real big juicy one. To be 100% honest, love it. I'm not too sure. Wow, okay. That is an unusual answer. Usually it's understanding, mechanics, game sense. Understanding, mechanics, game sense, mentality. Understanding, mechanic, game sense, mentality. I think it's mostly understanding what I should be doing in-game individually and for the team, which I'd be providing comms-wise for the team other than cooldowns and ult tracking. Okay. We could talk about that real quickly, actually. That's good. That's a great question. So my little spiel when it comes to communicating is that it is less about how much you talk and what you actually say. And for each role and for each hero specifically, it's less about the quantity and more about your consistency, at communicating what is the most important thing to communicate about. So, like, let's say for you, I'm going to remove ult tracking off the table. Let's say that you're not the ult tracker, just for the sake of the argument here. If you are a Kiriko player, what must you communicate? No, I don't care if you're mute. You have to communicate. You have to communicate. What things?
Cooldowns, I think, on both sides.
What cooldowns?
Specifically, I guess the big ones would be Suzu, what's her name? Sojourn Slide, and then Wraith.
So you're talking about scouting of the enemy team?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. What about for you personally? Because that's being a good teammate, but that has nothing to do with Kiriko specifically.
The biggest one would be your Suzu.
Yes.
Like if you have her or not.
Okay, what else? I would say there's only really one other one that really stands out to me.
Would it be like when you're looking for an ult?
Yes, Kitsune. Everybody should always be communicating your ultimate with very, very few exceptions. But your Kitsune just happens to be the most powerful ultimate in the entire game right now, this meta. So it's also an ultimate that is, I wouldn't say easy to kite, but it is kiteable if your team isn't 100% all on the same page and explosive with it. So if that is not communicated and prepared well, then you are trolling the lobby. So that's it for you. If you want to call Reaper No Wraith, if you want to call ult tracking, because that's how your team handles it right now, be my guest. But you have to look objectively at your hero. Also, it'd be like, what must I call? And for Kiriko, that's it. For Ana, it might be nade timing. It might be nano boost. It might be calling your positioning. Kiriko, I think calling your positioning is a little bit less important because you are so fluid, and you also have really good range as well. But you kind of see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Every hero has some things that they must call. For you, it's the Suzu and the Kitsune. And that's really it. If anything else, if you're more of a chatty guy and you want to call more, you could be my guest, but it's going to depend on the team as well. Okay, do you have any other questions before we jump into the review?
No.
Okay. Keep in mind, like what we talked about in terms of like the scheduling, the hero pool, the communication, everything is going to be more important than what we go over in the review, because that's going to matter always. The stuff that we talked about is permanent. The stuff that we're going to talk about now is Kiriko specific and maybe even meta specific. So that will fade. The way you approach the game will not. Build good habits. If you do have any questions about the gameplay, just holler and we'll pause. You ready to get started?
Yep.
Okay, let's check my audio here. And a little quiet. Okay. What is your job in this composition? The mirror that you're in at the moment.
Build ult.
How?
Don't get picked. Focus healing and then doing damage when you can.
Okay. And then continue. So you healing and then damage when you can, and then keep going. I interrupted you.
Holding Suzu. Like not using it too early.
Okay. What else?
I'm with you.
Enabling like your Reaper.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we can dig up a lot of different things. Just an endless list. I just wanted to see what came to your mind early on. But I definitely think the healing priority is a big one. I think this is one of the things that tilts me about this hero is the amount of healing emphasis that has to be put. I hope that those are the two things that they target first, because in my opinion, it is not what the hero should be. But unfortunately, that's where we're at, where you do get a lot of value out of heal botting more than you should because the numbers are broken, and also your ultimate is too easy to generate. So basically for you, those are two things that you need to be leaning into. Play like fielder, heal as much as you can, do damage when you can, play safe. And then for Suzu, how do you, because the TP is pretty obvious, right? I don't think anybody's going to be doing anything revolutionary with TP, but for Suzu, it's not quite so clear, right? Especially in these neutrals. There's no Death Blossom to enable. There's no Death Blossom to disable. You don't have to use it for Sojourn Shot or necessarily. How do you use your Suzu in these neutrals?
Either as like a counter dive option, like if they jump on your Sojourn, kind of have it so she doesn't get bursted.
Sure. Are they going to be diving your Sojourn often in these neutrals?
If they're caught out with cooldowns.
Sure.
Yeah, if not, most likely not.
Okay, it really depends, right? So one thing that you might have noticed, have you watched much Overwatch League and the finals when they were playing this?
I watched a lot near the end. Yeah.
Okay. One thing you might have noticed is that the Suzu's actually used for bursts of damage, not necessarily just to disable like a dive. So what I mean by that is if we see that both teams are playing it, I wouldn't even say safe, but playing it more cautious around the neutral, right? They're being cautious, right? In other words, they're not going for these crazy hard dives because then the Sojourn just shifts out and they're immediately safe. What they're doing it for is instead to deny a burst of damage once the Winston bubbles break. In other words, you see how, like, let's say both Winstons start trading, the Reapers start trading, the bubbles break. That if that Winston gets shot once by the Reaper, right, that can chunk him. And do you see how that could potentially snowball? Because what will your Winston have to do then?
He'll have to either jump out or...
Right.
Like walk away.
And you lose space, and you go from there. So what you basically have to consider is that, like, obviously you don't want to waste your Suzu, but you also don't want to be using your Suzu in a way to where you have to give up so much space. But gosh Wally, guys, we have our Suzu. Well, it doesn't matter if you've already lost all the space. So let's actually play this by ear. Let's see if we get an opportunity to kind of talk about or see like that opportunity. We probably will. And hopefully it will make a little bit more sense. Be careful about that TP as well. That will work if he doesn't have jump. But if I'm here and I see this as Winston, I'm jumping. Like, frankly, like I'm jumping right here because you don't have this. So what is this going to force immediately?
Suzu.
Suzu, exactly. Suzu immediately is going to put you in the back foot. Yeah. Okay, let's go. So this is where like the Suzu is needed 100%. But theoretically, what should have happened here with Spider Bite?
Sliding towards us.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why that cost you your Suzu, because in theory, that should never have cost you your Suzu, right? But I respect it at the same time. What I'm showing you is that normally is not what you would need Suzu for. And again here, I would say probably focus on healing here. But I think it's okay. He just doesn't Wraith. So this is really important as well. Why are you focusing Reaper here? This is kind of a stupid question, but it's a good thing to keep in mind.
He's low and he has no Wraith, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Even if he wasn't low, and even if he did have Wraith, why would focusing Reaper still be better?
Out of the 3 people in front of me, he's like the highest. What's the word? He can have the most impact.
That's a great word. I'm glad you sat around for it. Yeah, it's 100% true. Like if you could, even if you don't kill him, if you're able to put some pressure on him to force him to play more defensively, that's how you're going to be able to win neutrals, right? So pressure on Monkey is fine, but your damage is less impactful on him, right? And damage pressure on Kiriko to maybe force like a TP might be okay, but again, not as impactful as forcing a Wraith, making the Reaper play more cautious. So if you're gonna do damage, do it in the Reaper. We were looking at Chio POV actually earlier last week, and we saw the same thing. Lucio's always focusing Reaper. Even if you could just even if it's just one time where you hit that headshot and you force a Wraith early, totally worth it. As long as it doesn't compromise your healing, we're good to go. Nice shot. Nice. Lost her for a second. So I will say, this is where I think you're focusing damage a little too much. Now, I'm the first guy to say, like, damage is impactful, but I especially think in this particular composition, the healing priority is just better. Especially when you are not weaving, you are solely damaging. Like right here, you are solely damaging. Do you see how your Winston is slowly losing armor? This has to be prevented whenever possible, because as soon as that armor drops, he starts to snowball quickly. It becomes a lot harder to heal. So that's about 3 shots in a row. And I respect it. You get the kill, but it's actually so much more important there for you to rely on your DPS to do the thing, and then for you to, at the very least, weave damage and healing. Don't focus only on damage unless your Winston's literally full HP. It's a very good rule to kind of aim for. And ultimately there as well, even your positioning there ends up forcing your Suzu just a little bit early, which we don't love. Like this is at least better, right? There's at least weaving going on. Okay. Give me questions so far.
Not yet.
Okay. Keep going. And this is where if you were to take like a high ground position like this and just spam, I would be totally fine with it. Again, it's all about farming that ult as fast as you possibly can, so it's okay. don't do that. Yeah. That's the best advice I have for you here is do not Suzu bubble. To be perfectly frank with you, I'm going to be a little bit disrespectful for right now. Your Sojourn's kind of beefing it at the moment. This is not that hard. We just need to be able to shift out, and then somehow we beef that up. Like, I understand that Lucio boop is a thing and Winston landing boop is a thing, but Spider-Man has to be able to play this more. I would go so far to say that, is this a scrimmage, by the way, or ranked?
This is scrim.
Okay, so I would talk with Spider-Bite respectfully and be like, listen, I do not want to Suzu you if they dive you. This is not like this strategy is okay, but the freaking Dallas Fuel, we're struggling with the strategy working because all proper do is just shift out, right? So this should be the same for you guys. Even though you don't have a proper, you should still have somebody that can press the shift button when they get dove. This is not good. It cannot cost you your Suzu. It cannot cost you your Suzu. That one was obviously more your fault in terms of wasting the Suzu anyway, but I'm tired of seeing Spider-Bite force you to use your Suzu, and so I'm just gonna have to bring it up. Ow! Disaster. Okay, this is a mistake of not in the moment decision making. I promise you, this is a mistake and preparation. You guys knew that going into this fight that things might get messy, right? Why? You're the ult tracker, right?
Yeah.
So what do you know?
We know that they're going to be close to their support ults as well.
Right. Well, I mean, not support ults, certainly not. You guys can press tab, but you know at least beat, right? Or at least primal rage, right? So, okay, this is going to be a fight where you're going to need to use an ultimate. Shocking, okay? This has to be communicated. I want to use my ult first. I want to use my Kitsune first, okay? Or we're going to beat first and then Kitsune if we need to. This is disaster. Absolute disaster, because although your ult doesn't function exactly like a support ult, it is very close to one. And especially if you read the tempo of the battle right now, you're okay, right? You're gonna be okay. Like if you pop one or the other, not both. This is a disaster. Good focus on the Reaper. You're a bloodthirsty one. Okay. I mean, I respect it, and I really truly think that playstyle is going to be a lot better when they do actually nerf Kiriko.
Hope you're doing well today, Spilo.
Because I think like the hero is designed to be able to weave and play dynamically. Just right now, her heal botting is too strong. So, but okay, yeah, we need to avoid that at all costs. And even if it only happens once is too much. It's a map losing mistake, to be honest with you. Okay. This is really important for you, okay? Because we're assaulting the low-hanging fruit here. You're weaving. You're damaging too much. Your Suzu's getting forced on a Sojourn, and you stack support ults, okay? I'm not going to talk about micro positioning. I'm not going to talk about all the other crap. Those are the three most important things. Now, there's one other low-hanging fruit that is impactful in these particular situations right now. Look at your old economy right now. Look at the enemy old economy right now, and you tell me what you need to be using Suzu for.
The Blossom that's coming up.
Right. Who is Blossom that's coming up? It's a really important question. What about your Reaper?
Yeah, you could save it to Suzu your own Reaper so he doesn't get booped.
Here's the thing. You can do either. There is no right answer here. You get to pick. If you're like, we have Blossom first because we have more damage, let's just go with ours. Sure, go for it. But you just need to position accordingly and be aware of the enemy Reaper, right? Have your TP available, right? All good.
Yeah.
You could be like, I don't want to go in aggressively. Let's just defensively peel. Then I'm going to Suzu theirs. And so then your Reaper needs to know that he probably should Death Blossom inside like a monkey bubble, right? Now, I'm not expecting you to communicate all this kind of details. All you need to be doing internally or externally, if you're talking about things that you need to communicate, this is one of those Kiriko-specific communications, right? We talked about Suzu communication. Well, for crying out loud, here it is. Talk with your Reaper. Hey, I'm not giving you Suzu, or I want to give you Suzu. Just let me know when you want to let it rip, right? Over everything else, that's what you need to be calling right now. So let's see how it's executed, and then I know whether I'm going to blame you communicationally or not. Battle Peeker. This is like a classic example, though, right? Because if you're looking to save your Suzu for Reaper, right? What's the problem here?
I used it.
Right. Why did you use it for that?
To try and, I guess, make sure our Lucio lived.
Sure. But why is your Lucio in a situation, or why are you in a situation where you almost died? Could you have positioned better here is the question I'm trying to get at.
we could have been more passive.
Yeah, I think so too. Or smart, or at least reacted better, or you could have TP'd away up to here, right? You would have had a TP location preset if they do use jump on you. Because that's the goal, right? Like, you shouldn't have to Suzu every single time somebody gets dove. The whole point of this composition is that every single hero in your comp has an escape cooldown that isn't Suzu, right? And you're making the same mistake right now that your Sojourn made, where it's like somehow they're just jumping us and getting Suzu for us. That should not be happening, and that's on you pre-fight figuring out where you needed to go or deciding what you want to do with Suzu. Because now, oh boy, you've had to use both. Disaster. Yeah, just a mismanagement of your cooldowns. Okay. Surely we get out. Surely we get out. Silly, silly, silly. Tell me why this is silly. Besides the Winston bubble. Because you know that the enemy Winston's probably going to bubble this. Okay, so that's silly. But why else is this silly? Has nothing to do with the fact that it hits Lucy. That's just an accident.
We're down one?
Nope. Nope. Look at your Winston. What's your Winston going to do right now?
Probably die, because it's a 5v1 in that area. Oh, he has primal. I completely forgot.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, this is why Kiriko is hard. This is, I think I released, I think was it yesterday, a video on YouTube. This is what makes Kiriko hard, right? The mechanics, everybody talks a lot about the M1, right? Obviously, the M1 is hard to land. The damage is hard to land, right? But this is really where the complexity of Kiriko lies. Is the ability to track enemy cooldowns, to track your team's cooldowns, and make a decision about Suzu, right? So this is where you win or lose fights, right here. This seems just like a silly mistake, but no, it's life or death, really. It really truly is life or death. Because now, if your Reaper wants a Death Blossom, can he?
He can, but it wouldn't be super safe, and the monkey booping them away. Right,
you could legitimately TP in here, Suzu the floor, and Death Blossom, and maybe win this fight. Even considering they have all these ultimates. But now, I really don't know. I mean, that right there was your opportunity for impact. If you want to talk about carrying fights, nice. That was your opportunity for impact, and you missed it. It's not flashy, it's not sexy, but that's where Kiriko carries, right? If that gets wasted, it's over. Love it. You're kind of a feeder, but that's okay. I respect it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hey, you know what? I don't even care though, because let's look at your healing output right here. Okay, actually, never mind. You weren't healing there, so you should have been healing. So screw that. So you're still not weaving it up. You're getting too much positive reinforcement for this. That's okay. Especially look at your ult, right? You're just so close. Just get the ult. I mean, here obviously everything's fine. So you're cracked, by the way. I'll give credit where credit is due. Okay. So what are you seeing so far?
The Susan use is not great.
Okay, what about it? Be specific. What needs to be practiced?
Mostly the timing and who or what I would use it with, and I'm saving it for that.
Yeah. So let's get something actionable with that. If you're gonna go into a ranked game or a scrimmage, how are you gonna use your Suzu better? What actions are you gonna take, or what are you gonna do better?
Consciously think more about what I want to use it for,
when?
And then in like the mid fight,
maybe mid fight's hard.
Right.
I was just talking about this yesterday in a private coaching session, and my dad used to always tell me you should know in baseball where you're gonna throw the ball before the ball's hit. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the pre-fight planning.
Pre-fight planning. Now, you're not always going to be able to do that. Sometimes an opportunity is going to present itself where somebody just needs to be saved, unfortunately. Maybe you get caught off guard. Maybe their Sojourn just tries to hit a one-shot you, right? But as much as you possibly can, try to make things easier for you mid-fight by doing the work pre-fight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think most of the misused Suzus here, outside of, I think, the Sojourn one where she just goofed up her shift, were some things that you could have anticipated and prepared pre-fight. I know my Winston has Primal. I know that I want to use my Suzu on Death Blossom, so I need to position smarter. Even just those two alone were big enough to justify a pre-fight prep, okay? Okay, that's one thing. That's something that we can work on. Keep going. What else do we need to work on?
More heal botting.
A little more heal botting. I won't even say heal botting because I don't know. I just feel like that's just such a boring, stupid thing to say. Let's just focus on making sure at the very least that you're weaving properly. You understand what I'm saying by weaving, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what else would you say? Remember the double.
Like,
remember the double support ult. Remember
like positioning
the Kitsune and beat at the same time.
Oh,
huh. Yeah.
Comment what else you want to use.
Yeah. More team-wide specific than ranked, but yeah, definitely. Don't do that again, ever again. I don't care if it's once per round. It's agony. I mean, really, if you think about it, that was the one Kitsune rush you had this round, right? And it was wasted. That sucks. Okay. Anything else that you're seeing? That's a lot. But anything else that you want to keep an eye on?
I think in a couple of fights I could be in like a more passive spot, like position-wise.
Let's clarify that. I wouldn't say more passive, but you need to have a more obvious escape route. Like a location to TP to is what I mean. So like, remember when you were here and you ended up Suzuing your Lucio? Remember that?
Yeah. You
got dove. That was a situation where I think even if your Lucio had been there, I think you would have Suzued yourself because you didn't know where your monkey was to get you out of jail, essentially. He was up here, right? Would have been better for you to know that and to execute that TP. Maybe you still have to Suzu your Lucio, whatever. But I don't know if you knew that ahead of time. That's why it's so important that you and your Sojourn don't end up stacked so that your Sojourn has an escape route or you have an escape route. But if your Sojourn's going to accidentally end up stacked, then you need to have an escape route. You need to have an escape route. Okay, make sense?
Yep.
So we have 4 things. Let's keep fleshing these 4 things out, and let's see if we can create some sort of hierarchy by the end of the VOD. A little too much damage still. Look at your monkey's HP. Right? That's a full HP monkey. If you're able to do even just a healing and damage, you're doing healing, damage, healing, damage, healing, damage. This isn't Baptiste, right? Even Baptiste slows him down a little bit, but I want this monkey full HP. Especially because, okay, like those shots aren't always super impactful unless they're specifically targeted on a target, right? Reaper, if this was a headshot and a Reaper, I'd be singing a different tune, right? But you're not really able to do that right here. So please have a little bit better balance with this damage healing. Classic example of a Suzu anticipation, right? Look at the situation. He's not full HP on entry, right? But remember, you've just seen bubble, right? From both teams. Where's the Suzu need to go?
On the monkey.
On the monkey, right? Now, if, let's say they jump you and you don't have Suzu, what do?
You have to TP.
Right. Why is that okay? Because where are they?
They're behind us at that point.
Right. They've used their mobility to get you, so then you TP away and you're safe. You're not going to get jumped, right? You kind of see what I'm saying? So as long as they're using their jump to get to you, you don't need your Suzu for yourself. Maybe if they have Primal to continue chasing, maybe, but that's way down the road. Right now, this Suzu needs to be used, and I think I would go as far as saying that you could be positioning here a little bit more aggressively. So, like, I think playing near the corner is good, but then as soon as you see them turn, you could start to walk forward like your Sojourn up to this corner here, so you could better land your Suzu, better land your healing, better land your damage. You need to understand the flow of where they're putting their attention to and then responding accordingly. If they're putting it on you, play it safer. If they're putting it on your monkey, you need to play more aggressively, otherwise your monkey will die. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Back. Woo. I thought for sure you were going to get the kill. I had a lot of faith in you. Good shots. Easy. This is not what we want cooldown trade-wise. Look at that number on the bottom right of your screen. Can you see it through my 4 bit rate? 14, right?
Yeah.
Ouchies. right there is Suzu, right? Suzu right here. I mean, I don't even know if we're gonna be able to break bubble, but yeah, theoretically, theoretically here, that's where Suzu goes. Let's actually look at her heal on entry. Suzu. I think this guy could still be a little bit higher, right? Also too much damage, right? Because look at this, look at this. This is actually really important. I appreciate that you're trying to damage off of the dive, right? Oh, look at your monkey's HP.
And he has no armor.
He has no armor, right? And then now there's no point healing, right? Because he's in bubble. But that is, I would say, 2 Afuda, probably. Right here, that's 1 burst right there. And then probably maybe at least 1, maybe 2 bursts that would have given him time and probably given him what? He would probably be about 400 HP here, I think. That would be my guess, somewhere around there. And he would be about 250 HP here. You land Suzu, and this Lucio dies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The margin of error here is really, really tight. Now, it seems micro-focused, but what I always go so far to say is, you're just crazy. You're just crazy. It's not so much that the micro matters, so much as that for you, the big things that you have to be doing, we have to be really, really nitpicky with. There's not a lot you need to be doing, but you need to be doing it very, very, very well. Get her, get her, get her. Ah, okay, okay. That being said, let's take a brief moment here. No! What is he doing? Does he get booped? What happens? What happens? Seriously, what happens here?
I think he just missed his jump, to be honest.
No! Okay. Alright, probably could have gotten out, I think, if he'd really tried for it instead of going ball bloodthirsty mode, but whatever, I respect it. Right. We got a cap! But we're gonna die. Don't do it, don't do it. Okay, we're good. Alright, whatever. Unlucky, go next. What do you think about this Kitsune? What do you think?
I think it kind of prevents a kite just because it goes all the way to their bridge unless they back into that right building.
What do you think about this proximity here? You think this is all right? Think you're close enough?
I think I'm too close.
I think maybe you
at the
personally are too close. Yeah, but I agree. I think this Kitsune looks okay. All right. Now, right now, should you be doing with Suzu? I understand that you're in Kitsune Rush, so you're going to generate it fast, so maybe it doesn't matter as much, but what do you have to be aware of?
The enemy Reaper.
What else? See? What does he have?
He has Primal.
Primal. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay. Again, a little bit more healing. This guy, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm just so excited to look at the second. What did he do this time? What did he do? What is he doing? He's jumping off the map. No, not again. I'm sorry. It just keeps happening. Oh no. Sorry, I just can't control myself. Oh my gosh. Oh, Winston off the map over and over and over again. All right, what do you think about your performance on this fight?
I think it was pretty mid.
Okay, in what regard?
What
could you have done better? What did you do? Okay. Could you have done better?
I think the ult was okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second Suzu wasn't super necessary.
When the Winston initially jumped here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. What else?
And then the obvious, like, more healing.
Yeah, probably a little bit more healing towards the end, I think. Yeah, okay. I'd agree. I'd say mid. Not good, not bad. Looked okay. All right, well, I see Owl's really doing you guys a favor. Really, I think he probably should be okay. I understand why you Suzu there, but I just pray to goodness that you don't have to end up Suzuing something like that whenever you can. This is where, like, it's like on a nade, you know? It's like, do I really have to nade this tank? Can I really get away with not doing it? Sometimes you're going to lose the guy, but I would go as far as saying is like this fight, because you guys have Death Blossom, because they have Death Blossom, I would go as far to say it would be better to roll the die and see if he can survive without it than it would be to use it, because I think you really, really, really need Suzu this fight. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And again, this is not a decision that you can make in the moment, but this is a decision that you can prep to where you can be like, I'm really going to try and save my Suzu. I'm really going to try and save it. And then maybe if you're entering this fight with that mentality, maybe you don't Suzu this. Maybe you do, I don't know. But this is rough. Well, maybe you didn't need Suzu. Alright, get some damage. Damage. Don't really like that Winston bubble, but okay. Heal. Ah! So what should your entire mentality be right now?
Save Suzu for the Blossom.
Right, where is that Reaper? I don't think you had a lot of time to prepare here, but that might even influence the way you're positioning, right? The where you're like, I'm not going to break line of sight with that Reaper even for a second, because I need to know where that guy is at all times. I don't think you had much time to react here. I'm not going to blame you very much, but I think it could have been, like you said, it was mid. It wasn't bad, you didn't troll, but man, it could have just been a little bit better. Oh, crud. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing you could do here. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what are we seeing based off of that round? We'd already brought up the 4 things, and I would say that for the most part, I think those 4 things, I would add a 5th after watching that round. But are there any of those that we would emphasize more or less based off of what you saw?
Picking and choosing who or where to use Suzu, like pre-fight.
Okay. Okay, that one was definitely impactful there. What about the weave? Remember first fight?
I think it was even more impactful that
Yep.
I didn't weave that much.
Yeah, I agree. The stacking the support ults didn't happen, so maybe that was just a freak accident that very rarely happens. So you know this better than I do, but if that's something that almost never ever happens, then maybe that's one of the 4 that we discard. You don't have to answer that question, just something to keep in the back of your mind. But at the very least, we have 3 things that were still impactful there. The Suzu usage, having an escape route as necessary, maybe we can save our Suzu on herself. And then the healing priority for sure. Sound good?
Yep.
Let's keep going. Horrible Sojourn E from their Sojourn. Horrible Sojourn E from your Sojourn. Oh, actually you got Wraith, so maybe it's okay. We're gonna go Teru on these guys. Oh, maybe you're calling the rotation. Are you calling the rotation here, or are you just going for the flank?
It was definitely called.
Let's go. You're wild. I mean, if you're gonna do that, your team needs to push. Your team would need to, like, unironically dive. Like, this is okay. So this is not exactly what the focus of the review is, but if you were to go for something like this would be where you'd want your Sojourn E to be placed like on this location as well, and then you would have your Munston, what am I saying? The Munston or the Wonky, the Monkey or Winston jump here, right, onto the same target, and then you can heal them and basically pressure at the same time, and then you would be able to rotate from there. It's a decent neutral, but your team just kind of AFK'd, so end up using 2 cooldowns and not really doing anything, so unfortunate. Good healing. Can't blame me for that death outside of the initial fight plan. Heal. Okay, good. you have to keep in mind the healing priority is important, but it's usually slightly more important because of your tank, right? It's not as, oh, my Reaper's missing 5 HP, I should stop everything to heal the Reaper. It's more about the protecting your Winston's armor, especially because your Winston is like, he needs every little bit of HP that he can get. I would go as far to say, like, if you're running this with like a Roadhog at any point in time, it's still important to keep him as close to full as you can, but it's probably even less important than a Winston. Kind of see what I'm saying? But yeah, I think this fight was just a mess from a team play aspect, but I don't think it was like... So like again here, it's like it's gonna need to be a dive, because otherwise that entire cooldown trade is just worthless. So you're trolling, but in a different way. And I wouldn't say it's just you. And again here, this is like where I would say what do you think about your weaving here? Let's actually stop. This is a really important question. What do you think about this? You're just doing damage. What do you think?
I think it's okay because
Why?
everyone I can see or actually heal is either full or
Right.
almost full.
You can't help this. The best thing you could do to help this is to kill somebody, right? Which is what you're doing. Exactly. That's very important. I mean, it sounds stupid, like obviously, but I want to make sure that you understand the context. Like right there is totally fine to Suzu this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know whether... I could tell you were thinking about it, but you were like, I don't know. I don't know either. I think it's fine to hold it. Should I Kiriko? Should I Kiriko? I will say that if you were to Kiriko ultimate, doing it when you're down your Lucio is probably the best target, because you at least have the damage there to get kills, you know? So if you were ever to Kitsune Rush down 4v5, do it when you're down your Lucio. Not when you're down one of your DPS or your tank.
Okay.
Tiny, 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 tiny micro detail, but probably worth mentioning. Again here, I know you're thinking Kitsune, but have a good neutral first, right? You're frontlining, your Winston's missing HP, let him engage first, you know? And then he also needs to be able to trust your Suzu as well, to where the goal, like that Winston bubble should just explode, and then you should be able to get Suzu off of it, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Heal, good. Good pressure on the Reaper. I love the Reaper focus. It's too late. The Suzu should have been there earlier. So from your point of view there, I think a little bit better heal priority, a little bit better neutral priority, and the Suzu's just goofed, but it felt more like a team play issue here than just, oh, you know, you're trolling the lobby. You gotta see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Must break that bubble. Must break that bubble. Probably didn't need that one, and then obviously you definitely needed to not use that one because of
The Reaper.
which you should have known was coming when?
Yeah.
Now. Right.
Yeah,
You're literally thinking about it right now. Okay, we've got Reaper, they've got Reaper. I needed big Suzuing that. Priority over everything else. Because the idea of Suzuing your Winston is normally fine. But okay, here's the irony. The reason why Suzuing your Winston is important is partially because of Sojourn Shot, but more importantly, it's because of Reaper damage as those bubbles are breaking, right? The irony is that you Suzu this guy because you're thinking, oh no, his bubble's broken, but where's the Reaper?
Oh, at this point we don't see him, so
He's here. So even though his bubble is broken, that's why your Winston is taking no damage. Do you see this? It's because there's no Reaper, because it's on you. The idea is that you're Suzuing Reaper, right? You're the enemy Reaper. That's why you Suzu your monkeys, because the enemy Reaper is on your monkey. If the enemy Reaper is not in your monkey, that really changes who you Suzu here. Because if this Reaper, for example, is chasing your monkey, this would be an okay Suzu because your monkey would get sandblasted in 2 shots, right? But you see what I'm saying, right?
yeah.
Okay. Really important you track that position. All right. Surely we pull this one out. Again, Suzu here. Suzu here is I'm Suzuing Death Blossom, or I'm defensively Suzuing versus the beaten cage, right? Okay. Ah! See?
Yeah.
It's all right. Again, even pre-fight prep here, it's not going to make you see Wraith and not see Wraith, but it's going to be, I really cannot use my Suzu on this. That's going to be the mindset. It's like what we saw on the previous round where you Suzu'd your Reaper when you're like not sure if he was safe or not. You know what? If he dies, he dies. Like you cannot afford to use Suzu, because if you use Suzu like this, you're basically guaranteeing that you lose. You're not even rolling the dice, it's just you're guaranteeing that you lose. Okay. Like this should not be a winnable fight now. Okay, you know what? You're just disgusting. Shame on you. You're just disgusting. Like, what is wrong with you? How am I supposed to coach? I can't coach. You're ruining everything.
My bad.
All right. Well, that'll. The funny thing is this is actually still, maybe losable. You still see, like, even that, like, how, like, unbelievable difficult that was without the Suzu. Like, you really should have died. Okay, well, Goliathan ruining my point again. Haha. You Lucio just goes flying in there. Okay. All right. Well, what do you think about this? What do you think about this fight? Let's say you're Suzuing or you're tracking correctly, right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think we should probably engage first with the ult, because they don't have anything to really, besides kiting, they can't really do much.
What about Suzu then? How do you Suzu?
I can Suzu with the start of the ult, because then it'll build up quicker.
Sure. I think you'd be pretty sloppy with it, you know? You throw it in there and block that initial burst of damage. You get it again. There's no counter ult you need to counter right now. That third Suzu maybe you'll need for like a primal or a Kiriko ult, but you could be like, we could treat it like a neutral, right? Where I'm just gonna block it to block a burst of damage on my front line, right? I'm gonna block it to prevent my Reaper Wraith getting forced. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your Suzu, by the way, is actually really, really good at that. If you can combo with your Kitsune Rush on your Reaper, if you can keep your Reaper from being focused in the first second or two of the Kitsune Rush, that's like literally like 30-40% of the value of the Kitsune Rush. Just the first several seconds of your Reaper shooting like a madman. The worst thing ever in the world is seeing a Reaper wraithing in Kitsune Rush. So if you prevent that with an early Suzu, then I'll be your biggest fan.
Okay.
Okay. Missed that one. That's unfortunate. This is a messy fight. I don't think you guys set this one up well. This is more of a fight setup issue. I'm not going to blame you for this one, but you guys really needed to be setting up that Kiriko. There's no reason for this to get as messy as it did. Like, just win the fight, you know? Win the fight. Set it up.
Yeah.
And that's it. GG's. Okay. What are you seeing?
I think one of the biggest thing is the Suzu and the healing.
Okay. I agree. The important thing with both of those things too is the fact that they are consistently going to be, I wouldn't say issues, but things that you can improve upon probably almost every single fight you play, even in ranked. So not only are they impactful, they're frequent, right? So I think they're going to have a very, very, very big impact on your quality of play individually and within the team. Now, the tricky thing is because they do happen so frequently and because they are so impactful, they're also going to be hard to master, right? You're probably going to be able to look back at your replay code when you're Overwatch League MVP for the 12th year in a row and still find a couple of fights where you could have weaved a little bit better. Still find a situation where like, oh, I probably didn't need to Suzu there. I should have known, so-and-so, right? But there is still a lot of room for growth of those things. And those are two extremely impactful things. I don't care what they do with Kiriko. Even if they nerf for healing a lot, you're still going to want to take a look at how much balance you are between the two and find really just find what the balance should be. If we were to throw in a couple of other details in there, what would you say? Just a couple of little snacks here and there. What would you go for?
I should think more about pre-fight planning.
Okay, pre-fight planning, anticipating what your team or the enemy team wants to do. What else?
Not feeding at the beginning of the fight, being in front of a monkey.
Yeah. Just
Positioning.
Yeah, pre-fight positioning just a little bit. Yeah, 100%. Anything else?
Besides the big ones that we already talked about, I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
think that
I would say maybe just an extra little detail to throw in there is just to make sure that you're shooting the right targets. So if you are going to be damaging, who is your number one priority?
the Reaper.
Right. Obviously, metas are going to shift. Metas are going to change. That target's going to change. So then you're going to need to find out who's my next target to prioritize. And then doing that. It's easy to like dopamine kick it up by just smashing the enemy tank, but not necessarily the most impactful thing you could be doing in Overwatch 2 especially. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
With the Kitsune, like if we want to use it super early, how like what would be the best way to kind of set it up to where it gets ignited if we're trying to do it like pretty early?
3, 2, 1, exploder on a corner with scouting, and try and not use any of your cooldowns. Just W key, and then the second that they try and use their cooldowns, you just pursue with yours. Like the goal is that you 3, 2, 1, explode on a corner. You do a lot of damage immediately. They're going to use their cooldowns, but then you're also going to use your cooldowns to pursue, but you will have a massive HP advantage. And because technically you'll still get the 1.5 second lingering benefit, you'll have the advantage of cooldowns, again, faster. Do you see what I'm saying? So even if you fully kite out of the Kiriko ultimate immediately, you'll have an HP advantage and you'll have a cooldown advantage that you should be able to lead to actual kills. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Good luck. Keep in touch. Let me know if you have any other questions. Just shoot me a message and I'll get back to you. And replay code rule is if you have any scrim or ranked game where you were not sure exactly what you needed to be doing, or you wanted to know how was my Suzu usage here and so on, shoot me a message, link the replay code and the timestamp, and I will take a look back at it and send you some feedback. Sound good?
Yep.
Remember, most important thing we talked about, I would say 70-80% of the value is the first 20-25 minutes, right? Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Good luck, and I will chat with you later. Sound good?
Yep.
All right.
I will talk to you later.
See you, mate. Have a good one.
See ya.
All right, that was Goliath and Kiriko Extraordinaire. Let's continue to go. I actually might need to get some water, yo. I'm all out of water. Give me a second. I don't know why I'm like. I don't know. It's not like a grandpa here. Oh, bless your beautiful heart, forever you may be. I will not want to, but you're gonna hold me. I'll be my love, if and when you say I do. Hey, oh, where the cooking school, if and you say I do. When the enemy pops Smoky ult and he dives backline as a Kiriko, should be shooting Reaper, looking at squishies. Probably shooting Reaper because, again, the squishies are usually, if they're playing well, are so very hard to kill. So Reaper is oftentimes the most lethal and also the easiest to kill target, usually. Have you thought about getting a humidifier? Might help for your dry cough. I have. It's not so much a dry cough. I don't know what it is. I don't know. There's too much screaming. We're able to get around the highlight I tagged you in. No, but I could do that really quick right now. Just 1 second. Go and just. Wait, where, chat? Lockie, where is it? Oh, it's in highlights. Okay, let's check this out, chat. Diva 5K bomb investigation.
The soldier literally bamboozled me. Yeah, fuck you know. The soldier bamboozled me. But I went on the back.
Oh, I
Killed everyone.
think I know what the Kiriko was trying to do. She used her Suzu. She threw it on the floor.
Too late, maybe.
Yeah, you can see her activating it actually. But there's a cast. There's a cast, isn't there? And she dies to it.
There's a bit of a
Oh,
5K.
and I think the Bap even uses lamp.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the Suzu.
So Bap
You
has
can see
lamp.
me dash from the...
Ooh.
He had lamp?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think
Oh no! I think it hit
goes
something.
inside. It goes inside, I think. I think it goes inside the room.
So unironically, your blade actually didn't get anything out, which is so funny because normally people
I
react to it.
bladed. Yeah, I bladed. I was like,
Because he does throw it out.
he did. Yeah, the Suzu was like 2 seconds away.
Yeah, he's throwing it now,
2 milliseconds away. Yeah, that's.
and it.
How do you
Huh?
pause? Let me see.
Where is it? He definitely throws it out though.
Where does it go?
Yeah. Oh my God.
It gets caught
He
in the
throws
roof.
it and it hits the roof.
It disappeared.
That's so
It's
unfortunate.
that bug. It's that bug. Like sometimes when it hits the roof, it just disappears.
Wow.
I didn't know that was a bug.
So,
Oh, it's
so
insane.
Kiriko is
Straight
waiting to
disappeared.
use her. That's why she hits. Oh, he doesn't know where the bomb is.
Quite the play.
That's why
Oh,
he
he
looks
just put out
around.
his shield.
He turns round. He turns around to see me. Oh.
Oh
Right.
my gosh. That was a
Okay.
well-placed bomb,
How
I'm
does-
not gonna
how
lie
does
though. Because it was lined up perfectly with a hallway and behind the cover. That was a really hard bomb to
Yeah.
hide
Run
from.
away from me. It's like,
How did
yeah,
he?
he went to kill me too. Yeah, that was a bomb. And then he just died.
Like, look, it lines up right up with this hallway.
Like,
Everyone is just watching each other. Like, what do we do now?
yeah, but like all
See, like, there's no cover. This was a good bomb.
accounts, this bomb should not have worked. It's a misplay by the Sigma.
I think it was a good bomb. I think it was a really good bomb, honestly. That Sigma is going to be isolated. You're going to force a lot of cooldowns. You get all the way through this hallway. You get all the way behind this cover here. You're going to get behind here. You're going to get behind here.
Play
This,
with the
this is a good bomb.
Kiriko.
This is a good bomb.
Yeah.
You're just an idiot for dying to the high noon.
Misplay, yeah,
Because you're sitting on here. Look at this jackass out here pistoling into a high noon.
yeah, a misplay by the bat.
Massive greed. You're an idiot. But nice bomb. Nice bomb. All right, let's All right. You're an idiot, but nice bomb. Classic. Let's do this. 24 minutes ago, we get a replay code. So this one's a freshie. Can you give us some tips for Winston? I want to know when to focus the support. Whenever you can. At the moment, I would ask that in ! Discord, hashtag Ask Spilo channel in my Discord, because we'll be doing that a little bit later today. But unfortunately, we have to get into another coaching session, so sadly, you'll have to wait just a little bit. Hello!
Yo,
How's it going?
what's up, brother?
Nothing much, nothing much. I'm checking out your form as we speak. This is a fresh code here. Is this just a few minutes ago?
Yeah, I wanted to get one from today because I was like, if I send him one from the other day, like I don't know.
Oh, it's Soldier
No, the
76
freshest.
too?
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm stoked. I love Soldier.
I was thinking, I was like, he's been getting a lot of like the meta heroes, and I was like, you know what? I love the
Real
legs. So I'm
MVP.
gonna, yeah.
Yeah,
Give you something different.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, what rank are you at the moment?
Diamond 3. I actually just got freshly demoted this morning. Let's go.
Where from?
Diamond 1.
That's okay. That's okay. It's not that far of a drop. All right. So first off, bless you for sending me a delightful non-meta hero.
Yeah.
Give me a brief rundown of your history in Overwatch 1/Overwatch 2, if you don't mind.
Okay, so I started on console back in the day. My buddy got me introduced to it. I probably started around, I think, a season before Brig was brought into the game. What season was that? Like
12, 13?
Well, yeah, something like that. And so by the time I had moved to PC, Brig was in full swing along with Goats. It probably took a season or two for Goats to really like start happening, but around there. And I was gold for a couple of seasons. I actually don't have the password information in my main account, so the amount of hours you see on this account that I sent you is like, I have a ton of hours on this, but that's just because I've been playing it for the last like 2-3 seasons.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I hit 3,800 on DPS.
Nice.
I've hit like 3,500 on tank, but honestly, I don't really feel like a Masters player because I spend most of my time in Diamond, unfortunately, and then I climb up to Masters and then I fall right back down. So
Sad.
there's some inconsistency there.
Yeah, sad. Okay. We'll see if we can sniff it out. Okay, so you transition to Overwatch 2 in Diamond. How you been liking the game?
I mean, I think Overwatch 2 is amazing. I think in the last like 2 weeks though, I've had like kind of like some, I don't even know how to describe it, but just like the games have been really weird. So I was like not feeling it as much. But overall, I mean, I still love Overwatch. So yeah, Overwatch 2 is fun. I think it's a little more fast paced in my opinion.
Yep. I could agree with that.
And as a DPS player, like I mean, one less tank is like, I mean, come on.
Yeah. So much less clutter on your screen. So many more things to kill.
Exactly.
All right. So what do you hope to get out of the session? In your forum, you said better decision making. Do you want to elaborate on that and/or throw in any other
so I actually
details?
wrote down some things before we jumped into this, so I could actually have some things to talk about. Do you know who Forgiving is? I mean, the tank player streamer.
Mm-hmm. The coach.
So I actually used to get coach. Yeah. I used to get coaching sessions by him. We became pretty good, like pals or whatever. And so some of the stuff I learned from him is like carried over into my gameplay. But
nice.
I found that my decision making is kind of like, let me think of the best way to put this. I think there are times where I think I need to do things that I don't need to be doing, essentially. So I feed a lot where I'm like, oh, I just shouldn't have even been doing that. And then there's times where like one of the biggest things that I wrote down is like, how do I reset when teammates stagger, right? So like in comp, if like, let's say I lose my tank, or like which hero when I lose that hero is like the worst, like, oh, we lost our Kiriko, we got to get out, or like we lost Winston.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
deciding when fights are still winnable versus like when I should just be backing up and that kind of thing.
Such a good question. I have to think about that for a second. I mean, the low-hanging fruit is obviously like if you have no healing, that's always a tough one.
Right.
If you don't have a main tank, like really actually a main tank, screw it. If you don't have a tank, that sucks too, because the tank is really the most powerful person on the field.
Exactly.
Unless they've got like no cooldowns or anything.
And obviously, like with Overwatch, I already know like it's vastly dependent on like what the scenario is. Like they could be running a certain comp where it's like in this situation you can go in, but I think like, or if it's like you're a hit scan player or you're playing Echo and you lose your Mercy pocket, then it's like everything's very situational. But I think overall there are times where I'm like, should I be trying to turn this fight or should I be like backing up and not?
Let's do this. Let's do this. You made me do it. So
let's get it. Actually, yeah, let me full screen this.
I would say there's 3 things that you'd want to look at if we're just going to try and make it nice, happy. I realize I make like little sermons about my little points because I the 3 points of this and that.
I know. I watch your stream. I like the paint. It's
just easy to remember with. All right, so the first one is like who. So who you've lost is, I would say, if we were to create a hierarchy, the tank is the most important thing. If you've lost your tank, that's going to definitely impact things. That's supposed to be an end. But okay, tank is the most important thing. Main source of healing. I wouldn't even say all your healing, but you would like to have some form of healing if you're deciding about whether the fight's winnable or losable. And then this is the big one, right? Okay, so then also we're going to go what is actually a really, really important question because it's not just about the cooldowns that they have, okay? But it's also about the ultimates that they have as well. For example, if we're down 1, but my Winston has Primal Rage, it's actually really, really winnable. And this is, keep in mind, for both friendly, we'll make this clear, friendly...
Right.
I need to get
so like let's say, oh, we're up 1, let's push, but you know they have crazy ults, and it's like, oh, we've overextended and we've made a big mistake.
Right. So we'll do friendly or enemy. So what this means is if the enemy team has got a pick, but it costs them all of their cooldowns and they're all relatively low, then that fight is actually winnable because you guys might still have cooldowns to punish and you guys might still have HP to punish. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, a Winston might jump in with a Tracer, dive the backline. They use Lamp, they use Amp Speed, there's Diva peels back, uses all of her Matrix. They've used literally everything, and your Tracer dies, but your Winston has Primal Rage. He's going to get a kill with that Primal Rage. You know what I'm saying? He's going to get a kill. Yeah, it's going to happen. They have nothing left, and he still has his big ult, and they're going to win off of that. So this is really, really important. And remember, like I said, this is really important that you know what the enemy has. Have they used all of our resources, and do we still have resources of ours to win the fight afterwards? And this is the other one, too. Remember, HP is also a resource as well. So if they're all 1 HP, oh, no, we lost some guys. I guess the fight's over. No, consider how strong those individual pieces are. For example, if I've got a monkey and we're up 5v4, we got a kill, but my monkey has no bubble, he's got no jump, and he's 80 HP. Do I really have a man advantage?
No.
No, and in fact, I might actually have a man disadvantage because I have to put a lot of attention on healing my monkey. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
yeah.
my monkey is more of a hindrance at the moment than he is a help. So this is why if you're deciding whether it's a winnable and like a fight is winnable or not, you have to know, you have to get a feeling, make a split-second decision of like how many resources the enemy have in terms of cooldowns, ults, and how much HP advantage do we have right now. Okay, so that's the big one. Okay, along with who they have left, like the tank is important, the healing is important. Now, can you guess what W word's going to be next?
Where? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, it's actually, you're right. Where?
Oh, it was where.
It is where. You got it. Okay, now think about it.
Yeah.
Think about it. What about where might be impactful about whether a fight's winnable or not?
I would say where the fight's happening.
So
right?
that's the first point, right? Respawns, right? So if I'm playing, I won't even say 2CP because it's not a thing anymore. If I'm playing push and my respawn is right behind me, I know that even if I pop an ultimate and I get a kill, right? Or if we just all in the fight, if we trade kills, even though we're down one,
you're going to respawn faster.
You're going to respawn faster, right? So it's totally fine to take the fight there. Whereas committing cooldowns, committing ultimates when we're down one.
Like a big one that I see a lot is like on King's Row.
Yes.
Around that second bend, right? A lot of people like to go up and chase the people that get the late spawn, right? Or
yes.
they get the good spawn, quote unquote. And
yes.
then they overextend and they die, but the card is not even anywhere. So it's like, is that a bad decision? I mean, maybe, but it kind of depends. Like
it does. A good one will be the exact same King's Row, but you're on third point. If the cart is near the end, but you're down one, right? Like let's say you're attacking on King's Row, and the cart is close to capping, and you've lost your main tank. Your tank just dies. Is the fight lost?
And you're close to it's lost. You gotta reset.
It's lost because their respawn is so close that even if you want to get a couple of kills, it's probably going to take you a while to finally cap. So it's not worth it. You got to go back and wait for your tank. Whereas on the flip side of things, well, obviously you have to commit ults because you got to stop them from capping, but you need to be aware of that. But it's not just about the respawn deciding about whether you want to commit or not. The other thing you have to consider is also just the general positioning, I would say. So positioning / angles. Okay. Now think about how this might be impactful. Let's give you a scenario, Gibraltar, okay?
I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, so let's say they have the high ground up there, and let's say your monkey dives in and gets fried. Like, do you wait on him to respawn, or do you poke and you try and build ult, or like?
That's a great question. So what I would say is that positioning is still immensely powerful, right? So it almost counts as an additional man because every single person that is taking advantage of that high ground who wants to is 1.25 their enemy counterpart, right? They're 25% stronger, 25% more effective.
Yeah.
So in effect, you actually have an even fight in a way. So like, let's say our monkey jumps in and dies. Ah, crap. What is he doing, right? But I have tactical visor on the high ground. I don't know. Especially if they use cooldowns to get that position, to get that kill, and they're standing out in the open, for crying out loud, use the visor. Get a 2K, get a 3K.
You're saying if you're on defense.
Right. If you're on defense.
Your monkey drops down, dies, can't get out. And then it's like, well, I'm still on the high ground, I have visor.
Right. Whereas on the flip side, if you don't have any position, if you don't have any flanks, if you don't have any high grounds, if you don't have that high ground, right? Then if you lose one, your clutch potential is a lot lower because you don't have good positions for that clutch potential. Right?
So this is kind of like still like good at like good questioning, but it's like, as a hit scan, mostly hit scan player, this season I've been on Sojourn, obviously, but like as a hit scan mainly player, when I play against heroes like Ball or Diva or Winston, like I have a hell of a time like trying to get anything going. And I feel like, man, maybe I should be getting good at other heroes, like maybe like Sombra or even swapping the Torb or something. Cause like there are so many games where it's like if you play against a really good dive tank, like they're only going to engage when they know that they can / should,
right?
And it's so frustrating because like it's so easy to die as a hit scan character, like when they have a good tank.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, and that's really where it comes into like when can you play aggressive as Soldier and Sojourn into those dive heroes. So this is kind of a different topic, but it definitely ties in with that.
Yeah,
because
that's
when would you play aggressive as Soldier or Sojourn into a Winston?
I mean, when he's low on cooldowns, ideally, or early fight, like poke him out before he can get to you. Right. Essentially, make him stall out.
Right.
One of the things I got from watching just past coaching videos from you and like your stream and stuff is like, in Overwatch 2, like don't shoot tanks like all the time at least. Like don't. There's times when to, but most of the time it's like hey, like you're just shooting tank mid fight. Like, what are you doing? You're throwing. Like, you could be doing so much pressure to basically anybody else on the entire team. But as a hit scan player, I feel like it's easy to fall into that trap where it's like, maybe I should just be trading, or like, you know, because if I can't pressure the Winston or their Diva's on point and he's got full cooldowns or she's got full cooldowns, and it's like, should I just run away and hide until they find somebody else to go on and then run back? Or it's like, I don't know. I run into that so much, especially when I was getting into like Masters games and higher. Is like, it just gets incredibly hard.
Man, I think I really don't like saying never ever fill in the blank, right?
Right.
I think it's like
absolutes are like bad. You don't want to.
What I've discovered is that whenever somebody comes at me with a question like that, and then we actually look at the gameplay and the review itself, and I ask them, should you be shooting tank here? They always come away with the right answer. Yes.
I can't wait for you to absolutely flame this soldier gameplay, but I mean.
Right. But usually people are intelligent enough in the moment to be able to decide whether it was good or whether it was bad. So you ask that question, but I think you'll know the answer. I think you'll know it.
Right.
Basically, the answer is you'll know it when you see it. If you're not a complete idiot, if you're a bronze player, maybe we have to take a little bit of time to talk about it. But I really, truly don't think that you're going to need a lot of guidance from me. The only thing that I might say is that we might see that you tend to autopilot and shoot tanks when you know you shouldn't.
I feel like, dude, I have such a bad problem with that. That's one of my other big points that I wrote down was like, I need to learn how to not be so forgetful, because like when I'm not in game, I understand like the flow of it really well. But then when I get in game, I like the autopilot just comes out a lot of times. There's times where I'm thinking, but it's like,
I hear what you're saying. But you see how that would be the problem, not what do I shoot tanks or not. You already know the answer to that one.
Right.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Less so in Overwatch 2 than in Overwatch 1, but also still sometimes yes. So I think it would be about kind of keeping yourself engaged better. Okay, so let's talk about that. Autopilot. Okay, what is autopilot? Autopilot, okay, we're going to, you know what? Let's screw it. Let's whip out the paint again. Let me get the stream set up again. What is...
the old default thing.
Autopilot. What is autopilot? Well, autopilot is just defaulting. I mean, autopilot equals default. That's a great way.
We've lost 3 fights. I'm down 1. I'm gonna run it up main again.
Right. You're doing the same. You're doing what's comfortable. You're going back with how you would play if you were really, really, really tired. Just kind of going through the motions. Yeah, you're not gonna stack with your tank because you probably have enough wherewithal or game sense inside to tell you need to be flanking a soldier often. But you're gonna go back to what feels comfortable and what is normal. Now, here's what we see with the autopilot. Okay, autopilot at its best description, if we were to insert another description, is a status of not learning or testing. Okay, so basically I wouldn't say autopilot means that you're not also, let's say, not fully engaged. Okay, so basically what that means by autopilot, if we were to like transition it to anything other than Overwatch, is I remember the whole driver's ed thing. Highway hypnosis, how dangerous it is. Highway hypnosis. You never want to be fully autopiloting while driving a car, right? You need to be alert and defensively driving and aware of threats along that. Now, does that mean if you do autopilot while driving that you're going to be causing accidents? Well, no. If you're a good driver, you're going to be a good autopiloter, right? But it just does mean that anything new, different, or out of the ordinary, you're going to be responding to either too slowly or you're going to be responding to poorly. In other words, a guy cuts in front of you, you're not expecting that, you might react poorly or you might react slowly to that. However, if everything goes as planned, you're going to play okay. Now,
I like that analogy, it's good.
The problem with that is that when you get into Overwatch, what happens on your screen is not like driving, right? Where it's driving, if you autopilot, it's not great, but you're probably going to be, most of the time, most people don't have life or death incidents on a daily basis while driving. However, in Overwatch, while there's no real life consequences, the game is so dynamic and changing constantly, right? Mm-hmm. Every team fight, every hero, totally different feel. Right. Everything feels different. So the reason why autopilot is so bad in Overwatch is because every single fight requires a different decision or a different adjustment from you. So if you're autopiloting, you could still be playing okay, but you're not necessarily able to adapt to each situation. A great example of this one would be an Ana player who's like, let's say she's watched that ML7 video, so she knows exactly how to position on the high ground right back here, and the enemy team is coming up here, but I've got my good corner here because I watched that one video. So she's autopiloting, she's just kind of holding here. But the fight situation changes fight to fight. First fight's totally fine. Second fight, totally fine. Third fight, they've got Nanoblade, right? Now, all of a sudden, where should she be positioning? I know you're not an auto player, but what do you think?
I mean, I would say further back. I mean,
Further back, or even hiding.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Right, or-
doing something, not doing something weird, right?
you'd be surprised how much hiding for 3 seconds can change like what happens to you in a team fight.
Exactly,
Like,
exactly.
legitimately,
But
so.
it's weird behavior. You see that? It's unorthodox. It's not something that
Yeah.
you normally think about, and that's why autopilot is bad. Autopilot is really, really bad at helping you prepare and learn and grow through unorthodox and weird situations. And the problem with that is, as we said, Overwatch is chock full of weird and unorthodox situations. So you have to
Right.
be constantly adjusting. So then the question is then how do I break autopilot? Well, one of them is to not say don't autopilot, right? Don't autopilot, right? They always say that with like addiction, right? The goal is not to say don't do this, is to say don't do that and do this instead. So the first thing is to say, yeah, don't autopilot, right? There's things like we talk about, let me get this little text here thing. I think having some sort of timer that goes off on your phone, or on, like, I used to have like a little alarm that would go off every 10 minutes that would just remind me, timer, don't do, wake up, focus on what do you focus on what you're doing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's always helpful. Taking time between breaks between games to make sure that you're mentally focused, right? Make sure that you're getting the mental reset you need between games, even if it's just getting up and walking around. Refresh, get some sun, move your arms a little bit, move your legs a little bit, drink some water, focus up, remind yourself what you need to be focusing on. That's great, okay? Other thing is enough sleep. How's your mental energy and focus? Sleep is the most important thing you could do for mental energy and the ability to focus. That's why when we autopilot, it's often when we're tired, right? We don't have that mental energy to react and respond to new situations. I mean, honestly, this one is kind of corny, but having fun. If you're enjoying what you're doing,
See, I think that's a good one. No, I think that is a good one, because I've noticed a lot of games where you're so hyper focused on like, we need to win this game. I
Yeah.
need to get like you lose those games.
yes,
You lose those games.
Yes.
But the games where you're like, why am I winning this game with this like 4 stack of people kind of like soft throwing the game, right? Like
it's almost like a flow state, like you get into a flow state when you're just having
Right.
fun, and it's not necessarily you caring enough. It's sometimes, like you said, caring too much can also often be a distraction. But yeah, these are like the 4 tangible things of how you just stop autopiloting. But then what I would say is, instead of focusing only on the red and how to not autopilot, well, then what would prevent you? What is something that you could be doing instead? Well, then that's where we start thinking about, okay, instead of not autopiloting, let's put focus on what you should be thinking about. So have actionable goals. So when I go into a game, it shouldn't just be don't autopilot. It should be don't autopilot and focus on something, right? And that's why we review, right? That's why we review. I need to
figure out like your biggest weaknesses and
Right.
like, hey, these are the things that you're positioning or you're ult tracking or
exactly. So you need to put your attention on something. You know what? It might mean, ironically, might autopilot on some things. For example, if I'm focusing on positioning, am I going to be autopiloting with my ultimates? Probably. Yeah. Am I going to be autopiloting on a big one that people autopilot on all the time, which is very normal, is mechanics. And cooldowns. Well, cooldowns too. Yeah, cooldowns too. But mechanics, right? People aren't always thinking about your aim. And that's normal. That's normal. That's not even necessarily a bad thing. That's kind of what you want to be doing. But if you are focusing on one thing and you're autopiloting on other things, that's normal. For example, when I'm driving and I'm driving fully focused, I'm autopiloting on my breathing, am I not? I'm autopiloting on my posture, am I not? Right? That's how life works, okay? So you have to prioritize what you don't want to autopilot on. So I would say that's the number one. I mean, really, that's it to me, to be honest with you. Is if you were to say, this is how you prevent the general fatigue and negative autopiloting right here. And this is how you actually get direction on what to do while you're doing these things. Don't use these to help break autopilot, but then use this as the replacement for autopilot. If that kind of makes any sense. So good. Don't drink, don't smoke, don't do heroin. Do exercise.
Oh man, all right, yeah, I gotta throw it all out, dude.
And do exercise. Like the green is it, right? And that's kind of like and that's why we review. That's why we look at these things. It's not just it's to break the cycle, hopefully, so that we see some sort of return on investment. Okay, let's actually look at your form here. We'll go through it quickly. So
coming in clear, by the way. I don't know if my settings and stuff or whatever.
What is it?
My mic. Am I coming in clear?
Oh, yeah. You're good. Long-term goals, hit GM, maintain GM. Seems good. What do you feel is holding you back? Forgetfulness. We talked about that one a little bit.
Yeah. That's my biggest thing, I think, honestly.
All right. Well, hopefully what we talked about helps a little bit with that. Do you have any questions about that, by the way, before we move forward? Does that seem something that you can actually do something with?
So I don't think it's like this innate ability, like inability to remember. I think it's more or less just like, I think it's the autopilot thing, honestly. I think maybe that's like a big issue, essentially. Because like, for instance, like I watch a good bit of Overwatch League, and when I watch those guys play, like the team dynamic, the way that they play is so different than ladder games. And when you play in ladder, like people are all over the place, they're using abilities all, it's like, and it's like, I want to be able to like mimic the things I see in the owl, but it's just not. It's just not.
To be honest with you, Overwatch League guys autopilot pretty much about as much as you do. Maybe not quite as much as you do, but they do autopilot a lot. In fact, that's one of the biggest things a coach can do, is to help discourage autopilot by keeping training fresh, by keeping goals fresh, new, focused, keeping players motivated, because everybody autopilots, but some people are just so good that their autopilot is pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like what we talked about. I talked about this literally, I think, the day before yesterday, when I was saying like, whatever. And it was basically like, would I prefer a 15-year-old just got their learner's permit autopiloting, or would I prefer somebody who's been driving for 20 years autopiloting, driving my vehicle? You know what I'm saying? Who's going to be better at dealing with a bad situation? Well, they're both autopiloting, but one is a good driver, one is an inexperienced driver. So all that's to say is to encourage you. Autopilot might be your biggest issue, but it is something that a lot of people struggle with. So we want to simultaneously improve your autopilot, hopefully, but it's never going to be perfect. Let's just make you a better player so that when, you slipped up, you autopiloted, that's okay. I'm still playing better than I was before. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be pretty apparent. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about when you watch it.
Okay.
You're definitely autopiloting.
Okay.
But anyway,
looking forward.
Go through the form or whatever. I'm sorry, I talk a lot.
No, I don't mind. I mean, this is why I have the form, so that we can talk a lot. I don't mind. We have a push game mode too, so it shouldn't take too long either. I don't mind going over either. 5 to 6 hours, 4 to 5 days a week. That's a lot of gameplay.
Dude, you have no idea. So I briefly mentioned this when we were talking to Discord, but so I'm a firefighter, and the way my shifts work, I work 24 hours at a time, but then I have 2 days off, and those 2 days off are just completely like free if I don't do anything like whatever on the side. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, that's why I have so much time.
Got it. Fair enough. Sounds good. Okay, 5 to 6 hours, 4 to 5 days a week. I mean, obviously the difficulty of being a firefighter is that you're not going to ever be able to make that 6 to 7 days a week, I assume.
Yeah, right. There's days where I am like dedicated. I have to be at work. Right, and sometimes I get forced, which is like you have to work 2 days back to back.
Got it.
It's like it's weird. But yeah, no, it's okay. I have plenty of time to play the game.
But 4 to 5 days is still consistent enough, right? The reason why I'm asking that is because we want to try and spread out the training as much as we can, instead of having these massive blocks of playing for 8 hours straight. But 5 to 6 hours, 4 to 5 days a week is a lot of training. I will say that, especially if we tie it in with the autopilot, there are diminishing returns after about 3 or 4 hours of ranked. So just keep that in mind. It's going to be more about, what I might say is, your first 2 to 3 hours of ranked should be as intense and as focused as you possibly can. And then I
saw this too. It's similar to the weight training thing you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. And then what I want you to do is, I don't care if you have to play in an alt. I don't care if you off roll, play something else. I want you to consciously turn your brain off after 2 or 3 hours and just play. That might mean you need an alt. Maybe that means that you're not allowed to play DPS for those games. Or maybe you just don't play any more Overwatch for the day. But I want you to not try and focus on not autopiloting for 5 to 6 hours a day. Please do not do that. That is just frankly impossible.
Burnout too, yeah.
Right. Well, it's burnout, but it also means that what's likely going to happen is, if you're trying to stay focused for 5 to 6 hours every single day, then you're not going to be focused for the first 2 or 3 hours. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. I'm pulling out paint again.
Here comes the pain.
Here comes the pain. Okay, so this is a class. Did you play much sports growing up as a kid?
Yeah, I played football, played a little bit of baseball.
Perfect. Okay, football. How long did you play football? Did you play football in high school, middle school?
3.5 years. I tore my ACL my senior year.
That sucks. Did you have like an old school tough coach?
Oh yeah, I actually had not to brag, but we had the most winningest coach in the United States. We had, old John McKissick, dude. He had like 700 wins.
Fascinating. Okay, so I played a lot of tackle football in high school, and I had an old school coach, and I had an old school coach. Because I liked my high school coach, but I'm gonna throw my middle school coach under the bus a little bit. All right, hopefully I can see this. All right, he was an old school toughness, and you gotta go 100% all the time. Yeah. Can't talk like this, you know. Oh, everybody hit the dirt. We're gonna go hard all the time, you know. And basically, the idea is that, all right, this is the graph. Okay, intensity over time, guys. We're gonna go 100% intensity all the time, you know. We're gonna get these, you know. And I'm in middle school, and we're doing 3-hour practices. Right. 3-hour practices, 3 or 4 times a week, right? You know how this goes.
Now, just trying to make you tough,
right? And listen to me. I was a good kid. I had good parents. I worked as hard as I could, man. I was a coach's pet, right? I was pretty talented in high school, but in middle school specifically, I wasn't super strong, right? I was a really skinny kid. So
yeah,
I was a guy. I was gonna go as hard as I could all the time. Well, guess what? You can't do it. It's just not physically or mentally possible. So here's what ends up happening with me. Okay, this is the theoretical graph that the coach has drawn out for me in my mind. This is what ended up happening over the course of their practices, right? This is right.
Yeah, right.
And
I
would be like, come on, push. Just I can't. And listen. And this is where the other bad thing about this, at least in terms of physical sports, is this is where injuries happen too. And I got injured a lot. I got injured a lot because I had a lot of concussions. I had a lot of busted up ribs and busted up knees because I really tried to go as hard as I could all the time.
Oh, I'm the injury meister, bro. I mean, I know. But...
right. And this is why this stuff happens, is because it's just not possible to do that. It's old school and it's stupid. It's not how human beings, we can't do that, right? We have bursts of intensity, then rest, or bursts of intensity and rest.
I tore my ACL in a spring game, so.
Yeah, exactly. Now what happens then is
going ham in practice. Like, what are we doing, dude?
Yep, exactly. It's stupid. Now, let me give you the alternative. They were the kids that I hated. I had no respect for, right? They were maybe the kids that were like more physically talented than I was at the time.
Of course, yeah.
Right? And here's what they did. You can probably guess where their graph was, right? They did this.
Oh yeah.
But see, I didn't really learn from that because I thought they're just I don't know what they're doing. I hate them. But you know what? They just kind of stayed there, right? They never really went high. They never really went low. They just kind of stayed in the middle. And guess what? They would survive the practice. How?
The consistency.
Right. They knew that this practice was going to go for 3 hours, and the coach respectfully was full of bull. So that I can't go hard, so I'm going to save it up. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it for the end, and then maybe at the end I'm going to give it my full go, so I look, nice and sexy for it. But that's how it works, right? That's how human beings work. And this is why you need to understand intensity for video games, because in anything, if you go as hard as you can, you are going to run out of gas at some point in time.
And as much as I hate to admit it, I definitely do that because I've had days where I play for 12 hours and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
Right. So
excuse me, I don't know if
you're fine. So either you're going to be doing this, and then you're going to sit like this for the rest of the day with occasional bumps of, God, I need to stop autopiloting, but you're going to go right back into it, or you're going to be one of those show off kids. You're going to do this, and you're never ever going to go with intensity ever. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. Stay at the intensity, get the peak, and then take a break.
Exactly. Get the intensity. As it starts to dip, take a break, reset, go again. And what that might mean is that, yes, this might not be as high as the previous one, but it's still going to be relatively high. And what I would also say is if you really do want to play for a lot of hours, you need to draw a line in the sand 2 to 3 hours in, guys. The rest of the day, I'm going to let myself autopilot and just play for fun. I might play quick play. I might off roll. I might do whatever.
Right.
But this time right here,
I'm shot calling. I'm ult tracking. I'm positioning. I'm
right. Okay, well, maybe not. That's everything. You might just be hyper focused on the thing that we give you in this review. You see what I'm saying? You're hyper focused on what you need to get better at, whatever that may be for that hero, whether it's tank, DPS, support, positioning, cooldown usage, mechanics, whatever. This green, this is a horrible drawing. This green window right here, the first 2 to 3 hours, is that's gold. That is solid gold. That it means 100% full intensity. Everything you got, everything else, just chaff. We don't give a rip about that. But if this isn't gold, you're wasting your time.
Sounds good.
That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. Okay. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
And that goes with a lot of things, not just Overwatch, but especially Overwatch. Because anything that takes is like that level of competition and that requires that level of mental engagement, you have to be fully engaged. 4 to 5 hours. The only thing I want to talk about really quickly before we get into the review is I want to where are we at? Hero pool wise. So you play a little bit of everything. You are the quintessential Flux DPS. How's that going for you?
In terms of like I flex a lot. Like if I have to flex, I will flex a lot. Like I've noticed that like I think that is probably one of my more redeeming factors is that like there are times where people, I don't play this and it's like okay. But I do flex whenever it's needed and I do perform well on characters when I do flex.
Okay, fair enough.
As I can. I'm not going to swap to Genji and be Necros. Like but you know what I mean? Like I can like we have a Roadhog or something. And they just have like a hit scan on high ground and he's uncontested and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So I'm like, all right, I'll swap Genji or something and I'll just.
Right. Normally I would be like, I think you're playing too broad, to be honest with you. Especially if your goal is to improve. But what I would say is like maybe it's okay considering that you're putting a lot of time in. And you've also don't play Echo, don't play Pharah, don't play Symmetra, which are definitely 3 very niche DPS heroes that require.
And see, that's why I almost sent you an Echo VOD review because I was like, my Echo does need work. It does need work, but I was like,
okay,
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to send him the Soldier one from today, and we're just going to let it rock.
Be very careful. Be very careful is all I'm going to say. It's like if you are still feeling hard stuck, then it might mean that you need to sharpen up the edges of your pool just a little bit, right? Maybe that means cutting down to a few, because the reason why I'm not as concerned with you is because a lot of the hit scan heroes do have similarities in how they play, and also you're playing an unbelievable amount, so I think you're probably okay with a wider hero pool. But I will say that if you were like, hey, I'm going to pay you $10,000 if you can maybe climb to Masters
with one of the things, right, and I would try like super hard, like if I was to go ham, I would probably swap a lot more, not like a lot more, but I would probably swap to like more secure picks, if that makes sense. I'm not just going to go crazy with.
It's just tricky for me because some people have fun in different ways. For you, this might be really what brings fun to you in the game is being able to swap to a little bit of everything. So I don't want to rain on that parade. You know what I'm saying? I will say that would be the first low-hanging fruit, though, before we even look at gameplay that I would look at is if you would ever to really want to improve and you're losing and that's more important than you for flexing, that would be the first thing I'd look at.
And I actually, the reason I wanted to send you a really like recent gameplay, because I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hop on. I played like 2 or 3 games. And then I was like, I'm just going to play this Soldier gameplay and then I'll just let him whatever. Mainly because it's like, I don't want to send you like one of my best games and be like, oh dude, this is how I play every game. I can't believe I'm not climbing. Like that's just, that's cringe.
That is
like,
cringe. I agree. I agree. Okay. Well, I respect it. Do you have any questions before we get into the gameplay?
Yeah. How do you stream it through Discord or do you just do it on stream? Because
I'll stream it through Discord, so there will be no delay. I just warn you that the bit rate with Discord streaming is usually horrific, and unfortunately, it's on Discord and there's nothing I can do. So if it gets snowy, you just hop in stream and we'll deal with the delay. So
I got them both up, so you're good. You're chilling.
Soldier, what is Soldier good at? We really don't want to dive super deep into the micro, considering you're a hyperflex. So let's look at the big picture stuff.
I mean, you just want to be off angling, annoying, looking for picks. And just trying to survive.
Sure.
And then you want to like just save visor for big ults.
Sure, that's fine. The thing that makes Soldier unique is the fact that he's not particularly the strongest hero in the game, but he's more sufficient. And he's
just so consistent. Like that's why I like Soldier. He's just so consistent.
Any good position that you want, you can usually take the Soldier. And most DPS heroes, really no DPS hero can do that. Anywhere you want to be, the most powerful position on the game, you can be there because of your sprint, because of your heal station. That's what makes Soldier good, is being able to pick and choose the best positions and always be there at the right time. The most greedy off angles, oftentimes you're going to be able to play there. So let's get started. Is there anything like, just give me like a quick rundown. Look at the enemy comp. Is there anything super important for you to know? What are the low-hanging fruits right here to be aware of?
Okay, so Ashe, like number 1.
Yes.
Is like such an easy pick for me.
Okay.
Sojourn,
avoid her sightlines, but you can kill her if you get close, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah, you'll laugh at this first fight then, but but yes.
I can tell by the hesitation there.
Yeah. Monkey, I want to kind of stay away from him unless he doesn't have cooldowns.
Sure.
Sojourn is kind of a weird one.
I'll stop you right there. That's it. That's really it. Like I would say, care railgun, care Ashe sightline, care monkey jump. That's it.
Okay, so one of my habits when I get into a game is I look at their entire comp and I try to think about every single like scenario. Like
That's
this
a
is what
mistake.
this. So you're thinking like pick like 1 or 2. My biggest threat, number
Yes.
1, and then like my
Yes.
second biggest threat. Like
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then what you'll start to do is you'll start to internalize.
That's
those
big actually. That makes a lot of sense to me. So
right,
yeah.
right, and you'll start to internalize those reactions, so you won't even have to think about them. So like as soon as this VOD pulled up, took me like all of 1 second, and I knew exactly how you should play. I've been doing this for a lot longer than probably you have, but that should be the goal for you too. Is I see range, dive. Okay, short sightlines, avoid monkey. That's it. That's like that's it. Like if it was Tracer Genji, then I would be like, all right, I'm playing like a sniper almost, like a deep offing. Let's try and get early pressure. If they were on like Tracer Sombra Ball, then I'd be like, all right, I can't take as greedy offing because they might dive me, right? I need to be aware of where they're positioning. So you need to try and just quickly, as most important, biggest playstyle adjustments. I don't care about Moira. I don't care about Kiriko. Those heroes are not super impactful for me. I just need to be aware of the ones that are more important to me. Kind of make sense?
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we line up with how we think we should be playing based off of what you're saying. I assume not, which means we're gonna have a good laugh. Right here, first thing, what should you do?
I'm trying to get away from that.
Yeah, screw off.
Yeah. Like I saw that and was like, no shot.
yeah.
Even the jump there, I knew I could have died to that because a good Sojourn would have hit the jump shot. Like jumping is so bad. I do it. I know I do that too much.
What button is your crouch key bound to?
Left control.
Is it accessible and spammable?
Yeah.
Okay. I found that putting my crouch on C helped me more because it's where I wanted to jump, and then it was I didn't need to. I never need to crouch and jump at the same time. So
that's like a little hidden thing that I feel like a lot of people, at least like my friends and stuff, are lower ranked. They don't think about, but they jump way too much. And I'm like, dude, the more you jump, the worse it is, because the higher you climb, the worse it gets.
Yeah. Question for you: should you be shooting bubble now, or should you be shooting something else?
I actually move into the high ground in the tunnel here, and I avoid bubble.
Good. I think that's reasonable. I wanted to revisit that because I know that was a point of contention. What do you think about this?
I mean, she doesn't have charge, or maybe she does actually. It looks like she might have a little bit.
I don't think she does. Yeah, I think you're okay. I think you're okay. I would say probably like 60 charge. 40?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm on the high ground, so like I know that like if I'm being annoying, that they're gonna want to push me. And one of the things I like to do is try to get people to take my position from me in a way.
Yeah, I see exactly.
Because I know it's kind of like space in a way in my head. Like like I want them to contest me.
You're on an off angle. You're not peeking a sniper with charge.
And I also don't know they have an Ashe yet, by the way. Because this is a fresh game in my memory, so I actually don't know they have an Ashe. I haven't pressed tab yet.
Got it. Okay, but I like what you're doing, by the way. You just need to know that they have Ashe, obviously.
Right. So now.
Now, why does this work? Let's actually talk about this. Let's not just be like, okay, why does this work? Now obviously not the most effective range for you, but you land the helix, you catch her, I wouldn't say by surprise, but you burst and bang, right?
Right. So I like in that 1v1 scenario, I like to look at Ashe because I know she's trying to hit the body shot. I know he hasn't hit me, so I shoot the helix as fast as I can because I'm like, if I can catch him scoped in, he's going to be 1 HP if not dead.
That's the real thing. Whenever you're taking these duels, you always want to look at who's the threat to you, right? Like if you're going to peek the enemy team and the Ashe is going to see you, you want to be shooting at who's shooting you, right? Because if you're not looking at them, you don't know the threat that they bear to you. So I think that, and also generally the more lethal people to you are also the people that are easier to kill, right? That was a Bastion. That's the guy that's going to kill you, but that's also the guy that you can kill, right? Same thing with Zenyatta and so on.
This is a bit of a troll right here.
Oh, yeah. I think very, very pleased with how you played. Used good high ground, good off angles. You timed it well.
This is also such a troll. I can't. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. Yeah, this
is autopilot. This is autopilot right here.
This is
guaranteed. I was not thinking. I was just like.
So how do we fix autopilot? If we give you a goal right now, Scoop, what should you be thinking about right now at this point in time in the team fight?
Where am I going to position for the next fight?
Yes, exactly. Especially with a hero like Soldier. Like obviously positioning is important for every hero, but that's literally it. Like everything but the Soldier is positioning. So right now, let me ask you.
You know what happens to
where
me.
should you go?
You know what happens.
I
you know. You already know.
Well,
you already know what happens. Dude, I know.
I already know, but I want you to tell me where you should have been.
So maybe I would think on the right side of where Genji's at, maybe by that mega health pack in the back, maybe.
Like over here, starting here.
Right. Yeah. Something like that. Because I can poke the flank. Because the problem with me being here, not only is it a atrocious position, but also if their hit scan or whoever decide to flank, I can't contest them from where I'm at.
Yeah. You're thinking really, really, really hard, which I appreciate, but I don't even care about that last point. You're just a jackass. That's it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna die here.
Right. Okay, they swapped the Genji, by the way. How does that affect how you play? 3, 2, 1, tell me.
He's gonna dive me with Monkey most likely.
So how does that affect your positioning?
I would say I want to be kind of out of dash range.
Yeah,
honestly.
longer sight lanes. Now, guess what?
Yeah.
He swapped off of what hero?
Ash.
Which was contesting longer sight lanes. So all they've done is said, you can have all the long sight lanes in the world.
Dang,
right?
dude, I didn't even think about that.
Right?
That's crazy.
Now,
actually.
the Sojourn shot you still have to respect, but that's the only thing you care about at range. You literally can play like an Ashe yourself now, essentially. Because there's nothing in the enemy team that contests you. However, if you get too close, their comp will turbo stomp you. Before it was just the Monkey. Now it's a Monkey and the Genji. You see what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
That's so that's wild to me that I don't think about long versus short a lot. And I feel like that's
it's so important with Soldier because he's like super dynamic. You know what I'm saying? He's like really short versus Widow, Ashe, Hanzo, but then not short against the other heroes. Like it's constant. Like you're right.
And his long range damage isn't crazy, but it's very, very annoying.
It's way better than the Genji, Tracer, Sombra, right? So he's like smack dab in the middle, right? So that means you're constantly going to be changing how you position with Soldier in terms of like cover and thing, but also the angle that you choose because of that range, right? This is stupid because your team is pushed up, but this is especially stupid because this is exactly what Winston, Genji, and I guess to a lesser extent Moira want. This is good for them. They could get on top of you. You should be doing the opposite right now, you know?
Yeah.
And that's how you die, right? That's how you die.
Yeah.
So obviously,
got too close.
Right. Now, if they were on Ashe, the irony is that you might have that still would have been a feed, but you might have survived it because that would have been a closer range, right? That's not as Ashe is a range. I mean, it still would have been feeding, but
I think I'm gonna toggle my like you said with the bitrate. I think I'm just gonna toggle my my stream, your stream over to my other screen.
That sounds fine. That sounds fine.
You, but...
Here's what I'll do. I'll turn off this stream and then we'll just have the stream delay a little bit here. Okay.
I got your stream main screen though. So.
Okay, sounds good. So be careful. Be careful. She is shot. All right. Now they're still on Winston, so at some point, nice. Okay, so now right now, where do you need to be? Do you see how this feels a little bit sketch?
Yeah. So right here.
I wouldn't say you're actively trolling compared to last fight. I think this is okay, but what do you need to keep in mind with where you're positioned?
The Genji probably, because I mean you can get on there pretty quick.
Right. So what I would say is I don't think your positioning is bad in terms of the macro, but in terms of the micro, I might like you instead of where you are now to be just like here, a little further back here. I don't know if you can see stream now, but right back here somewhere. Right, and then if he dashes you, you just run away. You run away. I mean, literally to the spawn, right? Literally to the spawn. You just run away. I like this visor, by the way. I think this visor is good. It might not get a kill, but it's gonna cause them to be not super happy with this. You know, it's gonna be uncomfortable. But you see how like this is too close? You can see it right now. This is too close. If this Moira turns are calling you, or if this Kiriko comes after you, if the Genji comes after you, it's too close.
My my thought process behind this tac visor was actually it actually changed a bit once I realized that they popped Kiriko ult at the same time they popped Coalescence. I like to pop visor when they pop Coalescence. I like to do that because it kind of forces the Moira because she can get fried unless she's completely beaming you.
I like visor as like any sort of like I kind of like visor as a defensive ult as long as it's not like a nanoblade. Yeah. It just causes general chaos and it makes it really awkward for them, right? And oftentimes we'll force a 2-for-1, which is like if it's not a great ult. So yeah, I think this is totally again visor's fine.
All right,
visor's fine. It's just gonna be about your proximity here.
Yeah, my position's a little deep.
Like this Genji can dash on top of you, the Winston can jump on top of you, and you see it right there. Like you get the kill, you get a little bit fortunate that they ignore you, but then you die immediately. That is again the same issue that we talked about. This fight should have been unlosable, considering that you opened with 2 kills, but yeah. Now, again, consider your positioning right now. Okay, we talked about autopiloting, right? Remember the don't do this, set the timer, do this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but remember the do. What should you what do you should be doing? That's not exactly the right word to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. what do you should be doing
Right.
at this point in time, right? You're between fights. So what should you be thinking about?
The positioning, like where I should be next fight.
Now you know
I
where the
think
robot's
that
gonna be.
and this is gonna be a continuous problem throughout this game. Is that I really didn't pick up on the fact that like Genji's just short range, and the only range they have is like maybe Kiriko if she hits like a crazy long range, and Sojourn, and that's it.
So you
like,
have the advantage of hindsight right now. So where are you gonna tell yourself to go?
I honestly would either be going on one of the very far right or the very far left flanks.
I agree. Something like here, you know, maybe early on, or even wait for your team. 3, 2, 1, walk out here, and then maybe even start to push the Sojourn out a little bit. Just be a general nuisance, right? I think that's a good plan. I agree. Like I said, this is a lot like the tank shooting thing, right? Where I knew you had the knowledge, right? Maybe you didn't have the knowledge of the range, but you have the general understanding of the game to make good decisions. You just need to direct yourself. That's all.
Yeah, I think yeah, kind of. It's like their composition's important, but it's almost less about like. I mean, it is about what they're running, but it's more like what am I doing against what they're running? It doesn't necessarily have to be getting kills or like, oh, this is who I need to focus. It needs to be more like, well, where am I going to play?
Sure,
like,
sure.
I don't think about that.
Sure. Like this isn't too bad, right? There's a little bit of range between you and them, but I think it could be doing better. I mean, Sojourn, they just popped Sojourn, obviously complicates things. That's where you probably would not play range. You'd probably just play to avoid.
And I did not realize she was way farther to my right there. Yeah. I was just assuming she was waiting on that angle because there's so many squishies right there. So I was like, all right, I'm just not gonna.
Yeah, I hate to be this guy, but you can see it happening on my screen. This is fine to push the Moira here, right? But can you stay here?
No.
Why?
And it's funny too because I immediately knew when I walked around, I was like, I should not be here. Right. It's funny because like I know, right? Like when I was playing in 3800 games, like this gets you killed immediately. Like you don't have time to like do stuff like this, and I know when I'm trolling.
Right.
And
What's trolling about this? Let's tie this into a nice, tidy little package.
Well, they're all stacked on the payload,
right?
So
and what's the distance between you and them?
Point blank. If anything, like the play could have been like I could have run around the other side of that building.
Yeah, exactly.
And been by that little.
Exactly. This you were one jump, one dash, one Moira fade or orb or whatever away from getting punished here. And again, even if you don't die, the whole point of Soldier, you're probably going to die. But the whole point of Soldier is that you want to play in a way to where you don't have to be running in mid fight. You can bait it, but you need to make them really extend for it. This is too easy. Too easy. Yeah. I mean, and if we're really gonna be, you know, an ass about it, that's the third time, right, in a row where you've made this mistake.
Yeah, oh yeah. Just rolling myself, dude. I've told you, it's not pretty gameplay. Like it's
okay. I respect it. This one feels a little bit more unlucky than the other ones, but I am gonna laugh because it kind of is the same mistake again.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Kind of.
I mean, Winston jumped in, and I still
felt like that one was far, but yeah, still. Okay, let's So the other thing I will always consider as well is the timing of your pressure as well. So like if you look at the situation right now, like you have a little bit of the power of hindsight, but you can again see through walls. You can see where your team is positioned. You can hear cooldowns being traded. What do you think about number one, your positioning, and what do you think about the timing of this pressure, which is obviously like the two are married together, right?
Okay. So I actually think that I knew that the monkey was still in that upper high ground. So when I peeked this, I'm like, this is the angle I want to be in. I think shooting the Moira here is good pressure on her. Sure. But I think that I don't know. I don't think this is really terrible timing considering that they're already kind of engaging with my team.
I think this is good. I think this is the best engage you've had yet. Outside of maybe first fight, which is really quite good, but I think this range is good. There's not a lot of great angles for you here, to be honest with you, that don't feel like the best case scenario would honestly be to stack with your team, which feels horrible, but like at least I mean, I don't know. But this feels good. This feels good. This is timed well. The angle is okay. Obviously, shooting the Moira kind of sucks, but you'll get good pressure. They won't be able to push.
This is actually an interesting point, too, what comes up here. Sorry to interrupt you again.
No, that's fine.
When they peel for this Moira, I actually am interested in what you have to say for like what I end up doing here, because
let's see.
This is something that happens a good bit like when I'm playing, so. It's like, whatchamacallit. kind of a waste of heal station there too. Like I don't know.
Maybe. I think you could anticipate the pressure was coming though. You see what I'm saying? Like they
Run away.
They were starting to damage you like here, so then you heal station early. I mean, here's the thing: you cannot heal station and run at the same time. So what you do is you heal station to allow you more time here, and then when they dive you, you're not planning your heal station, are you? No. You're running. So you don't need your heal station if you're going to run. So I think this is okay usage of heal station. It allows you to stay here longer, gets good pressure. There's Moira fade. Kiriko falls back. Winston falls back. Moira fades on you, and you're going to run. This is
that like little 2 to 3 second thing I was talking about. I run away and I wait because I know he's just going to immediately disengage because he thinks I'm going to run all the way back to my team, which I'm not.
Yeah, so be careful, but I think you're doing the right thing here so far, so let's keep watching. This also works because your ball is engaged. So I'm going to be frank with you. High risk, high reward play.
Right.
The re-engage is what I'm referring to. Okay? Especially because you didn't have your healing station just yet. But I would not say the wrong play.
Okay, so that's kind of what I was getting at. I was like, I do stuff like that sometimes, and I'm like, I feel like maybe waiting just even like a little bit longer here is not bad. Because maybe they commit a little harder.
Maybe. I think objectively, yes, you could have played this one better. I mean, even just down to the mechanics of it, right? The Moira should have died. She's literally like 5 HP, right? However, compared to what we've seen so far, this is solid gold, you know? This is the best soldier play that you've shown so far. It was a good timed angle, good pressure, good use of cooldowns. The disengage and the bait and the re-engage with your ball was perfect. It wins you guys this fight. You won your team this fight. The window definitely helped, but the window was not the most important thing to happen. It was this flank. You forced a ton of resources, lost all of their positioning, and got a kill from here. It's brilliant. The only thing here is just, 19 HP. That's it, That's literally one bullet. Literally one bullet. And then obviously like how you played it could have been a little bit better even beyond that. But this should win you guys this fight. Maybe? Surely? They're committing a lot of ults. Yeah, it's gonna win you guys this fight. And ironically, that result was best case scenario for you guys because it was close enough to where they got baited into using 2 powerful ultimates and got nothing out of them. That was good. Very well done. Okay.
It's a little strange, like why? Like
You can tell, like right
the
now.
delay.
This is okay. Well, the stream delay, yeah, for sure. But I
see what you're saying now. Yeah, with the Genji and
why are you here? This is autopiloting. If we had to say so myself. If now that you're thinking with hindsight, where should you go?
Yeah, like I should just still be on that wide angle. Like I should just be there all day.
Walk up here. And the funny
because in my head I'm thinking like, oh, I'm still gonna off angle and still like this is still technically like I'm getting not picks. I'm getting damage off and they're gonna be annoyed by me, but I'm not far enough away. Right? Because if I isolate that Genji into a 1v1,
like look at this right here. Look at this. You see this on stream?
Yeah, I can see it where it's at.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And the thing is, so let me be very clear. The range thing is important early mid fight, right? If you see an opportunity, this monkey's low. Remember when we were talking about whether a fight is won or lost based off of HP and cooldowns? Let me provide you a scenario, okay? This Winston Genji dives somebody right here, and the monkey gets really low. The bubble breaks. The Genji's uses dash, whatever. You can push them. Now you might need to be careful of like primal or Cole or beat or something, but you can push them. You can actually not play your range. You could W key into them to secure the kill if you want to. But that's only when you've seen that HP, that cooldown. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be surprised if I don't die right here. I don't remember this part exactly, but I'd be surprised if I don't die.
Right.
I think Genji probably go on me here.
Probably should. Yeah, you probably should. And even if you don't die, it's like, what damage are you doing right now?
Oh, nothing.
Right?
He's got the high ground too. Like it's kind of just abysmal.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough.
That's just tough.
And you know what? Here's the takeaway though. Here's the really actually amazing thing for you. Okay, so 2 things. One, it's a low hanging fruit. Okay, which means it's easy enough to solve. It's gonna take time to solve it perfectly with finding this pre-fight positioning.
Yeah.
But here's the other great thing. What kind of a player are you? We already established this. What's your hero pool look like? It's an ocean, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Now that's not great, but do you know what we're talking about?
Well, I would say I mostly play hit scan.
Okay,
Like
okay,
if we were to narrow it down, I
Okay.
probably have like
Okay, so you're a link. You're a
somewhere in
link.
the range of like yeah.
Okay. That's better. But here's the funny thing: this isn't just a soldier-specific concept, is it? That we're talking about. You see how this
Which
would
is
apply
funny
with-
too, because I get this weird mindset where it's like I have sprint, I have heal, I can get in there more. I don't play Ashe like this. I don't play Kree
No.
like this.
No.
But I only play soldier like this, and
Right,
I don't know what.
Right. That being said, I will say that like if you were playing cast Kree into Widowmaker snipers, right? Do you see how that's going to adjust the angle that you choose?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Or what about if you're playing Cassidy into Genji or Tracer? You see how that's going to change the angle that you choose?
Yeah,
You see?
and they can close the distance so
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
On YouTube. That's like such a weird. I don't even play Cassidy.
Right.
Now. Yeah, he's pretty terrible.
But you see what I'm saying though. Like if you're able to, this review, even if you're better with the other heroes, should be able to give you a little bit more direction with those heroes in terms of reading enemy comp, make adjustments with your range. Read enemy comp, make adjustments with your range. Sojourn's kind of a weird middle ground, but even Sojourn, you can make adjustments to your range. Playing into hard dive, range. Playing into snipers, your brawl. It's that simple.
Okay.
So this is a good not just soldier tip. Now this is actually a really interesting point in time. So I know you're on stream delay here. Why do you not just instantly die to this Genji? Let's watch.
He comes to me first, and I have backup, and I have all my cooldowns.
You have all your cooldowns. You get early pressure on him as he's closing the distance, right? He has to get close to you. It's going to cost him something. It's expensive. Okay, let's also watch.
I don't know if he deflects my helix or not. I shoot it at the ground. He does deflect it, unfortunately.
Yeah. It costs them resources to get on top of you. Like, here's the thing. If you go on a flank like this here as soldier, can the enemy Winston Genji get on top of you? Yes. But it's going to be really expensive and really painful.
And I have a non-cooldown ability where I can just get away
Right.
when they start jumping.
That's the rule. The rule is to never let them get on top of you, but to make it painful.
Yeah, because I mean, if they waste dash and they waste monkey jump,
And look at what happens.
What, 5 seconds, 4 seconds on jump?
Yep. Do you see what just happened? The Genji almost died, the Winston did die. There you go. You position at the right range, they can get on top of you, but it hurts. The problem with you is that they've been able to get on top of you while using nothing. Nothing. Taking no damage, using no cooldowns, nothing. Visor's fine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this visor, I think I don't really know. And then I jumped down because the Genji jumped on my head and I didn't know where he was.
Yeah, it's fine. I think maybe having healing station there would have been helpful, but it was rough. It was rough. Ooh.
Oh, this is funny, actually, the way I played the car. I
You
think it's
nailed her.
actually hysterical.
That's great. Nice job. This is actually a perfect example of what we're talking about with the push, by the way. Not the Sojourn, but look at this Moira, right? The Moira just used Orb. Moira's low HP. Moira's faded. If you have like your healing station here, maybe even if you don't have your healing station here, I would not be mad if you pushed this Moira into like melee range. Right? That's what she wants in a 1v1, but what's the problem? What does she not have?
She doesn't have any cooldowns.
She doesn't have any
She did get
cooldowns.
the Mega, though, and at this point, I knew it was kind of a 50-50. Because I was like, if I beef my aim here and she fries me, like, and so, I don't know. I don't even know if I live through this. I think she might
get
away.
Okay, regardless, it's more of the concept, you understand. Even
But,
if you choose not to. That's totally fine.
Like, because I get Helix again, and she doesn't have Orb for another, like, 6 seconds. Well, she used it there, actually.
Yeah, she's trying. She's trying. Can she get out? Looks like yeah. Okay. Maybe again here. Like just get the Sojourn. Get the Sojourn. Okay. Okay, Winston. Careful. This is even a little too close, I would say. So like if we're talking about micro here, this is okay, but I would prefer here, right? To where it is impossible for him to jump and land on top of you. It is impossible, but you can still shoot him. You see that?
Okay, yeah.
That's just.
Also, really good. Something I completely just unrelated to this map, but Koth maps in specific, very hard for hit scan.
Oh,
I've noticed.
Well, why? This is a great.
The range. The range is very. So is that where I need to start getting my my Reaper, my Echo, maybe even Torb?
Yeah,
or whatever.
I think you could play Soldier and Cassidy and Sojourn on those heroes. or on this map, excuse me, but you just have to be like a little bit extra smart with it, you know, be extra dynamic, change your angle. Okay, they're rotating right, I'm gonna go left, I'm gonna keep my distance,
Right.
you know.
Okay.
And Sojourn, I'm gonna make sure I'm not wasting my shift, so that yes, they're gonna dive me, but I'm gonna be able to shift out and punish them for doing that. Cassidy, maybe be a little bit sneaky with your positioning, right, to where it's hard to keep track of you. That's another reason why you see Cassidy flanking work, is it's not just, oh, because he gets picks, it's also, it's hard to dive him because it's hard to know where he is sometimes. That was a big thing. Remember we talked about the Ana into Nano Blade? Imagine that with Cassidy, right? Where do you dive him? Where is he? You know, that's something to consider.
Stay hidden.
But that's exactly why hitscan feels tough. I mean, that's why I remember back in the day when I was like some plat Zen main, I had such a hard time positioning Zen on Koth, and I could not figure out why. It occurred to me years later, but like, you know, at the time, it's like, man, this hero feels so hard in Koth. Why is that? Well, it's because there's so much dynamics and rotations, and because the ranges are generally short, right? So this is just not great. Like, this is like technically kind of the range we want to be playing, but you're out in the open. You're not playing an angle. You're not playing your cover. Like, this is just not great.
Yeah, just
this is better. This is better
for no reason. Yeah.
This is better. This is still decent range, good cover, good angle. I like this one. This one's good. And again, this is something you could be thinking about pre-fight. If you're thinking about this pre-fight, maybe you even go over here, right? Maybe you go over here and hide, right? You put pressure. You can run this direction. It's not. Remember how you died previously? It's because you were here. But what about here? Right here, right? With stream delay.
I'm waiting.
This sightline's a little better, right? Same angle, just a little bit more of a range.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Sojourn shot. Just
use
it.
So I'm trying to jiggle peek that window too. I know it's a little late.
Yeah. This is a good example, by the way, of where you're obviously too close to the monkey, but it doesn't feel as bad because you're playing at a range where he had to use jump, he had to use bubble, and then now he's getting discorded and melted. So maybe you can take the brawl. This is exactly what we talked about. Where like technically this isn't good, but it's not going to be as bad because of how much he's had to use.
Yeah, it's just standing free in front of my team and letting him jump me. Yeah.
Right. So it was a lot more painful for him. Oh dear, we're nanoed. Ooh, Genji got melted. You're gonna push this Sojourn. Oh! Get it.
I'm watching this. I'm watching it so delayed. I'm like, where are we at here?
Roadhog. How does that affect how you play?
No. Okay, now I'm actually I do troll a little bit with my positioning, but I do know how to play against Roadhog because I have died to him countless number of times. So I'm like, okay, I know the engagement distance on Roadhog, and I'm actually pretty, like, the way I dodge hook is pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'll stand AFK, and then as soon as I see the animation, I strafe left or right. Yeah. And sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't, but yeah. Okay, ironically, Hog is a spam-ish hero, but you want to play range versus him as soldier, right?
Yeah. You definitely don't want to get bodied by the...
I don't like the Genji being able to dash on top of this, though. That does not make me... That does not inspire happiness.
Right, yeah, he could still probably fry me and get out, especially if he's clean with it.
Yeah, Genji's got no cooldown, so we're walking forward. Hog has no cooldown, so we're walking forward. Now Hog has a hook. Oh my gosh, your Ana just took it for you. This is again where if you're really, really focused, you could be thinking, can I rotate in towards this position here once I've seen Genji use dash? Is this aggressive? Yes. Is this a further range, safer, and more... you're going to be doing more offensive and defensive value from something like this than where you are now.
Okay, yeah.
It's just...
I see it now,
I'm not going to lie to you. This point in the fight... thank you for the raid, Zion. I appreciate it.
This is a trash can.
Hey, let's go.
At this point in the fight, this is a rough decision to make, right? There's
you talking about where to position or who to push?
Yes. There are no good positions here. I'm not going to lie to you, right? There are no good positions here. That's just
because if you play too passive, they get their numbers back with the respawns, like we were talking about earlier.
Right.
But then if you play too aggressive and you throw your respawn, then it's
maybe you could hard flank here. That's not a bad idea. Like if you get an opportunity mid fight, you know. But there's just no real great positions here. But I think you could improve your situation than where you are right now. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I get them super low, but I don't make the aggro decision to push that.
Yeah, I think
I see the Ana.
I think you could have, but it's fair enough if you don't want to. Oh, Reaper, man, they're really making it easy for you now. Hey, idiot, get away from short range. Everything in this comp can kill you at point blank range. Oh dear. Oh, we get out. Okay, good push though. And now we're gonna live. Now we're gonna live. I like
Oh,
this.
this is where it gets juicy. No, this is where...
I like this. I like this. I wouldn't have heal station there. I would have grabbed the mini.
Yeah, I probably should have. I do it again too. Yeah, I should have. Oh, that's with the part you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. Probably would not have helixed that because I think you don't want to give away a position, right? The fight's not happening just yet, so just wait.
I actually, so for some weird reason, I was trying to bait their Sojourn to be afraid of me behind because I knew that he would try and build charge off of my, because we,
Oh, so you're big braining.
I was trying to essentially to where he's not pre-fight getting a lot of charge, so that way I knew that when I would eventually 1v1 him, he wouldn't have it. But I mean, at this point,
that's
he's
okay.
with
That's
it,
okay.
you
That's
know?
okay. If you as long as you give me a reason for it, this is okay. This has all been fine, by the way. You're definitely causing some panic. I love that the fact that when you drop, it actually feels like almost super scary. Oh my gosh, the nano. Okay, nice job. Sneaky.
And then here, like, I'm just trying to pester Roadhog. I want him to really hate his life.
Nice. Don't go here. Okay, so you're trolling the line. So you do a great job pestering the Roadhog. You do a good job anticipating hook, breaking hook. That's good. Now, why on earth are you dropping here? Go back on this flank here.
Yeah, I gotta see.
Look at my screen right here.
Okay, yeah, so I jumped down there. Yeah, you're right. I should definitely be in the...
Remember the range, right?
And now they have Lucio, which makes it a little
even
different.
worse, right?
Right?
Yeah, get off that card. This is all brilliant, right? You could just feel the clickety clack, you know? It's not the best position for it, but the range is just like...
Which is funny because it's like when they switched Roadhog, it clicked for me. But when they were Monkey, I was like, oh, he's not dangerous. He's Monkey. But it's like...
Right. He has Big Bubble and Zap Gun. So, yeah, I mean, here's the thing with Overwatch is... I've talked about this, but a lot of heroes have like less clear range versus short range. They're a little bit of both, right? Think of like Orisa Sojourn, right? What is that, a range or a brawl hero? I don't know, but I think Soldier still maintained. You'll still be able to make a better decision with Soldier in your terms of your positioning if you're actually thinking a little more about that. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
All right. So let me go through my little 4-point list here. Okay, so are hit scan always viable? Was my number one question.
As long as Sojourn's meta, yes.
Do you mean
to
counter her, or do you mean as like playing Sojourn as a hit scan?
Playing Sojourn, because Sojourn is a hit scan that you can play into full ugly dive. Whereas before that, at least in GM plus, playing Cassidy Soldier was just really hard into full dive. And those are the better hit scan. Ashe, Widowmaker, Hanzo, I guess, were even harder. Obviously, it's map specific, right? Like Widow and Junkertown, even into dive, is still probably going to be pretty decent. But that's why Sojourn is so strong, is because she is the only hit scan in the game that functions and feels very comfortable versus a full dive comp because of her shift.
Yeah, her shift's crazy. Second question. If I'm playing a hero that generally vibes with Mercy Pocket, is a Mercy Pocket necessary? Now, I know you're going to be like, actually, no. I just want to hear what you say.
Sure.
If I'm playing Ashe, if I'm playing Echo, if I'm playing Sojourn's you don't really need a Mercy Pocket. It just makes her OP. But
I mean, yeah, it's ranked, If you get a Mercy Pocket, go for it. I mean, that's what Mercy does best, right? So if you have a Mercy player picking a DPS...
So I guess tailoring my question would be more like, let's say, for instance, I'm playing Ashe, but I have Lucio Kiriko or Kiriko Bap or something weird like that, or Moira Lucio. Is it better to just swap Soldier and just kind of do the long-range poke thing?
Depends on the map. The map. I would choose the map situation. If you're playing second point Hollywood defense, play Ashe, right? If you are playing a map like this, play Soldier. If you are playing Junkertown, play Widowmaker. If you are playing Koth, play Soldier or Sojourn, right? Or maybe a Cassidy, I think the support pick definitely influences what you're playing, but I think the map might even be more important than the supports you're playing.
Okay. I would say my last, I kind of want to make it like a good one, but I don't really know how to like phrase it. But
if you don't, you can always just direct message me later too. Like, if you come afterwards and you're like, oh shoot,
I know we're hitting like the hour 10 mark.
I don't mind going a little over. I don't mind going, but if you have any questions afterwards, you're like, oh shoot, I forgot to ask this, you just message me. It's fine.
I think this was good. I actually recorded this on my PC too, so I'm gonna go back and rewatch this later. So
perfect. Okay. Well, like I said, if you do have any other questions, just shoot them my way. And also, replay code rule. You know the replay code rule? Yes.
No. What is it?
If you have a replay code where you're like, I didn't know how to position, I didn't know what to do this fight, shoot me the replay code with the timestamp. I will get back to you with some written feedback within a day or two. Sound good?
Cool. All right, yeah, man, that's awesome.
We talked about a lot, and I will say
We did, yeah.
most
So
of the
I mean,
value
the biggest,
comes from what we talked about before the review for you.
yeah, I would agree. I would say the biggest thing is like the time put in versus like how hard I'm grinding for how long.
Yep.
I would say the autopilot discussion, I think is I got some good feedback on that. I would say kind of like sharpening the edges of what I've got going on. I think the number one biggest thing that I actually took from this entire thing, two things. Number one, instead of focusing on their entire team and what I have to like the threat thing. Remember we talked about like before the first fight even broke out, we were talking about and I was like, I focus on too many heroes, and you're like, well, just what do they have? They have Ashe, they have Monkey, or they have Ashe, they have whatever. You're like, those are the two biggest things you should worry about. And then that ties into the distance thing, which that never clicked to me before. That's like a new thing that you brought up that kind of rang a bell, like the whole like, oh, what's my engagement distance?
Good. And it turned out to be by far the most important thing for you to work on.
Yeah, for sure.
Way more
I actually
than
think I think that's like really, really helpful.
Okay. Good.
Can I hit you with another little tiny one before we leave, and I'll let you run?
That's fine.
So what this is kind of an open-ended question, but what do you do when the comp is a mirror comp and you feel like because I run into that a lot, where I run into a mirror comp situation where, let's say that the range is equal, right? Like let's say they had a soldier, all right, just instead of Genji, let's say they had soldier there. That like really dynamically changes the way I play, because it's like, am I trying to 1v1 the soldier, or am I trying to like avoid Monkey, or both? And it's just one of those things where it's like, do you think the easiest way you could say is like just try and like do the distance thing and stay alive, and then at the end of the day,
I will
just
put it this way: if you pick the better position than the enemy DPS, pick the better position because you know the range rule, so you pick the better position. If they also pick the same position as you, and you end up fighting them for that said position, then beat them in the 1v1 by being better mechanically, by timing your engage well, or using your cooldowns better.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't even. That's kind of flophead, but it's like, it's kind of like where the Genji was that one fight where he's on the bridge, and I pushed underneath close range. Like if that was a soldier, he still wins that. So it's okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I reviewed a Reaper actually last week where we had this exact same issue where if he was taking in a flank that he should have been taking, and the enemy Reaper ended up taking the same flank, and then it just came down to which Reaper took the flank better. But the thing is even you being there is doing your team a favor, because you're at least making it hard for that soldier to abuse that positioning. You know what I'm saying? Even if, like, let's say the soldier gets 1 trillion resources and then you get nothing and you end up losing the 1v1 and running away, not dying, that's the key thing. Then you've made it very difficult for them to leverage that advantage, right? Or you've taken precious time away from that advantage. You know what I'm saying? So that's all about, can I land my helix? Am I using my healing station right? Am I using my Sojourn E right? Am I hitting the shot? Maybe it's like, okay, we both have the position, but actually I don't even need to take the duel. I could just bait the duel and then pump damage into his team and avoid his sightline and waste his time. Like, there's a lot of little tricks or big brain things that you can do down, but then that becomes less about the range thing and more about what you do with the position once you're there.
Okay.
But I will say it's not a black and white answer, is it? It really depends on the situation.
I mean, that's the beauty of Overwatch, though. At the end of the day,
true, that is true.
That's what makes the game so fun. It's so diverse and dynamic.
Yeah.
You don't. But anyway, it was a great coaching session. I really appreciate it.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Stuff.
Keep in touch, like I said. Shoot me any questions you have, and like I said, just keep in touch.
Yeah, man. All right.
Good luck. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, brother. Take it easy. Good luck with the stream.
Appreciate it. See you. Scoop. The I would say soldier extraordinaire, but I guess everything extraordinaire. DPS extraordinaire. A little bit of a player of everything. And we have one more review, and then we're going to get right into a couple of different things. As Spilo, looks like some Ramattra gameplay and maybe a Season 2 trailer somebody in chat is talking about. And then also life update time, which will be fun and juicy. And then we are going to get ready to go. Okay, let's do this. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Apologize for the delay. How are you doing?
No worries. I'm going good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Do you want to look at the Widow or the Tracer game, at least to start? You said Widow game?
Widow.
All right.
Yeah.
And then if we got time, we'll do the Tracer. All right. I don't mind if we go a little over too. Let's just see how it goes. All right. Let's do this. Okay. So pulling up the Widow game, Dorado.
Yes.
Nice. Today too. 3 hours ago. Sick. All right. two recent VODs back to back to back. So Widowmaker, and then what rank are you at the moment?
I'm Plat 2.
Nice. Widowmaker. Plat 2.
I scrim like 3.4. Actually, my team like doesn't exist anymore, but like a few weeks ago, I scrimmed 3.4.
Right. In the past, you scrimmed up 3.4. Okay, cool. Second, maybe update the stream. All right. So why coaching? What do you hope to get out of the session here?
Usually I have like goals, like when I go into ranked games, at least when I play solo queue,
Yep.
I have like little goals what I work on for this game,
Mm-hmm.
and like kind of, I don't know what I should prioritize on right now in Widowmaker. I don't know what leads more to me losing games. Like, is it my positioning? Is it my timing? Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of an interesting way of looking at it. It's like what leads to me losing games, not what's going to make me win games better.
Yeah.
But I will say that here's the funny thing is it's like I'm very on the fence about it because I like the positive mindset of like try and do things that will win games. But then I also see so many times where it's oftentimes about addressing the big mistakes rather than just about doing any fancy new things. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not about just winning that one game. I don't care too much about that. It's more like becoming a better player in general.
Yes. That's a great point. Okay, well, we will do our best to do that then. Let's look at your form here. So what do you hope to get out of the session? More goals to work on plus the priority. Excellent. Which goal is the most important? Shout at me to do more VOD reviews. Vibing! Do more VOD reviews! Okay, there's your shout.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's actually talk about that. So I assume you mean self-VOD reviews.
Yeah.
All right. Break that one down for me. How often do you do them? Why do you think they're valuable? How have they gone in the past? Why do you think you need the motivation to do them? And so on and so on.
So how I would do them is like, if I have my goal, like let's say I just want to focus on my grapple hook usage for that game.
Yeah.
And then I would just in queues or like after the game, just quickly go through it, not like do a 1 hour review.
Yeah.
Just skip through it and see how I use my grapple hook, and then just to like check, did I do it correctly or not? Do I still need to work on it, or am I like done and should get to the next goal?
Right. So you know what you're talking about then. You know
but
you know what you're talking about.
But it's like most of the time in queues, I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna play Kovacs.
The allure of Kovacs is too strong. Okay, fair enough. I mean, here's the thing. With the self-review, I would just encourage you to be like, it's like anything else. Like it's the Kovacs is fun. Do the Kovacs most of the time, but if you could make it a goal of like, let's see if I can get 5 or 6 minutes. Let's just between 2 games. I'm gonna look at 2 or 3 fights, and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? That becomes that's like what we call like the atomic habit, right? It's so small, but it is going to have an impact, and that way you can still get 90% of the Kovacs that you want between the runs. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like you have to VOD review before every single game. Nah. Not only is that not necessary, but that's also probably going to mean that you don't VOD review at all because that sounds too ugly. You know? That would be my suggestion. What are your long-term goals? Short-term ability usage on Sojourn, positioning on Widow. Great. We'll take a look at those things. And then long-term GM ranked and scrims. Sounds good. So let's compare that to your training week. 3 scrims. Nice. Obviously, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
Is that? Do you think that? I don't know actually how the team environment is looking in Overwatch. Do you think that that's possible to do again?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe
it's just like 2 or 3.
Okay. I don't know how easy it is to find teams that like the Dymedus are at the moment, but yeah, I mean, obviously like that's great. Like 3 scrims is solid, and then 15 hours of rank. That's okay. I think
that varies a lot because I still like go to school. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, I have many exams. It's like
got it.
5 hours, but sometimes it's like, okay, I have just nothing to do this week. I'm gonna play 8 hours a day.
Got it. Okay.
Not 8, but
yeah. I know what you're saying. Okay. I mean, obviously, here it comes. If you can remove the variance, that would be great. I mean, you know the routine. If you're inconsistent in your training, you're going to be inconsistent in your improvement. And then obviously, like we've talked about before, the problem with being inconsistent with your training is you don't get additional value out of playing 6 or 7 hours than you would have gotten if you were just playing 3 or 4. It's not like, oh, I'm making up for it. And I actually don't really make up for it. It would be like the analogy I always use is like, I haven't lifted weights in like 6 months, so I'm going to go into the gym and I'm going to do bicep curls for 10 hours. You know, that's actually going to be negative. That's not going to even be good for strength. That's going to be the opposite of good for strength. So it's like, if you can find any way to bump those numbers up just a tiny bit from 5 to like 7 on a bad week, and then really then you really need to know I don't need to feel pressure to play on weeks where I have more time. Not that that's why you're doing it. Maybe I just want to play. But that would be my suggestion. Is if the closer we get to like an average, median, normal week of training, the better it is going to be for your improvement. If that's 15 hours of rank, that's not bad. That's okay. I think especially if your goal is to get to, let's say, solidly diamond scrimming masters, let's just set that as the first step towards GM, right? That seems probably feasible given that amount of training if you're training smart and training hard. Usually setting small goals, we've talked about that. That's great. VOD review when I feel like it. Okay, we talked about that one as well. That's great. And then obviously the last thing I'd say, it's not really clarified, but just make sure that you're training every day that you can, right? Better to train 2 hours a day than it is to train 4 hours every other day, right?
Yeah.
What's your warm-up routine? Do you have one?
No, not really. Sometimes I just hop on. Sometimes I play one game on alt and then play on main. Sometimes I do co-wax.
Okay. Do those days, I have a feeling this is going to be kind of like your training week where, do you have days where you warm up for a long time?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if it's really warming up. Sometimes I just feel like doing a lot of co-wax.
Got
like
it.
Also just for fun,
Just
not
for
only
fun.
for warm-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me slide in a teeny little nudge there. I would not recommend jumping into ranked with no warm-up at all. I would say let's just do 5-8 minutes of Vaxta or Kovacs or Deathmatch every day, if possible.
Yeah.
I think, well, go ahead.
Well, at least the very first queue time I warm up, but that's only 3 minutes now in Overwatch 2. It used to be more in Overwatch 1.
Right. So I would say throw in that 5 minutes and then get in a queue, and then maybe that becomes 8 minutes, maybe that's 10 minutes, maybe that's 6 minutes. But at the very least, let's do the bare minimum. Quick warm up. Make sure that you're alert. Make sure that you're awake. Maybe not even fully warmed up, but you're just a little bit more alert. I would recommend that highly.
All right.
Okay, so we've had a lot of little adjustments. We've had the yelling over the self-mod review, even if just a couple times. We said try and find a little bit less variance with your play time. We talked about try and have a little bit more consistency with a short warm-up. Small little building blocks, maybe not life-changing, but I think all of them will be helpful. Okay, so then let's keep digging in. Hero pool, Widow Sojourn Tracer, just Widow Sojourn Tracer.
Mostly, sometimes if I feel like I really need to swap, I swap, but I don't care about improving on other heroes.
Sure. I mean, I would say as well, Widow Sojourn Tracer just feels like that covers every situation right now. I cannot think of a single comp where one of those heroes isn't going to be good, right? Sniper comps are covered, dive comps are covered. Sojourn just plays in everything anyway, so yeah, I don't think that you're gonna ever need to swap there. Okay, sleep.
And Overwatch 1 Ash would be in my hero pool, and I kind of replaced it with Sojourn.
Makes sense. Okay, sleep 5 to 9. You ready for this one? Could you please remove the variance just a tiny bit, right? Again, I assume you're a student right now, so you're busy, but if you could make that 5.5 to 9 or 6 to 9, it's just going to be every little bit is just going to be so important, I think. And again, we bring it up the atomic habits thing that I was bringing about, just if you could just make small adjustments and stick with them, it's going to have long-term impact, right? It's like what they say about if I give you a penny a day and I double it over time, it's not going to be quite as crazy as that necessarily, but there's just almost no downside to just going to bed a little bit earlier when you need to. Just 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes. I think you can do that, surely. Okay. That seems to be the case for you. A lot of very small adjustments to make. I think you have a pretty good idea of what you should be doing, but I think you could be doing it a little bit better. Last question then here is, what do you feel is holding you back? And the answer here is positioning against dive, timing, ability usage, autopiloting, inconsistent mechanics, ego and sniper duels, the plague, lack of sleep, next door neighbors making too much noise, the shag carpet that I really hate, uncomfortable underwear. I'm okay. This is a lot of stuff. Okay. Position gets dive, timing, ability usage, autopilot, inconsistent mechanics, ego and sniper. Holy smokes! Do you want to elaborate on all those? Do I dare ask that you elaborate on any of those?
I don't know. I was just writing everything down that came to my mind.
Fair enough.
And like as I said, I don't know what my priority should be right now.
Fair enough.
So I cannot say, okay, it's this one that's holding me back.
Right.
Because if that was the case, I would just work in this and won't be here today.
Sure. I get it. I mean, this is always a question to where I kind of want to feel people out, but obviously like that is my job, right? Is at least when it comes to in-game stuff, is to be able to kind of, from the VOD review that I can, to give you some guidance and things like that. And hopefully also prepare you so that you're able to better coach yourself as well, so that maybe we learn something, maybe you get a better eye for something, so that you're able to spot it when it goes wrong in the future. I don't know, especially for somebody like you who is trying to do more frequent self-VOD reviews, we would hope to get that done if possible. Okay, let's stop there. Do you have any other questions? Is there anything I missed or didn't prioritize, or you want to discuss a little bit more in detail from this forum?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, then let's get right into it. Let's stream in Discord. I just hope to goodness that the bitrate is okay. If it's not, just let me know. Okay. So really stupid question here, but I'm gonna ask it anyway because that's my specialty. What is Widowmaker good at?
Playing at long range, one-shotting people.
Okay. That was it. You passed. Okay.
Nice.
Really good job. Well done. This guy is just like, you were like, is he gonna strafe? You're like, surely this guy's gonna strafe, right? Okay, I guess he's not. All right. So, especially if you got a mercy pocket here, this is actually a really cool little, this is a very micro thing, but it's something to know. So what a lot of people did in Overwatch League is they would open Widow on this map, and they do a couple of things. One was, if you got a pocket, if you can get right here, on this particular position here, and or if you can get to this position here, okay, with pocket, right? This one's a little bit safer. You can actually completely just create your team's ability to push cart with almost uncontested. Obviously, if they have a Widow, kind of complicates things a little bit, but I mean, I want you to picture it from the enemy team's standpoint. If there's a pocketed Widowmaker up here or up here controlling both high grounds, it's rough. You know what I'm saying? It's really rough. And then the mindset is that you are not even necessarily needing to get kills. It's just the threat of you being there means that your team, the cart is going to go all the way to here. You kind of see what I'm saying? Almost uncontested. Yeah. And now when it gets there, that's when it gets to be a little bit harder for you. But literally in a lot of metas, people would just literally, I'm not joking, they would pick Widowmaker for just half of one round and then go and swap once the cart was pushed up. I'm not even joking. They would just they would cheese the Widow to get the cart pushed up, and then they go back and swap Widow to break the choke. And so I think here your positioning is not bad. I just think you could be abusing this more, and that's a good general mindset for Widow, especially if you're not like playing actively for a duel. Your mindset should instead be, I'm gonna find the best sightline for me to zone off the enemy team that will provide team value for my team. For example, me being here just makes it incredibly hard for them to do any damage to the rest of my team. So I'm actually, it's like the idea, have you ever heard of like cover me, right? Like in combat, that's really what you're doing. You're making it really scary for anybody else to try and damage your team. You're peeling your team. You kind of see what I'm saying? So yeah. this is fine and all. I think you have a reasonable vision, but it could be so much better, right? I think it could be a little bit further back and a little bit better sightline. Unlucky. I think that's like another factor of just you being a little bit too close unnecessarily. But the funny thing is like people look at Widow as like a pick hero, and it's true, but you do a ridiculous amount of damage at long ranges. No hero in the game could do as much damage as you get at long ranges. This isn't gonna ego you. That would be me. dying frequently because I'm egoing the Widow. Okay, let's talk about this right now. You see Widowmaker, right? Who's the advantage in this duel?
She has an advantage.
Why?
She's pre-scoped.
Right, exactly. Okay, just making sure we know why that was a mistake.
I should not pick that.
Right. So much of Widowmaker is like obviously the mechanics, but like just being intelligent with your duels, knowing when you don't have the advantage. So don't fight dirty, right? Fight dirty. Don't fight.
Yep.
Don't be like, oh, I'm gonna fight with a disadvantage. No, screw that, man. Holy crap! Nice shot.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I think that was a bit early.
why? Well, I mean, how would you say it's early?
Because they are just regrouping right now. They don't plan to push up.
You need to ask yourself: is this space from the cart, from like let's say here to here, going to be like really actively contested, or are we looking to push up aggressively at the moment?
Yeah, no, this is like free space.
Right, this is free space. So then this ult doesn't give you anything out of it exactly. So it's going to be about like, yeah, maybe you get a pick here, maybe you snowball them, but I don't think that's even possible either. So. Okay, so again, proximity, right? Like, I think initially pushing up there, given the fact that you pop sites early, was reasonable. But like, we're at a point in time now where, like the previous Soldier VOD review, this doesn't make any sense. This is not what your hero is good at. Like, we talk about all these crazy Pine flicks. There's a reason why Pine is no longer in the league, respectfully. In addition to that, if you get forced into a short sightline flank shot, then sure, take it. But it should cost the enemy team something. This is the easiest dive in the world for the enemy team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So then consider, let's think positioning here. Now, obviously, the enemy Widow does complicate things. But what do you think?
I could play her on statue.
Here? Yeah, you could. It might take some time, but if you could get there, maybe like around the back way, I think this would be a good sightline here, right? This looks good to me. You could right now grapple up here, right?
Yeah.
Venomine the floor. Now Genji might dash you, but again, it would be an overextension. Either he kills you, one-shots you, or he dies. There's no in between, right? And he doesn't like that very much, right? And you'd be able to, again, remember the like the cover me idea. You would be able to cover your team from this angle, right? I think this angle here is risky if you don't know where the Widow is, but it's maybe something that you can hold, scope here, and then just expect her to peek out here. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a lot of angles that are safer and more valuable than where you are right now. Because it's not just the safety we're concerned about, it's the efficiency and efficacy of what you're doing. Just like back here, whereas this angle was, or even I guess to a lesser extent, this angle was more dangerous for you, it also did less, right, than an angle like this in here. We can have our cake and eat it too. And I think you're thinking that right now, but it's not important enough for you to actually change your positioning, and that's a problem. And I mean, obviously this is silly, right? Especially into this composition. And the funny thing is too, is I don't even know if you know that their Widow's dead. Yeah, so it's just a little bit unlucky timing. Like, you go for a grapple shot, but I would even say, like, is the priority right now the Widow duel, even if this Widow is alive?
No, it's me not getting dive.
Right. Look at these guys, right? Now that's how you use your grapple if you're playing in a sniper mirror, right? With no dive threats, but this is silly. And the problem here is...
it's getting sillier.
Oh, no. Surely they won't see me, guys. It's like the toddler, you know? You can't see me, I've got my eyes closed. You know? If you had just turned around, just like emoted and, you know, just you know, well, you guys can't see me. I'm safe, guys, yeah. I mean, the problem in this fight is not just that, oh, you died, you got dove, you wasted grapple. Those are all problems, of course. But the major issue is that you just weren't a factor because your positioning meant that you never, ever... You just didn't have a sight line. You know? It's to me, that's the major issue. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They're on Tracer now, so while that makes your life hard, it actually makes it more simple, right? Because now what are you thinking about?
LOS of my supports and making sure they don't dive me, and I can just abuse long range and don't care about like sniper duels.
Right, it's complete. There's no dynamics whatsoever. It's one loud shriek. Don't get dove. That's it. Everything else, like you said, it just doesn't matter. Now that might mean that you have to think more about your Venomine placement. That might mean you have to be careful about your grapple. But it really is very simple. It might be hard, but it's very simple. So like this right here, for example. I don't love this. I don't love this. Why? Well, it's not just the fact that you're using grapple. It's the fact that you're grappling and then consider the proximity, right? You're on top of the enemy team. Now, if that was your only option, maybe it's okay. But what other options did you have here?
Like just staying where I'm at right now, kinda a bit to the right.
Or
I guess.
Yes, exactly. You could stay to the right. Or if you want to be really greedy, okay, this is something that Widow isn't very good at compared to a hero like Sojourn, but it's something that you can do. You could peek aggressively, like go for a crazy aggressive play right here, but then you'd be able to grapple away if you get pressured. You kind of see him? So instead of grappling in aggressively, walk aggressively, then grapple defensively, right? I don't even think that's necessary here, but it's something to consider. It would be better than what we're doing right now. And the problem here is because, like, look at how close you are. Do you see how fast they're moving, right? Obviously,
with right? Lucio and Kitsune.
It's impossible. And again, look at the proximity, right? It's so hard to hit these shots. This would be so much easier if you were just a little bit further away, smaller flicks, right? Smaller flicks. I mean, your hero, shockingly, is a ranged hero. So when you play at range, you hit more shots. It's not just about the defensive pressure, right? It's also about, it's just easier to do things. Like, I wouldn't say you're doing nothing here, but you could be doing so much more.
Yeah.
You're doing so much more. I mean, this is it, right? Like, look at this. This is delightful right here. If they stay fighting here, throw out the Venomine there. Huh. Nice. There it is. That's good. Huge value. Huge value. One body shot and a recall. Love it. This guy. He wants it so bad. And there you go. That's it right there. Surely your team heals you. Okay, nice job. The little rat. What is he doing? He's still there.
I was like scared to grapple forward.
No, I hear you. Listen, I hear you. I will say, maybe you could grapple. Okay, I don't even know anymore because now the Winston's here. I don't think he could get into this high ground very easily, but I think this is honestly okay. You're still like, do you see how, like, I mean, look what you did, right? Look at the Genji, right? You forced the flat. I don't think it was just you, but you were the main reason, right? So maybe he dies. If he dies, should have hit that shot. I mean, this feels like rough, but the funny thing is you're still doing things, right? You're still hitting body shots. I mean, both the Genji and the Tracer are 1 HP thanks to you. So as bad as this feels right now, you're still doing things. If you lose this fight, it's not your fault. This is fine. This is like, I need to contribute, otherwise this fight is lost. So I don't care if I use my grapple aggressively. Maybe I die, maybe I don't, but at the very least there's a chance we win, right? Oh! 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 Nice! 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 Never in my life have I seen a Widow hit so many body shots. Aw, dear. Ah! Never in my life have I seen so many body shots that might actually win a fight, you know? I mean, seriously though, like, I'm joking aside, this is good. This is obviously not good. This makes you more fragile and more, a lot harder to dive, right? Or a lot harder to hit shots, right? So, okay, there you go. Thankfully that Winston kind of ignores you. Ignore the Winston bubble. Nice. The body shot bandit at it again. Nice. Good, run, 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 run. Probably be careful about scoping there. I know it's like, oh, but because when you scope, you don't 80-80 strafe, so that Reaper could just one-shot you. So just be careful.
Honestly, I thought I was just dead, so I wanted to trade and at least get Yana.
Gotcha. I think you were fine. You're still at full HP. But okay, what a weird fight. I think you actually did a lot. But it's kind of funny because you were bullied into doing what you should have been doing previous to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ended up holding a sightline for a long time at a long sightline while holding your grapple, and you ended up doing a lot. You did a lot of pressure on the Genji, you did a lot of pressure on the Tracer, and then as the fight moved up, you moved up as well. And you didn't hit a single headshot outside of that Ana. But You forced cooldowns, you forced deflect, you forced recall, you forced them out, you forced them to play defensively, and that was all that your team needed to win the fight. So, more of that. Ooh, okay. I guess the hard shots are just your specialty, you know? I would probably throw Venomine here, just for fun. Come on now. You could, again, it's like, here's the problem. If you hit the shot, obviously, yay, congratulations, right?
Yeah.
But it is such a high risk, and if it goes poorly, then you are just a non-factor the rest of the fight, because where would you want to be positioned if this doesn't work? Where would you want to go? Look at the fight location.
Oh, like top right, but I don't have grapple.
Yeah. Maybe like top right and peek out here. Maybe even you just scope like a trillion miles away here and zone everybody out here, right? Maybe you're like, like you've played up against Widows here. When a Widow's here, it makes it actually kind of really awkward for the defending team, right? To like, hold, they can't, because they can't hold high ground, they can push here. But see now, what are you doing now? What are you going to be? Run, Rudolph, right? And now, and you're still being pressured, you're still being pressured. There's your grapple, there's your grapple. It's been a 4v5, you know?
Yeah.
So, obviously, if they've got beat and primal, I don't know how much you would have been able to done this fight anyway, but at least there would have been a threat of setting your feet and getting a kill. The problem is that you've not been able to set your feet and get a kill at all. At all. And that was because of the grapple up here. Now, let's rephrase this question, because I don't want this to be passive vibing, never going aggressive. What if this was a comp with no mobility at all? What do you think about this play?
Well, it depends on if they have snipers or not. Like, if they had a Widowmaker, I wouldn't pick this.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think this is fine.
Okay, right. Because why? Because what's going to happen? You miss this shot, you drop. What's going to happen? Are they going to chase?
No.
No.
They have no mobility.
So they won't chase, so then you will have time to do what?
Position myself.
Position yourself. Right. So you go for aggression as long as that aggression does not compromise your ability to position yourself in a good sightline as Widow. That's the mistake here. It's not, oh, you use grapple aggressively. That's bad. No. It was bad because they were going to dive you. They kept you on the back foot. You were a non-factor this entire fight. That's what's bad. And I think if you're talking about self-VOD review, that is something very specific that you can actively look for in your self-VOD review. As the fight started, was I set up in the location and the angle that I wanted to control, to cover my team, right?
Yeah.
And if not, why? Was it some sort of goofy early aggression? Did I waste my cooldowns? Did I give away my positioning? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. Because the other thing too is, like, if you grapple here and you don't get the kill, that also, it's not a bad thing, but it means that they know where you are now, right? That's another factor you have to consider. There's a scare factor with Widow, a surprise factor as Widow, that I think whenever you can, you want to try and leverage. All right, this fight's lost. You waste Kitsune, that kind of sucks, but yeah, whatever. Let's skip to more Widow here. I see you playing more. Okay, we'll go back and look at Tracer maybe later, but let's stick with what we got here. All right, do you have any questions so far?
No.
Okay, let's keep going. Is this the best position for you to hold in this point of time?
Like, I don't want to play on the left side because I think they would just dive me.
Too close. Yeah, and that's going to be the problem, right? They're going to dive you, and then you're going to have to run away the whole fight. If your Widow's running away the whole fight, right? Okay, so, what do you think?
I think it's fine.
Okay. The funny thing is, on attack, this is really, really good, right? But for defense, it's not that good, right? But as soon as you get to the second half, defense gets to feel pretty good because of the longer space, and attack Widow feels pretty bad. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is not bad, but they're in a lot of good positions here. That's okay. I will say, Venomine, if we're going to talk about little tidbits that you can focus on here, where should you Venomine?
I'm not sure, honestly.
There's options. Let me give you a few. 1. Okay. Why?
Yeah. so I can see them if they try to sneak on me.
2. Why?
If they go like directly on me, like the Genji dashes me.
3.
That's where it is.
Right. Why?
If they want to sneak on me, like Commander.
Right. So you see their comp right now. Where should your Venomine be?
Next to me, because I don't think they're gonna try to sneak on me. They're just gonna straight up jump on me.
Yep, that's it. Now, is that the priority over your positioning right now? I don't think so, but if you wanted to keep, like, the reason why we touch on these details, even though there's more important macro things, is because you're going to get bored focusing on just positioning with Widow all the time, 24/7 for the rest of your life. That's just going to get so incredibly boring. So what this might be is this might be a week of positioning, and then you spend a week on Venomine placement and just have fun with your positioning. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe we do something else, right? That's what I would recommend. Because it's still important, right? Venomine it's still important. It's just not as important. Nice. That's actually such a big deal, by the way. That headshot by Winston. Don't have, like, that is so difficult for him to deal with. I would be very cautious about this, right? You're cut off from where you want to kite and where the enemy team is, right? Be very careful. I like what you're doing, just be very cautious. Nice. 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 Holy cow. Nice! I need to find a new adjective. Well done. Great. Phenomenal. Superb. Delightful.
I think that Venomine was really bad.
Yeah, it was horrible. I wasn't gonna say anything, but now that you bring it up, yeah, it was horrible. Ah! Lucio, man. All right. This is the other thing that we talked about. We only mentioned it once, but you know, actually, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna rewind because I forgot about this. We're really going back here. This is okay, but I don't think this is great, right? Because if you consider this from your perspective and even the enemy team's, or your team's perspective, let's put it that way, what does this really provide?
Nothing really, because I have to run anyways.
You have to run anyways. Do you know where most of the important people are right now?
Yeah, I know where my threats are.
Right. And the enemy team, it's the same thing for the only thing I can maybe see is maybe this allows your Sojin to deal with the Tracer a little bit easier, but that's pretty much it. It's not a great use of the ult. So if you want to throw a third thing into the pile here, I'm looking at this fight right now, and that just reminded me, hey, let's make sure that this is used appropriately. Nice shot. Holy cow. I like the patience with the ult. Zero reason to use it. Space has not been contested. This still feels a little early. I think you could probably greed this to... You still know their Genji's in spawn, right?
Yeah.
I would wait till 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. This is when I pop my sights.
Yeah.
To where they just literally cannot push cart or cannot even peek without getting their head blown off. And that's probably when you'd catch like a Genji looking for a flank, right? At the same time. That you would probably end up catching somebody there. So I think this is again too early. Let's direct our attention to this delightful shot on the Ana.
No one can hide from my sight.
Nice.
A train of blood.
Ha. Genji's getting rolled. Okay, we adjust our positioning. And versus, there's no Widow in the field, right? So this is just dominating this position, really, truly. If we were to consider Venomine here, like let's say this point in time, where would you throw your Venomine if you had the time?
All right here?
Yeah.
Maybe on stairs?
Sure, something like that. At that point, it's mostly for the damage because you know you're going to reposition back here anyway. Now, let me introduce one other position that you need to be aware of as you climb up, where you should be Venomining. Whoop.
Yeah.
Right here. Most Genjis, Lucios, whatever, that are smart. I mean, you'll even see Ashes go for a play like this. They'll coach gun up and they'll go blow your head off. This is the play versus Widows. So you need to know this, and I would better mind that, just in case. Gives you like a little bit of extra time to react. It gives you an advantage in the duel. Nice job. Uh-oh, Torb. All right, get out, get out, get out. A little bit risky because he doesn't have primal. Oh gosh. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. So like, I understand why you're here, okay? Because they're down a bunch, you're gonna push up, and you're gonna hit the shot, the sleeping monkey, right? Consider the Ashes positioning. Lucio's not set up yet. It makes sense. Like, this feels too close, but okay, whatever. But then right here, okay, we're out. He gets away. Crap, we run away. Grapple, not good, right? Grapple should have gone for distance, not for height here, so this was not great. Now, this is where we have problems, though. I don't care that the Torb is dead now. You need to get a sight lane. You need to get out of here. You're scoping at point blank range here. Once again, this is not where you need to be. You see what I'm saying? You need to get out, 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 out. Establish your positioning here. Establish your positioning here. Get your cool grapple back. I don't care. This is not it. And you can know it's not it because now they're starting to pop ultimates. And what are you going to do this side? Really, truly, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
This feels horrible. And that's how you die. So we need to work on it's not just your positioning, just generally, it's your proximity. You're getting caught up too close to these comps that just run you over and either completely kill you or remove your like you're just not a factor in these fights because you're running. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is good. I wouldn't even bother shooting bubble if I were you. I would just be pre-scoping on the monkey. Like, this guy should already be headshot.
Yeah. I wanted to like get rid of the turret, and then he bubbled the turret and make me so angry.
Yeah. That was super unlucky. But like the shot in the monkey should have been there. Whatever. Go next. Okay. This is your playground. This is a good map for Widow.
I don't know why he primaled there.
I would not have grappled here, by the way. I would have waited. Yeah, I would have just walked forward, maybe SMG'd him a little bit, shot, and then grappled as necessary, because he's done no damage to you. There's no reason to buy yourself time. You guys see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's a bad monkey, but a better monkey might kill you for using your grapple that early. I mean, right now, actually, perfect example, right? You might have died there.
Yeah.
Grapple too early. Good. This is okay. I would have preferred this back angle here. Again, like just look at how broad open your sightlines are here. The fight is happening here. I understand like, oh, I want to push up here, but the Winston is there, the Torb is there. And then what happens is you grapple here. Okay, then you get the pick, you force the Torb out, whatever. Then you rotate to here. You see this? This is your secondary sightline to pick up. This one is very meh, to be frank. Again, I don't love the sights. There are some times where you just don't need to use the ultimate at all, and I think this is a situation. Like, you know where they are, right? They're right there. You don't need sights. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no information gained, there's no advantage in a duel because there's no duel to take. You just win, period. So nice. Terrifying. Okay. This rat, man. He's coming. He's coming. Oh no, he messed up. Okay, I'm sorry. We just have to enjoy this. He's trying so hard. He wants it. Nice shot. Nice shot. Holy crap, dude. This is like, look at this guy. Completely ruined that engage. Uh-oh. My spider senses are going off. Oh no, 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 no. No! I don't know why you grapple like that. Just grapple to the opposing high ground. Nice shot.
I wasn't sure if the range was enough.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, this little rat is dead. This positioning is good. Just be ready because you don't have grapple, so you're gonna drop. Good. Then SMG, good. That was good. That was a good response right there. Anticipate, react, avoid the landing damage. Ooh. And then you grapple forward afterwards. This is all good. Like, there are some really good things with your positioning here, to be honest with you. There are some good things with your positioning here. I think it's going to be about finding those good things and then executing them better, right? It's the inconsistency with like the respective range that we need to clean up. Oh, gee, this Torb is right there. Okay.
Okay, now I thought, first of all, I didn't see them swapping to Widow. And also I thought, okay, they are low on time. They're just all gonna go main and they're not gonna be ready for me.
This is a high risk, high reward play, isn't it?
Yeah.
What makes this a high risk or a lower risk, high reward play than it could be? Look at your bottom right of your screen.
I have grapple ready.
Right.
In like seconds.
Right. Right. So are you going to die for this? Likely. Probably not. I would be shocked.
Well,
I would be shocked.
I did. Because they are Widow now.
You shouldn't die for it. Okay, so the Widow swap you don't track, but like for the impact of this review, which is mostly focusing about your management of your sightlines, management of your grapple, right? This seems okay to me. I can live with that. You know what I'm saying? I can live with that. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah.
But I can live with it. Okay. Give me questions.
Would like the top left flank thing I just did. If I knew they were on Widowmaker, that's like super dumb, right?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's even better. But then who are you waiting for?
The Widow.
The Widow. You're playing for the Widow duel, not for the Ana. So
yeah,
you'd be a total rat. You scout the Widow swap. Oh, then you just hide. 3, 2, 1 here. Clomp, 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 right? And then you just blow her head off. And then you go back to your team, and then it's a 4v5 before the fight even started.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the play was fine. You just didn't know they were on Widow, that's all.
And gave away my position.
Yes. I mean, that's why it was a factor, is because you gave away the position into a Widow duel that you didn't know was happening. Okay, so let's establish a couple of focuses. Like that was the focus of this review, right? So we might have some time for some Tracer as well. So what would you say are your hierarchy of focuses? And be specific. Don't just say, oh, positioning. Well, what about positioning? What do you think?
Making sure I'm like, when the fight starts, in a proper, like I have a proper sideline on the enemies.
Yes, pre-fight you can make that decision a lot of the time. Okay, what else?
Having my grapple ready when they on dive.
Just think, what do I need to be using this for?
Yeah.
Right? You can often predict. This might even come down to a time of like the positioning allows you to grapple better, and thinking about your grapple usage might help your positioning a little bit. One or the other. But 100%. Okay? What else?
Think about my Venomine.
What else? Remember your ult?
Yeah.
What's going to educate your better ult usage for you? What kind of like thought process do you need to go through?
I think about either we engaging or they want to engage right now. Then I use it.
Sure. Do you have the information that you need? Do you need to provide more information by popping the ult? You know what I'm saying? I think you're smart enough to be able to make that decision more often. And I think you're smart enough to really solve probably most, if not all, of all 4 topics, right? But it's going to be about giving your attention towards those topics one at a time and improving them one at a time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Good stuff. Some bad stuff, but good stuff. And I think the bad stuff, I know you're intelligent enough to be able to figure it out in the moment. Now, this particular VOD was extremely difficult because you happen to be playing some Widow and a lot of dive. However, whether you're playing into dive or not, finding your best sightline, finding your best position are still things that are going to be very, very important, regardless of what you're playing into, right? Let's get in the habit of doing that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Let's look at some Tracer. And Gibraltar.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make it quick, but Tracer's also relatively simple, so I think we can be quick and to the point. Timing, positioning. Sounds familiar. Let's see what we do. Now, interestingly enough, you are on the high ground. You are not pushing cart. Why?
I thought like I could follow up on my monkey easier. Like I can drop at any time if I decide, okay,
True.
just push card.
True. Now, in lower ranks, this might be a factor. I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek, and maybe this is something that you can look for as necessary.
Yeah, monkey's not gonna jump that higher.
Well, yes, but I mean, he might at some point, though, in which case it'd be nice for you to be there. But the reason why Tracers in higher ranks usually push cart is why? Look at your team right now. Who's pushing cart?
My backline, I guess.
Right. Where would your backline like to be optimally if given time and positioning?
On high ground.
On high ground, right. So not immediately, but at some point they want to rotate. So what happens as Tracer is you generally are either dealing with cart duty because you're very mobile and cannot be pressured, or you're following the dive. Now, I will say this, that if you're not going to position on cart because your support's on cart, what you're doing now is good, right? Because if you're not going to be pushing cart, they need to be on the dive, right? So
Yeah.
This makes perfect sense to me. The only problem, of course, is that your Winston is not going to be hard committing, and you need to be very careful about even stuff like this, because it really, truly is just you. Now, they, at the same time, do you want to guess what they were doing at this point in time?
Yeah, the enemy Tracer killed my backline.
Yeah, and do you see who they're focusing right now?
The back card?
Yeah, they're focusing backline and they're focusing card. They're trying to punish monkey, right? And it ends up actually working out that your monkey, I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. But you know what? It ends up working out because guess what? Guess what they're all thinking about? That, and that leads to that. So just be very careful is my point. Be very careful. Make sure that you're obviously synchronized with your monkey. If your monkey is out, I want you to be out. If your monkey is in, even if he's being a boss player feeding moron, then at least you're there getting some sort of follow-up here. But I would get out here. I would definitely get out. And by get out, what do I mean by get out? Where would you go? Where should you go?
And server, maybe?
Yes, server. Either get out towards their spawn or go back towards your spawn and just hide this position. I do not.
Yeah.
I want you to kind of maintain some sort of off angle as safe as you possibly can. I think this is fine. You could even spawn camp here. Yep, looks like that's what we're gonna do. She knows it's coming though. She knows. She's so scared. Well, actually, maybe she's just screwing around. Oh, she's reloading! She's reloading! Oh, what ultimate tragedy! The Mercy trolls by pistoling the wall and dies for it. She probably dies either way. But that was pretty funny. Okay, this is good. Alright. We walk forward. Oh my gosh, that guy lasered you. Let's actually watch this. I want to see this. This guy. Oof. Okay. Okay. I would spawn camper again. So I'm not joking. Like, spawn camper again. Like, your team is clearly not taking an engage. Spawn camper again.
Okay.
She's crazy.
I like how she took the other door as well.
Oh, she's so scared. Look at this. She's got the jingle bells on her little thing. Look at her. I don't know why she's. I don't know what she's doing. Okay, let's see what we got here. So why are you going in now? This is a really important question. I mean, this is honestly going to be a really boring Tracer review. We're just going to focus on the fundamentals because it's always good, right? So can you hear that? Did you hear that? I don't know how loud it's on your end. Do you hear that?
No.
Okay. Do you hear crap going on, essentially?
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah, I heard a rock, right? I heard a rock.
Oh, okay,
I heard your hog going, ugh, you know, and I see a BAP dying. So then now is your time, right? You know for a fact that something's going on right now. It's that simple.
Yeah.
You go in right now, even if you don't get the kill on the Sojourn, you're going to force her shift. She's going to be mispositioned. Maybe your team can follow up off of it. There it is, right? Love to see it. This poor Mercy. Oh, I'm sorry. What is she doing? What is she doing? she's just running around in circles. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's the best thing I've seen all day. She's so scared. Oh gosh. Okay. Nice. Oh my gosh. Careful. You're gonna pulse this, I just know you are. So it's like
Just how like I planned it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just not great, to be honest with you, right? Because like there's just nothing happening right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the timing is bad.
It's like obviously if you look at your comp, the timing is not going to be monkey going in, right? But but if you look 3, 2, 1 now, this BAP, Mercy, Sojourn are distracted. Why? What is there to shoot?
My team.
Yeah, right, your team. They have to heal the Sigma. They have to shoot your hog, or they will lose. They have to. They cannot pay attention to you, otherwise they will die. But what happens is you go in now where, I mean, you might as well focus you. There's nothing else to focus right now. Like right now, your hog has just turned the corner. Just now. In fact, accidentally, that's why you end up getting the pulse spawn kill. But unfortunately, this BAP is not really under any pressure at all. So like he's not, his hog is, it's really just the hog. There's no Ana, there's no Genji, there's no Brig healing, there's nothing. So that's why you die here. I mean, obviously this is a crazy shot from the BAP.
I think this is just me autopiloting and like not paying attention.
Right. But this is exactly like the Widowmaker, where what happens to be autopiloted is the very fundamental basics of the hero, which is actually going in with some sort of pressure from your team. Like right now, this Genji's throwing shurikens. This would be a perfect time for you to go for the Sojourn, or for you to go over this BAP. And imagine how much easier it will be to stick a pulse bomb when they're not looking at you, right?
Yeah.
Right? This guy is fully 80-80 strafing. This Mercy's fully focused on avoiding you, not your team. And that's why you die. And that's why the pulse bomb doesn't stick either. Alright, maybe we win. Maybe we win. We don't. Unlucky. Reset, go next. Okay. As long as you don't get punished for this. Ooh, they might be there. Still, just, do you see this? It's still too early. And the mistake was not made when you were shooting the soldier, right? Because that was too late. Right? You're like, oh, I can maybe kill the Mercy, but then your team's still resetting, right?
Yeah, it was just greedy.
It was very greedy. You saw an opportunity, it didn't pay off, unfortunate. But then that unlucky ends up killing you. Now, is this as bad as the previous team fight? No, I think like the Mercy felt like she could have been a free kill, so I'm not going to holler at you for it. But you can see how it if it doesn't work, man, does it feel bad. Like when the fight actually happens, you weren't even there. Your team literally won it without you. This is obviously fine. This is what we want to see, right? So much easier when the enemy team isn't all focusing you down. Oh, it's poor Mercy, man. Just oh! No way! No way! It just keeps getting worse! It just keeps getting worse! Ah!
Heroes never die.
Me! No way! Again and again. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Very patient here, because you know that the timing here is going to be a little tricky, because the way you guys are going to play this is you're going to push cart, probably not fight, which means you might need to hide and just wait and listen, right? You need to listen for shots being traded. There are no shots being traded right now. This BAP is feeding his brains out, but guess what? He's not going to get punished for it, is he?
Yeah.
He's got all the support in the world, and meanwhile your team's like, guys, right? Come back. So this is where if you want to hold a position like this, your goal is not to not be here, okay? But be sneaky. Hide. Don't let them know you're here. Don't let them engage in combat, right? So maybe you could grab mini. I don't know. You could just grab mini, honestly. I mean, your Genji's just really. Your Genji's doing the same thing you were doing, right? Where he's like, I'm gonna go, but like, look at this. Oh, there's nothing happening yet. You just need. If he'd waited 5 seconds, it would have been fine. Same thing for you, to be honest with you. Okay.
Right. I wanted to follow up on the Genji.
Right. I respect it. Now, what do you think about right now?
Too early. I should have hid.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Do you see this? Look at your Brig.
Yeah.
Look at the Sig. Look at the Hog. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's much closer to where we'd want it to be. I would say perfect would be about now, right? To be about now. When you can hear your Hog trading. But again, we don't need to worry about perfect right now. It just needs to be better than what we've seen in the 2 other fights, correct?
Yeah, I've seen your YouTube videos saying like, don't make decent plays perfect, but make awful plays decent.
Yes.
Which is like...
Yes. And this is not an awful play. This I would say shooting the signal was an awful play. I don't know why you're doing that. But this is good. This is being sneaky. Now look at this map. They don't see you, do they? And by the time they turn around, look what's happened. You see?
Yeah.
There it is. And that's it. You see it? Nice job. Grab the Mega. Good. And now, yes, you don't have your recall, so this is terrifying. But this is not free for the enemy team. You see? The soldier has to completely give up the fight and try and chase you on the kill. So if you live here, it's a disaster for the enemy team. You should have lived. You should have lived. If you live here, this is like I mean, look what's happening, right? You got a kill. You distracted the entire enemy backline. Look at the freaking Baptiste. Look at this guy. The Baptiste is coming out of spawn. What is he thinking? Go right to cart. No, he's thinking about I gotta help this guy. Imagine if you had blinked out, played your life, and how much time you would have wasted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you still would have been in a good position to assist with the fight from behind.
Do you think I should have stayed where the Mega was and hide there until I have blinks ready?
Probably, yes. I would have waited, try to avoid the Helix, and then try and get a double blink across, and then get to the Mega. Yeah.
Okay.
And then obviously the problem here is you're late to the fight, so your positioning is horrible. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing you can do about it, really. Like, you just have to do this, but this doesn't feel good with your hero. Okay, let's watch a little bit more. Yep. Yes. I really like what you're doing, trying to follow up on the blade. This is really nice. Good job. Not flashy, not fancy, but well done. I swear, Milky Way is not the most intelligent person I've ever seen. She just staggered herself by like 10 seconds. Alrighty. Stop giving away your positioning.
I should have shot there.
Yeah. But do you see how this is? Look at the timing here. You see this? Who do they focus?
My break is the tag right now.
100%. And not only that, but you got all this crap going on here too. Look, this is no chance you die here. No chance. And look at that, free pulse bomb. You didn't have to stick it. But they're not thinking about avoiding pulse bomb, are they? They're thinking about everything else on their screen. Yeah, this is a bit of a mess. I probably would have wrapped around this way. I don't think you get pushed out here, to be honest with you. I think you would have been fine. This position just feels kind of rotten. Like, I know that you're trying to reset. I say that as the soldier wraps around that very position. Never mind. You were the big brain all along. My bad. Actually, no. See, I was the big brain all along because you would have gotten that kill faster. So, haha, get wrecked. All right, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. Okay. By the way, if we're talking about this map, it's awkward for Tracer. You kind of feel this? It's like
yeah.
How do I get set up? So this is a good flank. I would also say.
Well,
yeah, I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead and say it.
I probably would have swapped to Widow, but I was like,
yes,
I want to have a Tracer ward in case we are like
great.
an early with Widow.
Well, and also like you can putting yourself in slightly less optimal situations, you kind of figure things out too. So for example here, this is a good flank, but if you guys can get a little bit of forward pressure here, if you can wrap around through here, clear this out, and then wrap around this way, and then take the high ground, or then wrap around here, that's another like part of the map, I guess, that you can take as Tracer. It's not great, but it is an opportunity, you know. Just don't get stuck here. Yes, but again, it's like less about like dueling this guy and more about like dueling and then trying like saving blinks and trying to get through. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To wrap around.
I was like, I need to kill him so I can get through.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Okay. Ha! Oh no! They're almost unfortunate. Oh dear. Yeah, this wasn't.
I thought I had recall.
Yeah.
I get stuck and I'm just sitting there not doing anything because I'm like, oh, I'm recalling.
Yeah. The funny thing is that you got stuck, just not the stuck that you wanted. Okay. So what are you seeing from your Tracer play here?
Make sure I don't go into early.
Okay.
I guess once again, make sure I'm set up when the fight starts.
Yeah, I agree. I think those two things kind of tie hand in hand with Tracer. It's not very flashy. It's the same stuff that I tell most Tracer players, but the reason why I tell most Tracer players is because it's really important for Tracer. And most Tracer players are not doing it perfectly. Most Tracer players could benefit from doing it better. You are no exception. So that would be my recommendation for what you would want to work on moving forward with Tracer. You have any questions?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, so here's the deal. If you do have any questions, you know the routine. Shoot me a message. And you know the replay code rule? Yes? No?
Yep.
Okay, so you know the rule with that. Follow that up, whatever you'd like. Could be Widow, could be Tracer, could be even Sojourn if you want. Totally different. Totally up to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep in touch. Hopefully there's some actually actionable goals from here. The only thing I would say as well is because, especially with the Widowmaker, considering we kind of gave you a bunch of goals, don't hesitate to shift those around on a week-to-week basis. I would say definitely give yourself at least 3 to 4 days of practicing one of those aspects. But the reason why it's so important is even though positioning is more important than Venomine placement, it's all about it keeping it interesting for yourself. Because if you only focus on positioning, you're going to lose some of the interest and intensity, and then you're just not going to be getting as better at positioning as you should be. Whereas if you go to Venomine placement, you're like, oh, this will be fine. I get to work on my Venomine placement. And therefore, you're going to put some effort into it, aren't you?
Yeah.
So don't hesitate to swap it around a little bit on a week-to-week basis just to keep things fresh. Sound good?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Keep in touch. Let me know if you have any questions, and I'll chat with you later. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Cheers, mate. See ya.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was Vibing Hit Scan Extraordinaire. I guess Hit Scan Extraordinaire would be a good description here. I always describe Sojourn as hit scan. I think that's probably the most accurate way to describe her, but it always feels weird to do so, knowing that she's, I guess, technically not fully hit scan. Let's we have a little bit of surprise here. We have one other thing I almost forgot to do. Shocking, really. I never forget anything ever. I have the world's best memory, and I somehow almost forgot it. We have a gameplay review. What hero is this? Oh dear. We have a tragedy, chat. We have a real tragedy. Here's the thing. Here's a tragedy. So we're doing a gameplay review. Wait, let's see if we can solve this. But the problem is that because the person isn't here, I don't know what character they... Oh, never mind. There it is. There it is. Okay. Oh! Okay, they clarified that it's Geezer. Okay, so we know who it is. But I was like, oh no, I have a gameplay review, but I don't know which one is the person getting the replay code. Okay, we're good. We're looking at Anna. Let's look at the, so again, if you guys aren't familiar, if you want to get coaching, !coaching, and I do not just in-depth, full-on coaching sessions. If you're like, I ain't got that type of money, Jack. I just want to get my gameplay reviewed. There's a gameplay review, 30 minutes. I can roast coach you. That's generally where I do the roast coaching. This one is not a roast coaching VOD, but yeah. Okay, so this is Coach Green. Coach Green, all right. And let's skim through this VOD. What do you hope to get out of the session? Overall help with positioning, advice on how to balance between healing and damage and support, feedback on aim. Does my sensitivity seem okay on Ana? Well, let's put it this way. Is your sensitivity under 5,000 or 6,000 EDPI? Is your sensitivity over 2,000 EDPI? If so, you're good. Review Steph's husband's Torbjorn. You know, that would be fun sometimes, where I get so desperate for an unorthodox VOD that I just start reviewing random people. That would be like an old throwback. Okay, so overall help with positioning, target priority in terms of healing versus damage. How does your aim feel? Okay, well, what are your goals? Short-term, improve positioning and support and find a good balance for healing damage. Reach diamond. Long-term, reach high diamond, low masters. Okay. Let's look at your training. About 1 to 2 hours on weekdays playing ranked solo queue. About 4 to 6 hours on weekends. That should be more than enough to get to diamond. For support, Ana, Zenyatta, Moira. Good hero pool. Seems good. 7.5 hours of sleep. I mean, we're checking all the boxes, chat. We're checking all the boxes. 1 to 2 hours of a weekday, a good hero pool, playing consistently. Why is this person not diamond? There must be something that's missing in their gameplay, or potentially maybe they haven't had this training schedule for very long, and so that they're just now getting the value of it. Could be that they're not training with enough intensity during those sessions, like enough super specific focus, but I don't know. I'll let Coach Green answer that question on his own. We'll focus on just the gameplay for now. What do you feel is holding you back? I'm an older player, 31. Man! All right, that's not that old. And we have a full-time job, family. My gameplay time is limited, so making the time I do play games more efficient and effective for improving is a challenge. Fair enough. Open to strategies on what a typical gaming session should look for someone who could spend 8 hours a day playing as much as I want to. Okay, so basically, short warm-up with Vaxta. What was the other code that I had that I haven't really fully fleshed this one out, but I did kind of like it. I thought it was kind of juicy here. Which one was that? It had potential. Where is it? It's on my aim talk video. Vaxta VAXTA and ZHTD8. I'll post both of these in chat. Most folks are aware of Vaxta who've been part of my stream for a while, but the other one is a little bit weird. These are the two codes that I think are relatively good. So let's warm up for 10 minutes. That's probably good for a support player. Mechanically intensive, over, right? Very, very fast engagement. Lots of shooting and slamming and smashing. Get into ranked, solo queue. Play the heroes within your hero pool with a specific focus or goal with each one. During the queue times, get up, walk around, drink some water, you know, slap your kids around, mow the lawn just a little bit, and then go back in, play another game, and then do that for 1 to 2 hours. I would probably say if you're looking to get the diamond, the goal has to be at least 5 to 6 games in a session if possible, and then that's it. That's it. I mean, it really does feel like you're doing the right things, at least on the surface. I just don't know with how much intent and with how much intensity that you're doing those things. But that would be the goal. So maybe that's what you're doing now. Maybe you just need to keep doing the right things. Let's try and find at least gameplay specifically what you need to do, because that would be my recommendation. Okay, so I believe this is Plat. Yes, Plat. Among Us. Agreed. Could not have put it better myself. Moan 420. Yeah, there's Spilo. Yeah, there's just noises. That's just what you sign up for. Okay, so the thing with Ana, good corner positioning, good cooldown usage, good nano boost usage, and obviously a little bit of target priority. We're just gonna let, because we have 25 minutes of gameplay, I'm just gonna let my body just absorb every single molecule of gameplay, and then we'll talk at some point what is looking juicy and what's not looking so juicy. So the big one with Ana is like the first thing you should be thinking about is, how can I not die? How can I land nades that are impactful? And by nades that are impactful, that might mean a defensive nade, or it might be an offensive nade. Depends on the comp. I look at the enemy composition, I'm like, you know, I don't think there's going to be a lot that we're going to need to sit on nade for. There's not like a full-on brawl dive. Yeah. So I think looking for offensive nades on Maybe a Reaper to force Wraith. Maybe you can get a kill on Torb. Maybe if you see that Orisa's down cooldowns, a nade there might be impactful. Now you're like, well, but they're just gonna Suzu it. Yeah, I know. But let's tell you what. I'll trade a 10-second cooldown for a 14-second cooldown, okay? And the initial pressure / damage of the nade is still there. Now I get it. If we're talking GM, Ana's not the most powerful here, but we're not. We're talking about Plat. So yeah, screw you. All right. The big thing for me is going to be how do you get cooldown value outside of just spamming crap? Okay, well that was poopy dookie. That was questionable. So this to me screams panic and bad mechanics, but very clearly both, because I know for a fact that your mechanics are not so bad that you would sleep a floor. Okay, the floor does not need the assistance. The floor is fine. So this is just a rush sleep. This is like the quintessential Ana problem that we always go over, where it's like, I mean, I struggle with this one, where it's like, boom, and we throw the cooldown now, right? No, take a split second. Take a split second, and I promise you that sleep will be better placed. That's sucky. So like that right there is a perfect nade of what we're talking about, right? Did that get a kill? No. Did it force a cooldown? Did it help your team? Yes, because look at this Reaper. Right there. Wraith for nade. Is that an amazing trade? I mean, not always, but it does create space. It buys you space, it buys you time, it buys you pressure. I like it. I'm totally fine with that name. Yes. Okay, so I think the nade there was fine. Positioning here has been mostly okay as well. At least not actively feeding. And not playing... You know what's actually funny is that sleep right there was 10 times better than the sleep that we did when Lucio was right in front of her face. I don't necessarily think this was a good sleep, but the mechanics of the sleep dart were like, actually, like if that guy had wall climbed just a tiny bit higher, that sleep would have hit. When you're focused, it's so much funnier how easier it is to hit a sleep dart, and you almost hit it there. I don't think it was a good decision necessarily to go for it. Nice, right? Because guess what? You trade a cooldown for a cooldown, but Reaper has to screw off. He doesn't get to play where he wants to play, and you get to stay. That's the thing. It's not just a cooldown for a cooldown. It's a cooldown for a cooldown, and you go, shoot. That's the big thing. That. I think the damage healing balance here has been fine. Look at you. Nice. There's the Suzu. Doesn't matter. The damage has been done. Fight's won. Nice! Very good. That was good. Naturally slips the wall and cooldown. Oh, that's kind of sucky. This is kind of what we talked about with nade, by the way. Never mind. That would have landed. It got body blocked. It felt a little low though, but yeah, I will. All right. So what I am seeing so far is general mechanical clunkiness. You don't look fluid. So that will come with more time spent on the hero, more purposeful time spent on the hero, but I'm not seeing anything egregious aside from that outside of potentially rushing our cooldowns here. Your baby woke up? That's what you get for having a kid. Well, this is something. Get an your Sojourn here, maybe. Ah, man, you just poop cheeks, man. Okay, so first off, it's actually so important that you like just take a second to like really think about, you know, what you're doing with nade, because like it's not that I have a problem with this offensive nade. Okay, if we want to think about it, like, okay, they tracked a Risol, you needed the nade to get out of a Risol. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's not my biggest problem here. My biggest problem here is that just like it just doesn't hit anybody. And like I really truly think if you'd really taken the second here, it would have like pick a target. Don't find a location. Like this is what happens. You see blue, you just throw it. You just throw it. Like you just throw it. Like even, like they're walking forward and you just threw it. Like I don't like that. I don't like that. And then obviously having nade here, nah. Ah, you should know better. You can't sleep in Orisa during... She always fortifies during this ult. Just so you guys are aware, she always fortifies during the ult. I don't care if you saw her use it. She gets it again. Poopy. Poop. I don't like babies.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Coach too many of them.
No one can hide from my sight.
I'm actually great with kids. You put me with a crying baby, they see me, the crying immediately stops and is replaced by a sense of existential dread. The baby's face just falls, and there's this deep welling sense of fear within the child. Shuts him up immediately, so yeah, that's great. The sleep here is okay. Good prediction. And again, like, that's a good sleep, right? You predicted where they were going to strafe to, so we love it. Was it the most impactful sleep? Maybe not, but okay. Okay. Now, part of you guys are like, why would you sleep with the Orisa when they've got Reaper? And, you know, why did you nano the Diva there? She wasn't aggressively enough. We're talking plat. We're talking plat, guys. Not a game, but plat, okay? This is just plat. So we're talking, what's the low-hanging fruit here? Is the low-hanging fruit that we shouldn't micromanage? No, it's fine. Yes! Sweet mother, that was good. Yes, that's exactly what we need to be doing. You had the cooldown available. Ah, you little pooper stink. Like, look at this. No. No, 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 no. Ah! How do you do that? This is, that is the low-hanging fruit for me. You know what I'm saying? Not again. I wonder how many like secret pop culture references I can make without being noticed. Sometimes I forget that my audience is like usually a little bit younger. Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily mean usually younger than me, but maybe a little bit younger than I am. So some of the stuff that I say gets missed. My genius was just not appreciated for its time. It's tragic. Like, this is actually this one I will have a problem with. Okay, so first off. Okay, actually not first off. Think about it. What does this nade actually accomplish? All right, you're gonna hit her, but it's across the map. Not the most impactful thing. So you haven't also seen her cooldowns either. So this is more of a matchup specific thing, but it is the equivalent of throwing it in Matrix, because even though it hits, she's not dying. And you're not gonna get any serious pressure out of it either. Whereas if you had taken this opportunity to, you know, I don't know, check your surroundings, this nade might have killed the Reaper, right? Maybe not, but maybe so. I want to see the sleep dart. Nice. Please don't scope here. This is not the time to scope. You're dead. Run! Jinky Spilo, yeah, meddling kids indeed. This is killing me. This is actually causing my butt to just clench tighter and tighter as we speak. Okay, I want you to watch. It took, if you had just had a microsecond, not even a millisecond, a microsecond of just aiming this just a teeny bit better, this nade is very impactful. But you didn't, so it's not. So that's just great. Do you see this? It's good. It's good. It's there. By the way, turn and run. You run faster when you turn. Run, 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 run. I think if you had just run here, you might have survived. That would have been really funny. Oh, okay. Oh, but now that wall is receiving 0 healing. That is true. Fair point. Fair point. Okay. Oh my gosh, I didn't even get a notification. Snell!
Oh boy.
There it is. Thank you for the raid.
This is a trash can.
Is this the Sojourn Wizard? I swear your name looks familiar. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. We are doing a non-voice chat gameplay review of a 31-year-old washed up coach Plat Anna. And surprisingly, despite me filling most of those criteria, not me. Okay. So like this is like actually another perfect example of what we're talking about. You guys see this? You guys see it? Watch. I'm gonna play an 0.25 just so you guys can enjoy every succulent, minuscule minute of agony. Look at this. Look at this, right? Who do you think this Ana is aiming nade for? I mean, clearly the Rissa, right? Now, obviously, we don't know the status of the cooldown, so I wouldn't agree with this nade, period. But look at this. Look at how we almost completely miss the target that we're going for. In fact, we do completely miss the target that we're going for. I don't think we were going for the Lucio there. I don't think we were. This is agony. This is agony to me. What is this emote? What's it? Is that a cat? I don't even know what that is. I feel like this is just really a stupid question. All I just see is like just a giant wad of flesh on the emote. Okay, Bingus, of course. Of course, Bingus. How could I not have known? Bingus. That's a classic Bingus emote right there. Bingus. sounds like the name of a clown. You know, Bingus the clown. Stop sleeping, Arissa ult. Please. Bingus. I could not have put it better myself. I would agree. Yeah, definitely a Bingus. Definitely a Bingus moment. Bingus. That's my favorite word. I really like that word a lot. I would move if I were you. So if we don't want to talk positioning here, I think for the most part your positioning, by the way, has been very reasonable. However, I would take this time to move to a high ground position. I think there's nothing lost by at least peeking here and being like, oh crap, there are people here, so I need to be really careful. Or if your team just drops and goes to floor, then okay, yeah, you can drop as well. But there's nothing lost by at least rotating here when you get the opportunity. Yeah, it's a classic Bingus moment. Because like right now is a perfect example. Like you are a spectator to the fight. There's absolutely zero opportunity for you to nade properly, to damage properly, to heal properly. Sucky suck. No thank you. Like your Mercy dies because you are sitting on the floor like an idiot. You disagree? I don't remember asking. I don't even know what you're disagreeing about, but I still disagree. That sleep, by the way, like seemed reasonable enough. This is lost. Right. Surely. Nice. Maybe not. Wow. Okay. Stop. Get control of yourself. Get like control. No. What are you sleeping here? Yeah, like what? Like again, the wall is just like it's so well rested. Please, just take 1 second. I'm begging you. Just take a little bit of time and aim these sleeps a little bit better, because even if you miss them, I know, guys, I talk about this in every review, but man, oh man, is it a problem. Every freaking Sojourn with right click, every freaking Ana with a cooldown just thinks it's now just the time to start mashing the keyboard with a mallet. Just take a second. Cheers now. That is not Bingus at all. Really not a Bingus moment. Good. Surely. Wait. Let's actually check. I mean, at least you tried. It looked horrible, but at least you tried. At least that's what I told my wife on her wedding day. Okay. Positioning is fine. I say as you die. I will say this, okay? I would have preferred you to play here than here. So I think the general idea of the positioning was fine, but the proximity to cover was not good. I think playing here with this better cover and basically the same sight line would have been better. Yeah, watch your mouth. Will I ever VOD review the man, the legend, Johnny G? I think I have VOD reviewed Johnny G. Johnny G is Edison, right? I feel like I just made myself look like such a boomer. Oh dear. It's an overwhelmingly sinking feeling. Because like what you're doing here is fine. You shoot, you nade, but you're too far from cover. So the low-hanging fruit here is, shocker, play near cover. I feel like an AI. Play near cover, and please do not waste your cooldowns without aiming them well, right? Yes, every Ana feels like needs to work on these, and you're no exception. So, Johnny Gemini? What the heck is that? He's like a 1970s TV host. Ah! Ha ha! Ha ha! Nicely done. Okay. Good cover usage. Nice. Well done. Nice nade. Look at you. Look at you. Absolutely succulent pushing up. Nice job. Walk, 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 walk. Walk, 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 walk. Oh, nice! Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Man, it's actually amazing like how your mechanics like instantly, excuse me, look like 47% better when you actually, okay, well, when you actually like take a second, you know? Nice. We can walk forward and I'll go back to our original positioning. Oh no, that was not very bingus of that monkey. Okay, well, I will say this. Probably would have sat and sleep knowing that there was an active primordial raging monkey. So maybe it would have been best to not use your sleep dart here. But I thought for sure that like your Mercy was going to heal you, but she's a little dense. But that's okay, right? We're not going to hold it against her just yet. We'll do that later. Okay. All right. Now, this is like a perfect example. This happened once before. Do you guys remember the Orisa nade on third? This is like a good example of this. And this is something that you have to keep in mind with how tanky tanks are. But also, the status of nade, reducing in duration. But also, even if those things were irrelevant, this would still be worth mentioning. Nading an Orisa across the map here, right as the fight is starting, is not impactful because she's gonna do her normal thing. She's gonna shoot behind cover and then she's gonna be fine. It's not mid fight or punishable enough. It's not so much just the target either. Even if you like naded a Mercy way over here, it's like it just doesn't really do anything. I think I look at this nade here and I think similar things. Maybe it's not quite as bad because there is a little bit closer, but I look at this and I'm like, you nade Hog here. So what? You're gonna duck behind the corner for 2 seconds, and then we go on, right? I would prefer for you to wait, shoot the hog, play normally, and then if that hog hooks somebody or the hog walks forward just a little bit more, or maybe the hog takes a little bit more damage, then nade him. Same thing with the Orisa. What's the status of the cooldowns? Is this nade actually gonna do anything? Same thing with Reinhardt. Nading a full HP Reinhardt with full shield doesn't do a lot, but if it's in the middle of a committal, more impactful. You guys kind of see what I'm saying, right? Like this nade isn't bad. It's even on the right target, right? It's just not. It's just you don't get a whole lot out of that. Please. Whew. Wow. Okay, fair enough. That's the type of nade we want to see, right? No, that's just stupid. Not gonna lie. Wait, what happened? Oh no, she fat fingered. Oh no! That's a disaster. I did that with Zen the other day. It feels horrible. That's a good nade. Punishable, right? You just miss every shot in the history of the world, but it's okay. You hit the nade. Wow, that was scary. It's unfortunate. I think maybe you would have been reasonable to save Sleep Dart there, considering that, not considering because you knew they had whole hog. It's the fact that you know that at some point that road hog is going to be sleepable. So rather than roll the dice here, right? Just play your game and then sleep the sucker right here. You know what I'm saying? That's the juice. That's it right there. So I think if you put a little bit more attention into your cooldowns, not just the mechanics of them, but also went into fights thinking, what do I need to use my cooldown for? Do I need to worry about Reaper? Do I need to worry about Winston Primal? Do I need to worry about Roadhog? That's another super low-hanging fruit. So not just taking the time to aim them better, which was the main point up until now, but actually thinking about what am I going to be using them for. We did this with we talked about this with the Kiriko Suzu earlier in the stream, right? Same thing. You can oftentimes get a pretty general idea of like, probably going to be sleeping or nading Hog. If I see an opportunity to get anything else, I'm going to go for it. I'm not going to hesitate, but I'm probably going to be sleeping or nading Hog. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a suckaroo. That's what we call in the business. This fight is lost. Please, like again, this is now this becomes mechanics, right? This person is reasonably pushed up, right? This person is reasonably punishable. Look at this, right? But you miss it. You miss it. How do you do this? No, this is not mechanics. This is not mechanics. This is just you being dumb. It's like so many low rank Anas do this, like where they don't fully utilize their mechanics. So is it mechanics? I mean, I guess technically a little bit, because I guess even if you were a GM, it would be almost impossible to miss that, right? But I don't think you're giving yourself you're giving yourself enough opportunity to improve mechanically. I don't love that. Again, going into this fight, what are you going to be sleep darting? Well, if you know the answer to that question, maybe you don't die here. I don't know what song that is, honestly. It just feels like a Bingo song, personally. That's the type of nade that we talk about. Oh, we missed the sleep. At least that one felt a little bit more aimed, so I'll give you a little bit more credit. It is the Bingus anthem, I would say. Just die, just die, just die, just die. Yeah. Well, this has been a very unremarkable series of events here. Let's keep going. I don't like your positioning here. So positioning is not, again, been a forefront of this VOD. We talked about taking high ground here. We talked about playing close to the corner on first point. This is another situation where I think you can just objectively see there's no reason for you not to be on high ground, either on this corner here or going for an aggressive play here. Even just playing defensively here has to be better than where you are right now. This feels dookie. Bingus song. Yes, Bingus's main theme song. Preferably the dun-dun part at the end. You can't forget that part. This nade is great, by the way. Actually, I wouldn't say that. It's solid because, again, think about it hits the target that you want, but again, also look at the level of committal from this target. Your DPS aren't in a great position to force this, but like this D.Va can murder this guy, and he's already taken damage leading up to this, so this Hog will either die, force a lot of cooldowns, force a disengage, force panic, something along those lines. Let's actually see what happens. Yes, look at that. Forced a defensive nade, forced vape, he almost died, forced him to back off, he was not doing any damage, created space for your team. That's a good nade. Nice job. We love to see it. Nano is fine. Nade is fine, all things considering. I just really would love for you to not be on the floor. This has been probably your best fight in terms of your cooldown usage, by the way. Nano cooldowns, all of them have been really quite good. Ah! And then you just crap the bed. You were so close. You were so close, man. You're so close. And then you did it, right? He jumps over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Hog just hurdles your nade. I'm sorry. We just have to watch this one more time. Look at this, guys. Look at this guy's slow motion. He jumps over your nade. He jumps over your nade because you're aiming it, like you're just aiming it past him. Like this is a little bit of a panic because I don't think you knew he was there or you were not ready for it. But come on, man. Come on. Don't let me go shack on you. Bingus taught Spilo everything he knew? Yes, he did. Dear Bingus. I'm gonna put Bingus in my will. Because naturally Bingus will outlive me. Bingus is eternal, so.
I'm ready to overclock.
In fact, I joined the Bingus fraternity for college. And I'm part of the local Bingus club. This position just feels so bad. This just feels so bad. Like, even if you're going for an aggressive play, this feels so much better than where you are right now. Make us more emotes. Yeah. I'm just so like. Here's the thing: is like I'm good in some ways, but I'm like like wood tier streamer in other ways. Like do you not see how bad this is? You have to fit this. Binga saw the universe reset countless times. Yes. This positioning sucks. So like, I'm gonna be real with you. I can nitpick your cooldowns here, but this particular fight is really where like the cooldowns have been not the most impactful and most important thing that's gone wrong. If you want the blessings of Bingus, then you cannot position like this. Like even here, like why on earth are you here and not like peeking here or peeking here or peeking here or even going for an aggressive play here? You do not get the blessings of Bingus with this positioning. Give us Bingus emote? I don't know, would that just be straight up like plagiarism? I mean, would that just be disrespectful to the priest of Bingus, Snell? I don't know, that seems like sacrilegious if I were to make a Bingus emote of my own. That would invoke the wrath of Bingus. Okay, cooldowns here are just like, again, like, it's the same thing with the sleep dart too. Like if you get a sleep dart here, is this hog punishable? I really don't know. I don't think so. I think like you need to wait for him to take a little bit more space first. Just ask his permission. Yes, but he speaks languages of which we cannot speak. He speaks the forbidden languages, of which only the Grand Priest of Bingus speaks. Again, nade. It's just used, right? Like again, if you land an nade there, what does it mean to the hog? You've inconvenienced him for 2 seconds. Nothing happens. He waits it out. Yeah. Okay. Halloween episode. Spilo gets haunted by a picture of Bingus. I mean, yeah. Don't invoke the wrath of Bingus, ladies and gentlemen. It is a road, dark, dark, dark road. That's the dark Bingus theme. Yes, we were watching the Ramattra gameplay. Ooh, nice shot. You almost got him. Again, nade. That nade, in terms of timing, was fine. That hog was punishable, but for crying out loud, hit it. Are you saying a pog to the Ramattra gameplay or to the Dark Bingus song? Okay, let's you know what, chat? Screw it. Let's just finish it out. Let's finish it out. Let's do it for Bingus, okay? Let's do it for Bingus. All right. Checking a weird mixture of Saints marching on. Yeah. Watch the season 2 trailer. I have not watched Jack, so we are going to be fresh and juicy all the way through. Ah! You know what I was going to say, so I'm not going to even say it. For Bingus. For Bingus, indeed. Come on, geezer. Come on, geezer. Win for Bingus. Do it for Bingus, y'all. Do it for Bingus. Please. This would be like, you would go into this fight asking yourself, what am I saving nades for, right? I think it would be either to force Reaper out, or if you get an opportunity to see Zarya without bubbles, then go for Zarya or Hanzo, right? But this is, again, something that you could think about the situation and probably have a general idea of what I'm looking for. Right here, for example, I would need to keep in mind ahead of time that Zarya has bubbles. You waste a sleep dart and you die because you're not thinking about it ahead of time. Now, obviously, it's like, that's just a little bit of a reaction speed here, but I really don't, I think blaming reaction speed there is lazy. I think if you prepare the fight thinking, I need to be looking for Zarya bubbles so that I can land my cooldowns, I think that you're going to be making better decisions about it. That is a fight losing mistake. That's all I got. That's all I got. I think cover usage, corner usage, high ground usage for you, you are, like most players, there is nothing special, at least out of this VOD, that was horrifically bad or horrifically good. It was just kind of meh all the way around. I think the lowest hanging fruit would be high ground / corner positioning, thinking more about your positioning. I think you'd come to the same conclusions as I would. And then taking the time pre-fight to think about who you should be using your cooldowns on, and when and what circumstances, right? That's the second thing. And then the third thing I would add in would be then taking the extra quarter of a second to make sure that you're aiming your cooldowns properly. Those are separate. I'm not, right? Thinking about what you need to be using your cooldowns on and then actually taking the time to aim them are separate skill sets that I think you need to develop or improve upon. Hope you found that helpful. Let me know if you have any questions, and that is all. Yeah. I look like a young Anakin Skywalker. Kind of Bingus. I actually have a scar right over my eyebrow now. flag football injury, so I'm halfway there. Got like the Harry Potter scar. It was actually just a couple weeks ago. Like I had to get stitches and everything. I took an elbow to the head at a football game. Wasn't pretty. What was not pretty was what happened afterwards. It wasn't even that terribly painful. The stitches weren't even that bad either. It was just sitting in the stupid emergency room for 5 hours. Am I going to go to the dark side though? That's the question. If I would I tell you? You killing me? No way. I'm not gonna tell you. You're just gonna have to wait and see. Am I gonna kill the younglings? Who's gonna say I haven't already done that? What are you guys talking about? Alright, Season 2 trailer, Overwatch 2, and Ramattra! Ah! Today is our lucky day, guys. Dev update. Let's enjoy the succulent juice right now. There's just too much to indulge in right now, so let's do this a little bit at a time. Okay, I guess we can shut down Overwatch then, because we have Ask Spilo and then the Ramattra, so that's basically it. Rip tank queues. Whoa, hair check has disappeared. That's gone forever. Oh no, my hood. Oh, no, the dark side, come back. Okay. All right, let's check this out. How should we do this? We do the Season 2 trailer first? We'll do the Season 2 trailer first. Oh, that stupid song is stuck in my head now. Okay. You already do life update? No, I have not. I'm debating about whether I should do that off stream, to be honest with you. I might record a YouTube video instead. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. But we're definitely going to do this first and Ask Spilo first. Okay, here we go. Season 2 trailer, Overwatch 2.
I don't miss.
Ooh! Oh! Oh!
I don't.
Oh, what is this? Nice. It's not.
I don't.
I can't tell whether I hate it or I love it. But man, they do not take any. They never play it safe with Widowmaker, guys. They never do it. Medusa Widowmaker, man. They just never play it safe, man. They always. I love Widowmaker. We did this with SVB. What was it, like a month ago? She has the best skins in the game. She won first place, and then Mercy with a close second.
Worst, or I will.
Ooh. Cool line.
Show me.
Wait a second. That noise was Arissa's javelin spin. Listen. You hear that?
Show me what you've got. Your arrogance will cost you.
Shambali. Push mode, nice. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, you know what this is, chat? This gives me the, what is it, arcade? I think it was arcade Nepal vibes, which I was always a big fan of, where it was like evening. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It was like the Yeti Hunter, and then if you ever did like custom game Nepal, like arcade, it's a payload map? I love the night Nepal vibes. I'm a big fan. Hi, kitty. I'm a big fan. I mean, this actually might, I mean, that looks just like nighttime Nepal. I mean, it is nighttime Nepal, but it looks just like the nighttime Nepal maps that we already have. I'm a big fan.
Only the merciful deserve mercy.
Ooh, that's a cool skin. That's a cool skin. I like it. I like it. It's not like flashy, but it's, I mean, okay, it kind of is flashy, but it's like, I don't mind recolors if they're done really well. And this is a recolor done well, I think.
Let the dragon consume you.
News tracer. This is a cool echo skin. This is a Symmetra skin?
Let the dragon consume you.
Is it Symmetra? Yeah. These are okay. I don't know. They're alright. I've never been a huge fan of the tracer skins, to be honest with you. I don't know. I've never liked tracer skins. I like Rose alright. I like the graffiti skin, okay. Not a fan of the really this is okay, I guess, but not a fan of this one, and this one is just kind of I wouldn't spend money on any of these skins, to be honest. I agree. I think the Echo one is the best one. Oh, that's kind of spooky though. Check that out. That must be an emote. This must be an emote, I think. And then this must be an emote as well. What is the Echo emote?
Let the dragon consume you.
Yeah. That's pretty freaky. That's a pretty funny emote, actually.
I'll make quick work of them.
Not a fan of the Ana skin.
I'll make quick work of.
Nah. Nah. It's like Safari Scientist. Nah. Nah. Not feeling it. That's bizarre. Holy cow, is that skin fat? You see that? Look at that. Looks like she weighs like looks like her armor is like Reinhardt level.
I'll make quick work of them.
I guess it's interesting. I don't know. Like I said, here's what I'm saying. I'm criticizing, but here's the thing. I've always loved about the Overwatch team for the most part, for most heroes, is they're not afraid to go big or go home. They miss on a lot of skins, but they also, when they hit really, really well. I'd much rather that than just boring recolors. Like, I think this skin, probably not going to use it. I don't think it hits for me. Not for me anyway. But it's going to hit for somebody. And there are a lot of Pharaoh skins that are also super weird that I really, really like too. So, what's my favorite skin? Man, I don't know. I did a whole video on this, y'all. I did a whole video on this. You guys gotta check the YouTube because I honestly can't remember. I think my favorite skins were Widow, Mercy, was it Genji or Diva, I think in third, and then like Zen, Ryan, and then I think Pharah actually did pretty well for me. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting anybody. I know, but I don't know what my favorite skin would be, honestly. I think Cultist Zen is like a classic, but Ana was in top 10, yeah, Ana. Ooh, that skin looks really good on him compared to like Sigma. That one looks really nice.
I'll make quick work of them.
That's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. That's clean. Look at that, y'all. That is tight. Classic. That one's pretty good too. Is that like Greek?
Are you not ready for some
Zeus, yeah.
bloodshed?
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Wait, you could change skin colors as well. Alright, what do you guys think? The basic one is cool. Nope, not doing it for me. That one's okay. I kind of like the original one better though, personally. Weird, not doing it for me. That one we know is good. That one's actually pretty good for a Roadhog skin. It's weird, but Roadhog just, I feel like it's impossible for Roadhog to have like elite level skins. He's just, his hero design is too much skin, not enough armor, you know what I'm saying? But nah. Oh no. No. This is like nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel right here. Oh no. It's like it's different. It's gonna hit it for some people. Like I said, it's just personal preference, right? But this is like fever dream. The expressionless face. That's so unsettling. I know it's cool. It's cool. It's just like freaky, man. That's a cool event, by the way. Battle for Olympus.
I'm with ya.
Oh, these are cool. The May one looks really cool too. Let's actually check this out. So this one's cool. This one's loud but kind of cool. That's pretty neat. That one's pretty neat. I like this one, all right. This one's all right. Promotion? What? Oh. Dang, y'all. What do you guys think? Should I promote it? Should I promote the promoter to moderator? I don't know. Let's actually set up a poll. I don't know. I'm thinking. Give me a second to think about it. Hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel. Okay, you know what? Actually, screw it because this is I don't have time for this. I was gonna be like, but I'm like, dude, we're in the middle of a video. I just can't be bothered, man. Ooh, that's pretty cool. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Let's go.
That's pretty tight. That's pretty tight. That's also tight. I like that Genji skin. So a lot of decent skins, mates. Not gonna lie, there's a lot to look at here. And let's put it this way: there's gonna be a skin for everybody. I'm certain of it. Like, there's so many different skins in here that there's something that for somebody else everywhere. My only problem is I hope and pray that we don't have like skins that are like, oh, that's great. What a great skin. It's $700, you know. Because the skin prices have been absurd, like absolutely absurd. Like, I have enough I've saved up from Overwatch 1 and accomplishing a lot. I'm playing the game, not a lot, but I played a decent amount with friends in the past, and I've got enough for like one legendary skin, like one. Otherwise, I'm gonna pay like $20. I just don't know. I'm not gonna rant about the Blizzard monetization, but I feel like they've really missed the mark. So hopefully that gets better in the fast. But yeah, these are good skins. These are good skins. Let's keep going. Overwatch 2 is Ramattra's design evolution. Which one came? Let's do the one that came out first and then go from there. Yeah, it's a disaster. Check Overwatch General in Discord. Why? Why am I checking Overwatch General in Discord? Wait. They posted the roadmap. Oh. So there's a couple of things we got to look at here. I will look at that briefly. Okay, I'll look at all this stuff here. Let's check out the design evolution first. Holy crap, there's too much! Ah!
Hey everyone, I'm Q Fang, lead character concept artist on the Overwatch
That's a cool
team.
name.
Here to talk about the concepting and design of our newest tank hero, Ramattra. Ramattra has been in development for a very long time. We first began working on this character all the way back in 2017 when we started concepting all the null sector units. And there was a unit that had a pharaoh type of look in the front of the lineup that was a lieutenant type. We looked at that and said, that would make a really cool hero.
Can you link Ilkat? If you don't mind.
Ramattra, at your side.
We used a lot of triangular shapes, both in his silhouette, like his cape, his head, his jaw, his hair, and that's all done to give him this air of powerfulness, of intimidation, and just make him feel a little bit sinister. Alongside that, you have the more skeletal looking visuals from Null Sector, and Ramattra's colors is primarily purple, matching all the other Null Sector units.
Makes sense.
So one of the Egyptian iconographies that made it through to the final design was the idea of sand. The original Null Sector units had VFX based on sand powers, and we kind of thought of them as nanites. And so when we made Ramattra into a character, his abilities became based on nanites. Leading into his lore as a leader and protector of his people, Ramattra's final design archetype is heavily inspired by a shepherd or nomadic figure, with one of his main design points being a staff. Ramattra's staff was initially designed to have a reservoir of nanites, almost like a lantern hanging off of the staff. We ended up simplifying it down into more of an orb with a rotating kind of belt of nanites around it that he would wind up and then shoot as his primary fire. Ramattra's nemesis form came from a need for this character to still be a tank. He needed size and mass to fulfill that role visually.
This is me in high school.
And also functionally. Ramattra's look was actually inspired by early Zenyatta concepts that showcased religious archetypes of a multi-armed figure. Inside of this suit, we wanted to show that he's still this domineering, intimidating character, and so his arms are crossed.
You are safe with me.
Check out our other dev update videos for more about Ramattra's lore.
Okay, so that was more about the design evolution. Let's check out the gameplay overview here.
Hi everyone, I'm Q Fang,
Hey, Q Fang.
lead concept artist on the Overwatch team. Our newest tank hero, Ramattra, is our first tempo tank, with the ability to change states moment to moment, embodying two forms, Omnic and Nemesis form.
I think technically Ball was the first tempo tank, but yeah, I get the intention.
Show me what you've got.
That seems to be the... So here's the thing, is this is clearly a marketing move to be the first tempo tank. It's like meant to grab attention and eyes on the new hero and the new game. It's clearly a marketing move. But I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It does describe the hero well, but it's done for a reason.
When in Omnic form, Ramattra fights using his Void Accelerator staff. Its primary fire shoots out a stream of nanites in a fixed pattern, dealing steady damage. This ability has slow travel time, but no damage fall off. It's great as a poking tool, plus it does increase damage.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. I wonder how hard it's going to be able to aim, because even the body shot damage was pretty high.
In a fixed pattern, dealing steady damage. This ability has slow travel.
Like that right there is a lot of damage. That is a charged up Zarya damage, but with no fall off. So I'm curious to see what the hitbox is compared to a Zarya beam, because it already looks stronger than a Zarya beam at like 20-30 charge. I would have to know the numbers. My gut says this is like Zarya beam at like 40 charge or 30 charge, maybe not quite that much, but it can also headshot, and it also has no fall off. So
Travel time, but no damage fall off. It's great as a poking tool.
And it also has no spread. That's a good point.
Plus, it does increase damage if you hit headshots. The secondary ability.
Like, obviously, nobody's going to hit all headshots like that. But the fact that it can hit headshots and has infinite range.
While in Omnic form, creates a barrier at a targeted location.
That is a strong barrier.
This barrier has a lot of health, but it only lasts briefly. So it's meant to be used tactically to close the distance as you poke.
900? Is that it?
But it only lasts briefly.
1,000?
So it's meant to be used tactically to close the distance as you...
Yeah, it's 1,000. I don't know. I talked about this. Like, you guys can see it right here. 15-second cooldown. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know why, but my gut says I would like this to be like a 10-second cooldown and like 300 HP, or an 8-second cooldown and like 200 HP. I don't like having... I don't know. Maybe that's better, so it's not so like... I don't want him to feel like Sigma exactly, so I understand that, but I don't know. I feel like 8 seconds is a long enough time to offer more dynamics without making him feel like a Sigma clone. I don't know. I don't mind if he can't recall it. I just feel like it should be like a shorter cooldown with a smaller... Because I don't think this is gonna... I feel like this is either gonna be like really, really impactful, like in mid-fight brawls, but or I don't know. I generally don't like long cooldowns with just like think Lamp, think Suzu. I don't like long cooldowns because they tend to be weird to balance. You know what I'm saying?
You poke and push objectives on the map. When Ramattra needs to get up close,
I don't know,
and personal, he can enter his Nemesis form, which grants bonus armor and changes some of his abilities. When in Nemesis form, Ramattra uses his massive tank arms to pummel as his primary fire. This is a forward punch that creates a wave of energy with every swing. The shockwave from this punch deals piercing damage that goes through shields and can hit multiple enemies in a row. The secondary ability, piercing bonus armor and changes some of his abilities. When in Nemesis form,
how much HP does Roadhog have? 700? 1.
Ramattra
2,
uses
3,
his massive
4,
tank arms
5,
to pummel
6,
as his primary
7,
fire.
8, 9.
This is a
10,
forward punch
11, 12.
that creates
70 divided by 12, it's going to be about 60 damage per punch.
a wave of energy with every swing. The shockwave from this punch deals piercing damage that goes...
Be also curious how easy it is to aim that. I mean, imagine the hitbox is probably pretty forgiving.
goes through shields and can hit multiple enemies in a row. The secondary ability in Nemesis form blocks and significantly reduces damage taken from the front, but reduces his movement speed.
That's a significant damage reduction. That's like 80%.
Reduces damage taken from the front.
That's probably like an 80% damage reduction right there. Maybe... It's hard to say with like, I don't know how it's calculated with armor, but it's at least a 60% damage reduction.
But reduces movement speed. This can also expose Ramatra's back and make him vulnerable to attacks from behind. Regardless of which form he's in, Ramattra can use his Ravenous Vortex. He projects a ball of nanites onto the ground, spreading a damaging field that slows enemies caught in its vicinity and also pulls enemies downwards.
That's a pretty rough slow.
For his ultimate ability, Ramattra
We don't know how much damage it does though.
in its vicinity.
I would expect this ability probably does a total of close to 100 damage, probably, would be my guess. Total. Probably feels like, I would say, less damage than Sojourn E, considering it's more forgiving in hitbox. No way it does 350. How long does it last? How long does it last?
And also pulls enemies downwards.
No way it does 350. No way.
Damaging field that slows enemies caught in its vicinity and also pulls enemies downwards.
So 5 seconds, right?
Spreading a damaging field.
Like not even 5 seconds. No way it's 350.
That slows enemies caught
because
in its
the Pharah
vicinity
doesn't die.
and also pulls enemies
The
downwards.
Pharah doesn't die. I want to see the proof of this. No offense. With all due respect, somebody link the wiki or something like this. I would have guessed like 25 DPS or 30 DPS. No way it's 350. Oh, you're joking. Okay. You're killing me. Okay, I would guess something like half of Sojourn. Half of Sojourn. You're good, mate. You're good.
Ramattra can use his Ravenous
The
Vortex.
slow is pretty nasty, though.
He projects
Look
a
at that. This is not slowed down.
ball of nanites onto the ground, spreading
That is not slowed down. I would guess about 100. That would be my guess. Over 4 seconds.
a damaging field that slows enemies caught in its vicinity and also pulls enemies downwards.
It does 30 DPS. Nice! We guessed it almost exactly. The wiki here. Damage is 60 for the punch, so we guessed that one correctly. The damage reduction for the block was 75% with a 50% movement penalty, so we guessed that one correctly. The Ravenous Vortex is... oh, it's only 10 damage per second. Oh, so it's very, very little. So it's only 30 damage total. Total. Okay. The movement speed is 33% penalty. There's nothing on this M1 though. Where is this M1? Am I missing it? Okay, yeah, there it is. 25 per second. There's nothing that really tells us how much damage it does though. We don't know about the M1 yet. We don't know about the M1 yet. We also don't know how much damage the ultimate does either. Yet. We know what headshots, yeah.
For his ultimate ability, Ramattra automatically enters Nemesis form and unleashes Annihilation, a wide energy swarm that lashes out towards any enemies in range, dealing constant damage. Wide energy automatically enters Nemesis form and unleashes Annihilation, a wide energy swarm that lashes out towards any...
Okay, it took Tracer about 4 seconds to die, so we would expect this to be about 30 DPS. 35 DPS maybe, something like that. 30 to 40 DPS, probably I would guess closer to 40 DPS. So you're thinking a little bit less than a Moira right click, okay? I believe Moira, what is the DPS for Moira right click, y'all? 55, something like that? 50 DPS, 55 DPS? What is Moira right click? Somebody tell me. It's less than Moira right click.
any enemies in range, dealing constant damage.
Because it took about 5 seconds or so to kill the Kiriko. It lingers as long as you're near him. If you are near him, you will continually take damage. If you move out of the circle, then it breaks immediately.
While enemies are in range of the energy swarm, its timer will pause, keeping the swarm and Ramattra's Nemesis form active. Ramattra as a tempo tank is all about playing around the cooldown of Nemesis form.
So we also know that that reduces the damage to the people inside the thing by what, 50%?
You want to use the primary fire on Omnic form to soften up your opponents.
And being able to punch while you're in it is also crazy. Moira right click is 50 DPS, so it looks like it does less damage than a Moira right click. It does, it's a continual, think of it just like a Moira right click. If she can reach you, she's doing damage to you. If she can't reach you, she's not doing damage to you. That's the same thing with that ultimate. If you're within the circle, you're taking about 40 DPS. If you're not within the circle, you're not taking 40 DPS. It doesn't reduce damage. Wait, what? Oh. They removed that? That was the most interesting part of the ultimate. Is that all? Is that it? Then what does it do? Is it literally just an AoE damage source? If so, with all due respect, that is super lame. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that sucks. That sucks. And I don't necessarily mean in terms of like power. Maybe it's still, I'm sure it's still relatively useful, but actually that ult probably sucks. Actually, time out, y'all. Time out. This ult sucks. Sucks. It will be the worst ultimate in the game. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If this is how it goes, this will be the worst ultimate in the game. It depends on the range, I guess. But this range seems...
Pulls enemies downwards. For his ultimate ability, Ramattra automatically enters Nemesis form and unleashes Annihilation.
Yeah, so the range is pretty big, okay? So I will... But in any sort of mid to high rank situation, this is gonna suck. Like, what? Just walk out of it. Fucking less than a Moira right click. Technically the ult does suck. Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, for real though, like, I'm not talking about the hero. The hero definitely has a lot going for him, so we'll have to wait and see. But I'm telling you, the ult sucks. I don't think it slows. It doesn't say so in the wiki. I mean, in a high rank situation, nah, man. This ult is dog. And there's no damage reduction either. Apparently not. So it's just straight up damage. So the reason why I don't like this ultimate is, okay, it's okay to have, not everything needs to have an S tier ultimate. If the ultimate isn't super strong because the rest of his kit is strong, I'm okay with that. I really am truly okay with that. I mean, look at heroes like Tracer. They function fine with a non-S tier ultimate. It's a skill shot. It's fine. The reason why I don't like this ultimate is it just seems so, like, lame. You know what I'm saying? He's doing 60 damage per second, which is slightly more than a Moira right click if it's nanoed. It's just lame. It's just skillless, and it's like not super thoughtful, and it's lame. It's boring. I mean, I definitely see that there might be nuance about, like, stalling with it, and you have permanent Nemesis form as long as you're able to keep it active. I get that. I'm not saying that, like, this ultimate is useless. I'm not saying that, obviously. It's an ultimate. It's still used for it. It's still valuable, but it's boring. The whole point, that the reason why I think this ultimate was interesting, at least, was the damage reduction. That meant that you would have to, like... I mean, it was broken. It was certainly broken with the amount of damage reduction it provided, but there was, like... I don't know, man. This is... Thank you for the sub, by the way. I thank you, both of you guys. I appreciate it. But... I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, maybe you could use it to 1v1 versus, like, a Roadhog or something like that. That's true. That's true. I don't know. Removing the damage reduction definitely makes it not as, like, less broken, but it just also removes so much of the nuance and interesting things about it. This is gonna take a lot of fixing. I don't know. That's what made it interesting. right? I get that it was broken. You're going to need to tune it. The 50% damage reduction was probably way broken. But, man, just an AoE damage source that sucks on you for 40... Oh, man. Boring. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's not only does it seem bad, which is fine. It doesn't have to be a strong ultimate if the rest of his kit is strong. Otherwise, he would be wildly broken. But it's just not very thoughtful or interesting or engaging. It doesn't seem very thoughtful or interesting or engaging. Yeah, exactly. Give him like a 20% damage reduction or something, and I don't know. There's something. I am a self-admitted not a game designer. Okay, please don't take my ideas. I think a lot of these streamers out there, not naming any names, think that they have the solution, the key to Overwatch balance, and that the developers should listen to them 24/7. I'm just a stupid critic, like everybody else, sadly. But I will say with full honesty that I don't think this is a good design of an ultimate. I don't think a generic AoE damage source, I don't think is interesting enough. And the fact that it lasts infinitely as long as there's a target within it, that's interesting, but that's not enough to make it interesting for me. I don't think that's interesting enough to me. That seems very boring and non-nuanced. I also think that similar level of logic, to a lesser extent maybe, applies with his barrier. I don't like the fact that the barrier is so very strong and has so much HP and such a low cooldown. I would prefer a shorter cooldown with a much shorter HP of the shield. Like similar to how Sigma shield functions, but not quite as egregious. Like I said, 8-second cooldown, 250 HP shield, or 300 HP shield. Balance from there. I would like to see that. I also think that the number one... Here's a weird thing, chat. I think, obviously, his punch looks pretty broken, right? Like, that looks pretty strong. But I'm actually a little bit curious. The thing that looks... Surprisingly, the thing that looks... the most surprising thing, that's the way I want to say it. The most surprising thing for me is how powerful his M1 looks. His M1 looks easily 25-30% more powerful than I thought it would be. It was going to be. I thought because it had infinite range and because it was going to headshot, that it would be closer... I mean, the DPS of this looks really, really, really quite strong. I mean, remember, like, look at this, like body shots, right?
This ability has slow travel time, but no damage fall off. It's great as a poking tool. Plus, it does increase.
The fact that it headshots makes me feel so broken aspects of the thing. I definitely think his M1 is broken, and probably his pommel is probably too strong. Disappointing aspects of his kit: the shield, duration, and strength, and cooldown. I just don't find that very interesting. I find that kind of boring and lame and just not very dynamic. His ultimate, also boring, lame, not very dynamic. I'm disappointed with those two things. His E, I don't know. That seems surprisingly the least... What is the term I'm looking for? It's the least inflammatory thing that I've seen. It's interesting. It doesn't seem too wildly broken. It's going to be hard kind of to say. Maybe the slow is a little bit too strong. The 33% maybe is a little bit too strong. Maybe like a 25%. But the DPS doing a total of 30 damage, right? And the pull down effect is interesting. So, I wish they made him have 2 different health pools in each form. I mean, isn't that what they did? 450 and then 600? Do you mean like 2 legitimately different health pools? Because that might be broken. The block is whatever. I'm curious. I assume he could be CC'd during the block, so that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know. So some parts seem OP. The M1, the pummel definitely looks really strong. The shield and ultimate are mostly disappointing, to be honest with you guys. For different ways. I think the shield is lack of dynamic, but might still be strong. The ultimate might even be okay, but it just, even if the ultimate is strong, that I'm missing something about its ability to brawl, I just think it's so disappointing. And I think it also limits Ramattra's role as well. Like, it proves so much dynamics. I think what we'll probably see with Ramattra is... I don't know. We talked about the dynamics of Overwatch 2 hero design. I don't think Ramattra is going to be the best brawl tank. Compared with Reinhardt, I think Reinhardt will just beat the living crap out of him. even though he can pierce through shields. I think, well, it depends on fire rate. Maybe Ramattra will do okay. But I think Ramatra's 60 damage will be healable, and Ryan's hammer will be harder to heal. That being said, his M1 is very interesting to me. Depending on how easy it is to land, that could mean we have an actually second relevant poke tank besides Sigma. So dynamics, right? A lot like Orissa's redesign. But I'm as I said the other day, I am not sure where he stands in terms of the meta. Or I think definitely either we're going to see him as function as a raw spam tank, or he is going to be utilized in speed as part of a brawl composition or a hybrid brawl. This is not a dive hero whatsoever. This will not. I don't see this hero being utilized in dive much at all. I think the shield loses a mass amount of efficiency and efficacy versus dive. His ultimate will be very bad versus dive. His E will be very bad versus dive. His block will be very bad versus dive. His punch might be useful. I think he would have more flexibility versus dive if he had had a damage reduction on his ultimate, and if his shield was on a lower cooldown. They're not, so I don't see him being used in mobile compositions as much. Hybrid poke brawl, I can see that being very much the case. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, right? Forest for trees, that's what he does. But I'm actually curious to see how it actually translates out. I don't know. I'm not super excited about the hero, to be honest with you. I think he will be fun to play because he's a new hero, but too many of his ultimate seems dull. I don't know. I'm very disappointed about that shield. I'm very disappointed about the shield and the ultimate, to be honest with you. Full transparency. Okay, let's keep going here. Also, this is what happens when I make a balance comment. I don't intend to, like, I don't make bait posts on Twitter. I just sometimes think of stuff and I'm like, that would be kind of cool to talk about. I'll either talk about it on stream or post about it on Twitter. This has been all day for like the last 36. I wouldn't say 36 hours. It's been like over 24 hours. Yeah, it was something else. Is this it right here? Ilkat, is it in here or is it on Discord? I think it's the same thing. Both? Okay. Alright. Ramattra rises to the forefront. I'm really excited about this map. I just love the Nepalese, like, just feels really, really cool. Reminds me of, like, Mount Everest. Reminds me of, if you've ever been to Disney, Expedition Everest. Reminds me of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's just something really intriguing about the Himalayas. I'm not sure, Alpha. I think the patch note changes besides Ramattra are probably going to be more impactful than just Ramattra, but I'm honestly not too sure. Okay, dominating the higher ranks with that. Okay. All right, let's whip out our epic pin here. Can return a fan favorite Rialto. Nice. I do like Rialto. I think it's a relatively inoffensive map outside of Rhea taking second point and capping third. But every map has its issues, and Rialto is one of the more okay maps in the game. Blizzard World seems okay. Oasis in Nepal. Okay. Hot take, I'm actually not super upset that Numbani has not made it back. Numbani was always a map that I felt like I loved, and then I played it, I'm like, man, I actually really hate this map. It's not anywhere near... Everybody hates different maps for different reasons. I wouldn't mauled if they brought Numbani back, but it has always been the map that I felt I loved, but I always forgot how much I hated. Playing first point was just never fun. And then second point's fine. There's nothing spectacular about it, but then capping finish on third, I just don't love Numbani. First point is just brutal. Winter Wonderland of... Oh, wait. Event will start January 5th and last until January 19th. Ooh, that's a short event. Probably testing to see how much they can milk out in that brief period of time. Pardon my skeptic. We're bringing back the Winter Wonderland event starting December 13th through January 4th and Lunar New Year. That's cool. Each event, the skis will have a season as a reward against by jumping in the Final Queen challenges. Epic Ice Queen Brig, Legendary Winged Victory Mercy, and Legendary Kachi Echo. Kaki. Too American. Legendary Ramattra skin and other Twitch drops this season. Cool stuff. It is nice, guys. Can we just take a brief moment and be thankful? I know this is their job and that we shouldn't have to thank them for doing their job, but I think it's polite nonetheless. Thank you to Blizzard for actually releasing content. I don't have to feel like I have to jump on the bandwagon right now, otherwise it's going to be too late, because I'm confident that there's going to be new heroes and new interesting things that I might not always support, not always be a fan of, but it is nice after years and years and years of radio silence that there's actually doing the bare minimum and doing more than the bare minimum. I'm upset about how expensive the skins are. I'm upset about how long some of the balance changes are. I'm a little bit disappointed about Ramattra now too, but I am grateful that we have an enjoyable and fun game, and we are very lucky compared to a lot of other folks. So let's practice gratefulness here. So can unlock new heroes by selecting the challenge of the hero they want to unlock, which sends you into the practice range to learn their abilities. Nice. Players who missed out on unlocking, they can go into the practice range. I'm just going to skip the challenge. Unlock these new heroes directly in the in-game shop. Okay, so where's the balance notes here? Let's check this here. Do we have any more? Is this the same thing here? Yeah, it's the same thing here. Okay, let's actually take this. Sojourn will receive some nerfs, focusing on the lethality. I know this is already in there, but I kind of skimmed over it because I wasn't sure if it was going to be later. Focus on nerfs and the lethality of a railgun at a distance. I think this is probably a good nerf. I've always felt like the problem with railgun is that it functions too much away from her identity, very similar to how Kiriko's healing is too potent, which steals the power of her, like forcing players to utilize her utility, right? But railgun was like what turned Sojourn from being this hypermobile, flexible anti-dive hit scan, which I felt like was such a cool niche that had never been filled in the game before. But then, oh, now never mind, she just can kill everything, including snipers. Focusing on the lethality of your railgun allows her to maintain the identity of being able to play anti-dive, but prevents you from being sniped across the map by railgun. I do think that this is a good change. Assuming that they do it correctly, this is definitely what I would target with Sojourn, was her ability to snipe, but not her ability to put pressure and even one shot necessarily and close ranges. I respect that. I respect that. Doomfist will get changes that better support his role. Obviously, no idea what that is, but okay, sure. There will also be adjustments for Ana, Bastion, Junker, Queen, Kiriko, Mercy, and Symmetra coming up. So I talked about this, but guys, here's the checklist for Kiriko for me. All right, Kiriko needs a ult charge nerf, not in terms of necessarily just the ult, but okay, the ult needs to be slower to charge. Okay, slower to charge. Okay. So maybe 15%, something like that, okay? The second nerf I would have for Kiriko is her healing Ofuda do like 15 to 20% less healing, probably closer to 25. I mean, even 25% maybe I wouldn't be against. So 20 to 25, actually screw that, 20 to 25% less healing with each full spray of Ofuda, okay? So you need to charge ult slower and you need to heal less while you're doing this. Kiriko's problem, everybody complains about her ultimate and about her Suzu. That's fine. The problem is how fast she gets her ultimate and how easy it is to play Kiriko wrong and still get value because you're just generating your ultimate and vomiting on the floor. That's the problem. So the Ofuda needs to do less, and you also need to generate her ult slower. Maybe if this one is executed properly, this one is not necessary, but I would definitely do this one. Maybe I even prioritize this one over the other one. She needs to heal less. She does too much healing. It breaks her design, right? It breaks her design. She's not supposed to be as good of a healer as an Ana and Bat, considering the amount of utility that she has in other directions, okay? So these are the two ones I would look at first. Once we've done that, then we can start looking at the actual ult itself. Should the ult triple your cooldown speed? Probably not. Should the ult, double your fire rate? Probably not. Probably not. I would say that some small adjustments with these could be used. I think maybe it could double your cooldown speed, or even 2.5 and 1.75 your fire rate. Not to be like nerdy about it, but just small adjustments to make the ultimate still powerful, but not as overwhelmingly fight breaking impossible to counter in the moment, right? So still extremely potent, but not as powerful. Once that's done, I don't know that I would make any other changes. I really don't. I know people complain about Suzu, but it's a 15-second cooldown, and it is a little bit of a skill shot. It is a little difficult to deal with. I think if I were to pick something, I would like her Suzu to not purge already active CC. In other words, if you sleep a target, I don't think you should be able to wake it up with a Suzu, but I don't have as much problem with it. It is still a skill shot, okay? So I don't, at least it's not skill shot, but it is, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's not just, oh, we just press the Suzu and we win the game. It takes skill and talent to decide whether it's needed and whether it's not. It's a 15-second cooldown, right? I don't think her damage needs to be nerfed. I hear people crying about her damage, and I'm always like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what? No, her damage is fine. Her damage is fine. I don't have a problem with her damage. I don't even necessarily have a problem with her TP. I think TP is a little bit broken. Maybe we can increase TP cooldown by 1 second. Maybe reduce the distance you can TP slightly. Although I don't know if I'd toy with that one. But what I would do is, before we start looking at Suzu and TP and damage and all that foolishness, that's part of her identity. That's what makes Kiriko Kiriko. This would be what I would target first. Specifically here, and then moving down to here if necessary. Hitbox, that's a fair point as well. You could maybe look at her hitbox a little bit. But these are the things, like, what I want to do is I don't want to target what makes Kiriko great or unique first. I would what makes Kiriko, what makes what is Kiriko good at that she shouldn't be good at, right? The TP and Suzu are unique aspects to her kit, so I don't want to necessarily target those first. I want to target what allows people to play her improperly and still get value. And that's, number one, how fast you generate ult and how much healing that you can do. You target those two things, then we wait and see. And once we get that done, then we can start to consider, like, how potent is the ultimate. I think the ultimate's probably too strong. Like, I think the lingering effect is fine. I think all these things are okay. So let's keep going. Is that it? I thought it was like multiple pages. Okay, and then I think this is all stuff that we've already looked at here. When's life update? I might just do that off stream, to be honest with you. I don't know if I have time to do it on stream. But basically, I'm gonna need y'all's help with something. Basically, is the TLDR. I might break it over on stream. We'll see. Okay, let's do this. So we have to do Ask Spilo because I said we would, and so we're gonna do it. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use the bathroom really fast because I've drunk a lot of water and I've lasted as long as I could. Jump in !Discord. !Discord should work, and then jump in the hashtag Ask Spilo channel. Ask whatever questions that you may have, and then I will go over those questions. And yeah, that is it. So !Discord, and we'll do that in just a second. I'm gonna run an ad so people coming in the next 20 minutes, I think it is, don't get the pre-roll. So you guys just wait it out. We're just gonna do a service to the people that are jumping in the stream. I'll be right back, y'all. Alright, sorry for the delay. I also had to blow my nose. I've been stuffed up recently. Do you think her E should be on a higher cooldown? I don't think so. If anything, it should be on the same cooldown, but maybe they would reduce the length of the invulnerability. Maybe that's something that, or it's like I said, it's efficacy on already CC targets. Maybe that's something that you could look at. Not really sure. I would say getting her, it's not the priority for me. Because if you guys watched my Kiriko guide when it was first released, I really think that, if I do say so myself, I don't feel as confident about Ramattra, but I do feel like I got my read on Kiriko correctly. I think that was the way the hero was intentionally designed, but then it's just been broken because people realized that you could just farm her ult without even doing anything and then just win off of that. And that's because she heals too much, and that's because the ult is too easily generated. So I feel like she's being broken. It's not as intentioned the way it's being played. Okay, I'm currently doing a challenge for myself, and I want to play at least 10 games of quick play a day for a month. Okay, sure. I'm doing this because I want to work on my sojourn mechanics without throwing other people's games, without having to worry about my rank, all because comp was kind of burning me out. Keep in mind the goal is to improve me. Is this a goal or battle? I mean, it's not great. Here's the thing. I've had to develop a little bit of humility about my viewpoint on how people play the game. Everybody's different, right? Everybody's different. What might work for some people might not work for other people. Optimally, you would not avoid comp because you're worried about throwing other people's games. You would go in there and play with confidence, because even if you screw up a little bit, it takes you a little bit to get warmed up. You're going to have to start somewhere, right? Are you going to ruin somebody's quick play game, right? Just because if you're too scared about losing rank over practicing a hero, which people do all the time, right? That's just a normal process. And if you throw somebody else's game, I mean, you're not really throwing somebody else's game, right? Like, who's to decide what's throwing? You're doing the best. You're learning a new hero. There's people in every single game who are doing exactly what you're doing right now. There's 10 people in the lobby. Do you think every single one of those 10 people are try-harding, full playing the hero that they're best at and massive executing perfectly? No, people are, maybe they're having a bad attitude. Maybe they're learning a new hero. Maybe they're experimenting with something. So as long as you're really focused and trying hard, I think it's fine to do quick play, but I don't know. This seems potentially like you're moving this because you're avoiding it because you're scared of losing rank. And then the problem is that there's just not the same level of intensity that would be put in if you were actually playing comp. So the quality of practice just isn't there. I don't know. If you want to work just on your sojourn mechanics, the better solution would be to actually grind tryhard FFA or something like a Vaxta, and then not even touch a game, period. Just play the custom games instead. And then if you need to learn how to play the hero, the best way to learn the hero is going to be ranked. It's not going to be quick play. So if it's working for you, that's fine, but it's not, I can tell you it's not technically optimal. So unless it's something that you're really struggling with and that seems to be working, I would not necessarily recommend it. My team and I have been playing Roadhog comp being played in Korea. I was wondering your thoughts and opinions on the comp. I think it's fine. It's fine. You have essentially, it's anti-monkey, and it is a composition designed around just taking angles and taking spam. And unlike the Winston comp, where there was a very clear neutral trade of Winston bubble and who gets the better value out of those Winston bubbles, this comp is more about playing to fish for opportunities and off of timing. Like your hog looks for a hook, your sojourn looks for a one shot, your tracer looks to pressure out the enemy comp. The tracer is because the comp is being more spread out and more about taking angles, in which case the Reaper provides less value than the tracer. So I think it's a fine comp. It functions in the way that it's supposed to do. I think even in Overwatch League, depending on the map, we might have seen that comp being played a little bit on certain maps, even with the S tier Winstons that we do have in the league. So I think it's a fine comp. Is Genji still worth playing? I have peaked Diamond 3 on the way to hitting Masters 5 before the end of Season 2. Is it worth learning Reapers better so Genji do not know mechanically with them? I would say it's worth learning a new hero just to expand your hero pool beyond just Genji. Your hero pool should never be just one hero unless you're fully married to that hero and committed to learning just that one hero. But it sounds like right now you're not even sure about it. So I would expand your hero pool, 2 or 3 heroes. Maybe it's Reaper, maybe it's Hanzo, whatever. Maybe it's Echo. But Genji is still okay. I would not say Genji is good right now, but Genji's okay. He's not great in the current meta composition right now, like the Hog, Kiriko, Lucy. Genji is not good, but unless you're dealing with that game, with that meta every rank, then he's still probably okay. What do you think is the line is for nepotism versus not nepotism? Oh, wow. Is that blurry? When it comes to acquiring players or team or acquiring coaches, staff, and new charisma, my thoughts, we have this. Though no need to answer if you'd rather not. I find interesting concern with the power that synergistic people can bring to teams. Yeah, so it's a blurry line, really. It's really, truly a blurry line. I mean, I learned this earlier on where I would, if I'm working with a player or a staff that I'm already comfortable with, I know that will allow me to function better. And so what some people might see as nepotism might just be that that's the best way for me to work. So I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is there are examples in the league and of blatant nepotism where somebody is really doing nothing, right? It's not just a question of whether they're the most competent person for the job. It's a question of whether they're doing anything productive or anything seriously productive. And then there's a blurry line there, right? I might be very comfortable working with you, but if you're not near as good as the other person, even if I'm uncomfortable working with them a little bit, they're going to provide more return on investment, right? I mean, there's this even in sports, right? I'm playing flag football. I had to improve myself and show myself as a skillful player, along with getting to know the guys I was working with better, so they trusted me more. So there's trust that has to be earned as well as showing skill. And I really don't think the league always does a good job like finding that hierarchy perfectly. And I'm still mad about sometimes in the league where people pretend that there's an open system and it's just not an open system. I mean, we talked about that one OWL team that literally just lied about a coaching trial that they were offering. Thankfully, this was when I was already with London, but they were like, oh, it's an open trial. It was not an open trial. They were wasting people's time. That kind of crap really ticks me off, but that's more of the extreme end. Very specific question. How should I play in the Rhine versus Rhine matchup when I know the other Rhine has Shatter and I don't? I often play very passive, make sure I can block it. I feel like it just leads to the enemy team being able to secure the fight. You need to play the same way that you normally would, just don't forget he has Shatter. You knowing he has Shatter is half the battle. It's more than half the battle. And that just becomes a skill set of you learning how to play when he does have Shatter and being able to play it normally. You're right. If you do end up playing overly cautious, then you're just going to lose a fight without them even using Shatter. So you need to learn how to make sure that they know they have the Shatter and then get better at reactively blocking it. You're just going to need to practice more. You're just going to need to practice more. Maybe that adjusts how you use your Fire Strike. Maybe that adjusts how much you swing or how aggressively you position so you don't end up past the Reinhardt and then he shatters behind you. But you need to get better at practicing that skill set. Okay? But like I said, the fact that you know he has Shatter and you don't, good job. That is the most important way to block Shatter to improve your action speed, is to know it ahead of time and then just reps. You're going to end up on your back a lot. That's okay. Keep practicing. When you're learning a character, what kind of notes do you write down when you're watching the pros? I care to show a page of notes as an example. I mean, you guys kind of saw it. Like you saw me actively in the process of learning the Winston, Kiriko, Reaper, Lucio composition when I was live streaming my analysis. What was it? What was the first thing I analyzed? Was it the Fearless Winston? Or was it the Grand Finals? Maybe it was, I don't remember what the first analysis I did, but I didn't know. I had an idea because I knew, hey, this looks like 5-man or 6-man, right? The Moira Lucio composition. Hey, this is a short-range composition like the Junker Queen composition, and those compositions usually are really about good cooldown traits. So that was the first thing. I knew what to look for before I even started, so that helped. Just like if you were to learn a new character like Widowmaker, if you play Ashe, you might have a leg up on the competition because you know that's how that hero functions. They're not exactly the same by any sort of means, but they're both longer range heroes. They both, so, you know, right? If you're a Kiriko player, right? Okay. So what are some things about Kiriko that might have to do with Ana? Well, they're both, you want to keep your team alive, and you need to get value out of your cooldowns. What's the best way to use your cooldowns? So you're already on, it's not a great tip, but it's something to at least you start to think about those things. And then what I would do is when I'm looking at the pros, I would really pay attention to how they're positioning and how they're using their cooldowns. Those are probably the two biggest things, especially considering if you're learning a new hero, you probably have a general idea of how to use the ultimate, but those two things in particular, like when are they using this cooldown, or how are they using that cooldown? Those are the things that I would look at. Is that an obvious answer? Yes, but that's the answer. How do you play against compositions with a lot of one-shot potential? Instead of just we went Hog Pharmacy. Instead, I just went against Instance. Excuse me. I just went against Hog Pharmacy, Surgeon Zen. I got Spunk and Acid down. I have no idea what to do. I mean, those characters are glass. It's basically like this: is if you are able to control, like track the threats over the course of the fight and not be surprised by anything. I know where Hog is. I know where Pharah is spamming. I know whether Sojourn has shot. Is that a lot to ask? Yes. But if you're able to do that, the comp has no, they're screwed. It's done. If you deny them that ability to one-shot you, they have nothing going for them. They have no peel capability. They're all fragile. Obviously, without knowing what you guys are playing, I have no other context to give to you. Maybe they were just a really good team and you just got unlucky. I don't think them being one-shot heroes necessarily is why you would get spawn camped. There's probably a lot more than that. But I will say, when an enemy team has one-shots, every time I watch Hog players, it's always a lapse in concentration that usually leads to the Hog getting kills. Always. I don't care if it's Overwatch League. A lapse in concentration leads to kills. That's what happens in ranked games and whatever. So if you forget or you lose concentration, you will die. Do you guys remember the Wizard Hyung video? I'll actually find that really fast. That was a really good video. It was a video about Doomfist. And it made some really interesting arguments. Let me actually post it in chat. If I remember correctly, this was mostly his point. And essentially, it was basically when you forget, Doomfist just punishes lapses in concentration. But if you don't have a lapse in concentration, he just gets destroyed. And so that's why it's hard when you're talking about these one-shot heroes. It's usually just a lapse in concentration. Widowmaker, same thing. You know where she is, don't peek her. Good Widowmakers will find ways to adjust their angles, but you can control a lot of the deaths that you have versus Widow. Usually feel like, oh shoot, well, I messed up, right? Don't mess up. You will do fine. Now that sounds like forehead advice, but there's a reason why Hog isn't meta all the time. Right? Hypothetically, if I were to make a guide and watch, what would be the key guides, concepts to look at? Listen to what, literally just listen, go back and watch me react to the thing. That's all I got to tell you. I went through a lot of stuff. I think it's going to be hybrid brawl spam. I'm not going to elaborate further. I talked about it for ages. Go back to this exact stream and check out my reaction. Hi, Spilo. I have watched every single Kiriko VOD review that you did, and I have learned a lot from it. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. However, I have a few questions about plays I want to discuss with you. I watched a ton of top EU support called Awkward. Yep, I know Awkward, who did an unranked GM Kiriko series and hit GM5 in 8 hours by playing DPS Kiriko with 79% win rate, 5.6 damage. Okay. I tried to replicate the playstyle, which is dealing damage. No. With all due respect to Awkward, I don't think Awkward's a pretty smart guy, so I don't think this is something that he was actively encouraging folks to do. Here's the thing. For you to go in a DPS only playstyle with Kiriko, you would need to, number one, have the mechanics to be able to do that, and number two, have the game sense to do that. Now, you don't. So you're not going to do that. And let me go as far to say that it's not just that, oh, you're not going to get the game sense to do it. Well, here's the thing. I encourage players to try and play like the pros. Because even if you can't play like the pros now, by replicating that play style, you will eventually be able to play at their level. Even if you're not able to play perfectly. Like, for example, let's say your team is pushed way up and you know you should be playing way back. Well, then you should play around your team. That's the most important thing. But there are certain things about playing more aggressively for cooldowns, like trying to do damage between healing as an Ana or as a Kiriko. Those are good habits to build now, even if you're not very good at them and you miss most of your shots. Start it now. The problem is with unranked to GM, the fastest way to climb is not to be a good support, it's to be a good DPS. So what happens is you have Awkward, who's like, I don't know how Awkward plays in GM, but I can tell you if you're going hyper aggro as Kiriko all the time and hard flanking, that's not how GM Kirikos play. That's not how they play. That's not how Overwatch League Kirikos play. They do focus a lot on damage, but that's not the primary goal of the hero, right? Is to permanently doom it, especially in the current meta right now, which I'm not saying meta, but like you need to find a good balance. So if you're saying, I'm assuming what you're saying is accurate first off, so I don't want to throw Awkward under the bus here, but if playing DPS Kiriko, right? That's not how you play Kiriko and GM. It's how you climb with Kiriko faster as a GM player in a bronze lobby, right? I'm exaggerating a little bit here. So please be careful about these unranked GMs, guys. Please be careful. It is a really dangerous, with all due respect, educational content to consume. You can learn from it, but you have to be really careful about it. I think it's one of the more dangerous / lazy educational type of content out there. It's more entertainment than it is education, especially depending on the player. Because again, you're talking about players that are already really good, that will lean towards a play style that's going to be easier for them to climb, but that isn't even relevant at their own rank. It's not about, oh, you play differently in bronze. No. You play differently in bronze if you're Grandmaster, because you want to get out of that. You just want to win the game immediately. I tried to replicate his playstyle, which is dealing damage or flinging or offing when your team didn't need heals. I mean, that's fine, right? Dealing damage when your team doesn't need heals is not a bad thing. but that's very different from playing DPS Kiriko. But multiple times I found myself tunneling either on damage or healing and not distracting the enemy team enough. Well, that's where you need, not distracting the, okay, that's where you need to work on your weaving, right? Heal, shot, looking for off-angles, looking for situations, or maybe you're running a tank that doesn't need a lot of healing support so you can play more aggressively with your DPS. That's the way you play Kiriko, right? A lot of it might just be practice. Your question might just be you struggling with practice. You and Awkward say that dealing damage as Kiriko is not that impactful as healing. And the ult is the most powerful of the whole support class. Yes. So should I keep practicing the go flank and deal damage and your team doesn't need heals playstyle? Or should I stay behind the team to the weave technique, farming the ult as possible to decrease the win condition? Okay, so this is a great question. What I would say is, let me give you the simplest answer that I possibly can. What I would say is whether you should focus on playing aggressively and then healing as necessary versus healing and then damaging when you can. I would say it depends on one thing, and that would depend on your tank. All right, so if you're playing with a Winston, maybe playing with a Reinhardt, it depends on the game, exactly. I'm trying to think of other ones. Maybe Orisa a little bit. I think Orisa needs a little bit less healing. Then maybe the goal is you're going to focus a little bit more on healing and weaving your shots in as necessary. You're still doing damage, but because those tanks generally require a little bit more healing support. However, if you're playing something like a Roadhog, Sigma, even a Diva to a lesser extent, Doomfist, then I think you will have more opportunities to go for more aggressive plays, or not even more aggressive plays, just more freedom away from your tank. So then you can go for the things that make Kiriko unique, which is her ability to flank and move around. So I think a lot of it will depend on the tank that you're running with, and also the enemy composition as well. Wouldn't it more depend on your other support? No, it would depend more on your tank. It definitely does depend on your other support at the same time. That's a good point. I would say both of them are important, but it's more to do with your tank, because even if you're running like a Winston, for example, what you would actually prefer is Winston with Ana. You would prefer that your Ana is able to play a little bit more aggressively with her cooldowns than you would play with yours. It depends on the situation, very much depend on the situation. For example, if you're running like a flanker, like you going with the flanker would be better than your Ana playing aggressively with cooldowns. But yeah, that's a good point. I would say tank and your secondary support are the two important things. Okay, give some insight into how you approach Overwatch team tryouts. Mechanics, communication, attitude. That's it. Mechanics, communication, attitude. Are they good at clicking heads? Do they communicate well, at least fundamentally what they need to call, they call? And then obviously how good is their attitude? I know people prioritize different things, but those are the three most important things. I mean, that's really it. That's it. Flexibility is good too, but that kind of falls into the mechanics. Like, we're looking for just general mechanics here. Being a smart player is obviously very helpful as well, but mechanics, communication, attitude. Attitude is really hard to teach. Communication is also really hard to teach. Those three things take forever, and mechanics are also hard to teach. The other stuff is teachable. It takes time, but those three things are the most difficult things to teach and the most time-consuming things to teach. So having somebody walk in with those skill sets already enabled, it makes it just so much easier. Hog, Sim, Kiriko, Brig, hit scan, because we have like highest RHPs. Well, we kind of got rolled by Pharmacy, Sojourn, Hog, Kiriko. Started theory crafting with BAP on instead of Kiriko. Brig mid fight didn't go optimally. I mean, I don't think BAP on is the solution. I think the weak points of that composition would be your Brig, because there's nothing that she can push safely, and there's nothing that she can reach safely, and there's no flanker that she's enabling either. I mean, maybe it depends on the hit scan. Maybe you could enable the hit scan. But you would need to try and look for opportunities for you to TP and put pressure on the Hog or Sojourn. If you can get pressure on that Hog or Sojourn, even to force them to reposition, that's really, really big. And then at the same time, you're looking for your hit scan to be able to pressure the Pharmacy so that she doesn't actually just turbo stomp the TP. So you need to look for TP pressure onto one of either the Sojourn or Hog, and then your hit scan at the same time as looking and marking the Pharmacy. The Brig is the weak point, because when you TP on a target, the Brig is just going to either die to the Pharmacy, or she's not going to really have any pushing power. So what I would say is, I mean, really any support besides Brig would work better. I mean, really any support. I mean, even a Mercy on top of a hit scan, damage boosting while you guys go for the TP play would be better. A Lucio would be better. This is not a good composition for Pharmacy. BAP Ana, I mean, BAP would be okay. Ana would be okay, but it's not both of them. They're too easy. They're too easy to pressure down, because the BAP Ana are both diveable by Pharmacy, which is why they're a little bit tricky. So you need The Kiriko is a lot harder to pressure down, and she can take those TPs safely and then TP out again if the pharmacy dives on top of her. So I really like the Kiriko versus those comps. I don't really like the BAP on a combo. BAP or on a bet is better than Brig for sure, but yeah. Start thinking of running Diva BAP on a Sim Cass. I mean, that's all right. But I really don't like the BAP Ana. The BAP Ana is just too diveable. Like, it's just like you take the TP, and yes, you got Diva Matrix and maybe a Cassie and an angle. So you either need a support that's either going to support your hit scan, who doesn't take TP in Mark's Pharmacy, takes an angle, or you need a support that enables the brawl better. Brig doesn't do that. Brig theoretically does, but it isn't in execution going to do a very good job of that. So Mercy's good. You could have BAP or Ana playing literally like DPS BAP Ana. Probably the BAP would be better, where he's literally playing like the second hit scan, not necessarily just to support the Cassie, but to be a DPS player himself and shoot the pharmacy, shoot the Cassie, whatever, or shoot the Cassie, shoot the Hog himself. So you have like you have your Cassie and your BAP, both DPS players, while your core TPs. Or you'd have something like a Lucio that's going to allow that TP play to be better without also being fragile himself. That would be what I would recommend. So replace, but definitely Kiriko. I really like Kiriko. I really like Kiriko with that comp. Like, she's super safe. She can poke out people. She can Suzu on you on rotate. She can TP out if she gets rushed. Yeah. For someone trying to get, that's a very short answer to a complicated question though, by the way. For someone trying to get GM1 level Master 2, what should be thinking about taking breaks? What are the signs? You take a break. How long should the break speedy? 1, 3, 5, 7 days? No. Breaks should be between every single ranked game. Breaks should be after 2 to 3 hours of ranked. Rest, relax, get some water, get some sun, move around, and then decide if you want to go for another training block of another, even if it's just another hour. It's about the intensity with which you're playing, and then trying to carry that intensity over on a daily. I would say if you're going to take like a break, it probably needs to be more of 1 day. So what I'm saying is you need to be taking breaks more frequently, shorter, more frequent breaks, rather than doing what you might be doing right now, which is playing a lot, then stopping and not playing at all for 3, 4, 5. You know, that's what we want to avoid. We want consistency with little tiny short breaks frequently between games, every 2 or 3 hours stopping. That's what we want. We want a daily consistency, but not hourly consistency necessarily. Most players tend to just grind. They're exhausted. The next day, they're like, I don't feel like playing. That's the problem. That's the best analogy I have for it, I bring it over and over again, is the 16-year-old kid getting inside a gym the first time and doing bicep curls for 8 hours. That's just not good. That's just not good for you, nor is it going to make you stronger. It's about getting in there, being efficient with your time, working hard, resting, deciding about whether you want to go again, and then doing that consistently over and over again. You don't take days off. Maybe you do, but you only take a few days off. It needs to be a lifestyle, not a burst of passion or on board. Let's just grind ranked all day. What are your thoughts on the 30% ult charge passive? I don't know. I've heard people complain about it, like it's the reason why counter swapping isn't a thing in this game, which I think, to be honest with you, is just one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. But I don't know. I think it's fine, to be honest with you. Encourages swapping to an extent. It's kind of weird, though, because right now we have like a 30% ult charge to encourage swapping, but at the same time, the developer design is going towards swapping as less necessary because heroes in general have fewer obvious strengths and fewer obvious weaknesses. There's more, again, we've talked about this, dynamics, right? So I think it's okay. My problem with it is more of the fact that it's been the replacement for the it took the place of the DPS passive, and I don't like the DPS passive, so I'm still angry at it, irrationally angry at it. But I really don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you. I think people are way overblowing it. I haven't thought about it for hours on end in the shower, so I'm just one idiot. So don't take my word for it, but my initial response is it's not that big of a deal. I don't think it's that big of a deal. How do I play against Diva in ranked? I find myself either in Hog or Winston get instant focus those heroes. I mean, there's not a really advanced micro explanation. Shoot Diva when she's feeding, and then if she's not feeding, ignore her and shoot other things. She can only be in one place at a time. Winston needs to be avoiding Diva entirely whenever possible. If she's sitting, you have to keep in mind, if you're playing Winston, okay, maybe we'll go a little bit in depth here. If the enemy composition is here, right? right? And this is the big stupid diva in the middle, and you are Winston. If you dive this target, and the diva does this, but this target goes back towards their team, you've done your job. It's not sexy, but you've done your job. You've removed this area of the battlefield from being exploited by that DPS, okay? And as long as you live here, you're good. Now, what might happen is the diva just sits right smack dab in the middle of her team, and even the enemy team clumps up in a way to where, you know, there aren't any off angles for you to abuse, and like we see this. Have you seen this before as a Winston? Right? This is the wrong color. Right? Where you're here and you're like, well, what off angle do I dive? There's nowhere I can dive if the diva's not going to just immediately blow me up. Okay, well, first off, you would need to find ways to not use jump to get onto them and pressure them. But the other thing too is like just your existence forcing the diva to sit. If they're all clumped up here, then you've already done like 30-40% of your job, because they're not able to take as aggressive positions as they would have liked to without being dove by Winston. So if you're playing Winston and a diva, and there's no off angle or squishy to jump without getting pressured by diva, then that means the enemy team is clumped up, which means your team should have passive advantage because your DPS will be able to take more space. You see, diva is better at stopping you from taking off angles and diving, but she's not very good at stopping your team from taking off angles and diving. At least she's not as good as you are. She's good, but she's not as good as a Winston. She's not as good as a Winston as diving the off angles. She's good at contesting, but she's not good at kill threatening. So you've already done half your job when you're here. And then once you get them clumped up like here, yes, you have to be careful about your engages, but you can still look for dives. You can still look for, okay, instead of diving here, I'm going to dive here. Force the diva to use boosters to get to me. Oh, I saw the diva use boosters. Okay, so now I can dive for the target over here instead. Can I find a way to walk to get onto a target and then jump out so the diva doesn't kill me, and so on. That's how you play diva, or into diva. Now, Roadhog is a little bit more nuanced, where I think it's very similarly to Winston. You can abuse off angles and flank and take angles and threaten DPS, and she has to go over and run over there and be like, hey, no, don't go, right? So then you continue to take those off angles and flanks and threaten them, right? Because you're a great 1v1er. And then again, what we might have is the diva ends up playing, or the enemy team ends up playing in a position to where there are no off angles to abuse that don't get matrixed. So then for you, it's just shoot the diva or continue to threaten the off angles and just cause a distraction, cause a disruption. You can hook the diva out of, if you hit the hook on diva and you hit the shot, guess what? You've used one cooldown, you forced a lot of matrix, and you probably burned her to half HP, maybe even more. Then do it again, and then do it again. Diva is okay versus Hog, but Diva's not great versus Hog. Like, especially if you end up hooking her or playing in a way to where because she can't really kill you. She can help deal with your hooks, but she can't really kill you. So I think I wouldn't say it changes your playstyle a lot. I would just say that don't pay too much attention to Diva unless she's playing too aggressively. Everything else is about ignoring the diva, getting around her, and forcing her to actually react and peel appropriately. Because diva is built to take abuse unless she's actively feeding. Then you can kill her, but she's built to take a little bit of abuse. A little bit like Orisa. Who is good against Hog now? Tank-wise, Orisa is pretty good versus Hog. But a lot of it depends on the map too. Like, you can very easily play Winston into Hog on many maps of the high ground, because he can't be in two places at once, right? It's very easy to avoid on some maps. And then maps where he's not easy to avoid, then a Reinhardt or Orisa does fairly well against him. And then on maps like Circuit, where there's range, Sigma just demolishes Roadhog on a map like that, or he should. Okay. Good question. Tricky question. Without more context, that's as good as I can get. That is the wrong reaction, ladies and gentlemen. How do I use Baptiste window in Overwatch 2? Any opportunity you get to secure space or secure a kill, use it. Fights are less clumped up. Fights are more dynamic. Maps are more spread out. There's more space. Use it when you can get an advantage, when you can secure an advantage, and whatever. Yeah. I don't know what tailing means. Is that I feel like I've heard DPay use that term before. I don't know what tailing is. Is tailing attacking the tail of a comp, like diving it from behind? I don't know what that term is. It sounds familiar, but I don't know. You'd have to elaborate. Yeah, I'm not sure. How would you play Sojourn versus things that can one-shot you like Hanzo Widow? Like getting pre-fight charges hard on because you can get one shot unless you have your one shot and take the Widow, which is hard, especially if you have a Sigma shield. You play more flank style, so like you kind of have the right idea where you're like, yeah, you need to avoid their Hanzo Widow sightlines and build charge in a way that doesn't peek them. So like think about it this way, like is there anything that you can shoot that isn't Hanzo or Widow, or is there anything you can shoot without peeking the Widow? The answer is almost always yes. Yes, always. There's always, like, you can peek from an off angle and shoot the Sigma here, or you can peek from a short sight line where the Widow can't see you and shoot the back line a little bit. You know, that's where Sojourn's going to excel, right? And then when you get that shot, then you're like, come on, Widow, come at me, right? Because you're pretty good, at least right now. We'll see what happens with the patch. So it's all about finding off angles to pressure early on in a shorter sight line, and then abusing the range once you get the railgun. And the opposite is true when you're playing versus like a very hard dive, where you play more like range. Rotating to the tail of the enemies. The shock do it very well. My coach team says it's too much advanced for us to learn this now. I would need to see a visual example, to be honest with you. It is rotating to the tail of the enemies. The shock are very good at it. I don't know. You stumped me. Maybe if the enemy team is like looking to rotate through a choke or rotate around a rotation, like let's say you guys are set up here and then the enemy team rotates here, rather than meeting them, maybe it's about catching them here and pursuing the tail, because the front line is going to be facing this direction and you can often catch the squishies from behind. But yeah, when you have something, please come back with it, because I am curious. I'm always curious and interested to learn more about the game. If there's something that I'm not aware of, or even a term I'm not aware of, I would love to know about it. I'm not too sure. Yeah, when you get an example, shoot it to me, because I would love, if there's something that I'm not aware of, I would love to, any little tidbit I can learn, right? I would love to know. I've learned a lot from other coaches, so I would be very curious to hear what y'all have to say. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I do not have the time at the moment to do the life update because I have to prepare some. But I'll try and get a video recorded today and out by tomorrow to kind of give you guys a heads up. I'll announce it in Discord as well. But yeah, I'll elaborate on that later. So let's do this. Let's find somebody to raid. This is a fun stream, long stream, a little bit of a longer stream. The longest stream I've had in a while without Overwatch League analysis. But there's been a lot of fun stuff to look at here. Well, first off, is there anyone in my Discord streaming right now? Two Fish. We've hosted this person before. Oh, they're BRA back. Let's see if there's anybody who I haven't hosted before in my Discord, because I've hosted Two Fish before. Hey, I've got somebody. Oh no, they're offline. Crap. I always try to host. I wish there was a way to like sort it by like their status on the sidebar, because I have to like kind of like squint my eyes and just look for purple. I think we might have found somebody. Yeah, I found somebody. Okay, we're gonna raid Pancakes because they are in queue playing Overwatch. Let's do this, chat. Chat. It's been good. It's been real good. It's been actually a really good stream. I had a lot of variety of different stuff to go on. I really appreciate all the subs and all the support. That's what the life update is gonna be about. Just stay tuned. But I really appreciate everybody's support. Loves and kisses. Reinforced collab when? Soon. Hopefully soon. Probably I'm going to be reaching out to him about a week and a half. He's been out of town, but he's definitely interested in having an interview, so we'll be doing that one. Also Jake Overwatch as well, potentially. And well, I won't tell you who the other person is. Chat, hop in the raid. It's been good. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.